Chapter 21. A Lesson in Being Gryffindor. No, absolutely not. Professor, Harry tried in vain to interrupt. Why are you still speaking? I said no. Please sit, Severus, Dumbledore intervened. I do think we ought to hear Harry out. Harry might have laughed at Snape's speechless stare if they hadn't been in the middle of such a serious conversation. Ever since Harry had relayed his vision to the two professors, Snape had been ranting about the certainty of Voldemort having gained hold of Harry's mind, and the foolishness of doing anything other than destroying their connection, even if it meant giving in to the undesirable alternative of drugging Harry with twice-nightly doses of dreamless sleep. Harry's suggestion that they at least talk about the capture scenario had caused Snape to coin a Muggle term to go off the deep end. Harry hadn't been able to get a word in edgewise since. Albus, Snape said, you cannot seriously be considering this for anything resembling truth. An apparition of dubious origin has given your golden boy the message that he should sit back and accept that his fate is to be captured by one who will both kill him and become invincible through the use of him. There is nothing to discuss. Sit, Severus, Dumbledore repeated calmly, too calmly. Harry looked closely and thought he saw a slight tremor in the old man's hands. It shouldn't have reassured him to see that, but it did. If a powerful wizard such as Dumbledore could feel uneasy enough for Harry to see it, then he felt a little bit better about his own simmering fear. Snape sat in a chair opposite Dumbledore and Harry, his jaw set into a hard line, and waited in silence. The drawing room felt very small to Harry, seated as they all now were around the small table. The fact that he was still in his nightclothes didn't help. It only made him feel more like a little kid in the middle of a nightmare. Snape, on the other hand, was dressed head to foot in his usual black garb. Only lately he'd been without the robes Harry was used to seeing. Despite the solemnity in the air, Harry couldn't help a curious thought. Did the man sleep in his clothes too? Just to be at the ready for emergencies such as this. If he even slept, of course, which Harry thought remained to be determined. He picked up his glass of water from the table, taking a sip simply because it was there. Even wondering about Snape's habits was preferable to contemplating the certainty of capture by his mortal enemy. He shivered and took another sip. Let us examine the facts, Dumbledore said, in a tone that brooked no argument. Snape crossed his arms in a childish display of stubbornness, which the headmaster ignored. This person of Harry's visions has seen the future previously. Two instances were so brief and inconsequential as to be easily explained away by an overactive imagination. However, in light of his more important knowledge of a prophecy previously known to only two trustworthy individuals, I am inclined to at least explore the possibility that this vision of Harry's is true. This is foolishness, Albus, even discussing. And yet I have decided that we will discuss it, interrupted Dumbledore. I have not rendered my opinion as yet, but every avenue must be explored and weighed and decided upon. The fact remains that Harry's vision did hold a grain of truth that neither you nor I can deny. Snape scowled, but said nothing. Dumbledore explained, Voldemort has been singularly focused on his goal of locating Harry. He will not stop until he has captured him and believes that he has obtained all that he can obtain from him. Come September, I am very afraid that just enough Hogwarts students are already loyal to Voldemort's side to make Harry in grave danger, no matter the protections I place over him. However, if Voldemort truly believes that he has accomplished his goal and that Harry holds no more gain or threat for him than usual, he will no longer actively pursue him, thereby leaving Harry free to prepare for his inevitable role in this war. Harry looked back and forth between Snape and Dumbledore in silence. He couldn't help but notice that Snape flinched every time Dumbledore mentioned Voldemort's name, though he didn't harp on it as he always did with Harry. Do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound? Snape exploded, leaning forward so that his hands, tightly gripping the sides of his chair, were the only things keeping him from rising to his feet. This is not the first time he has sought Potter. What are you saying? that the Dark Lord might have a chance of snatching the boy, so we may as well roll over and allow him to be taken. Turn him over ourselves, perhaps. Damn it, Albus. He may win the entire war. Shall we hand over victory in its entirety right now? Give me the flu powder and a white flag. I'll do the honors. Dumbledore said nothing for a moment, his pointed silence more effective in commanding Snape to get his temper under control than any words would have been. As soon as Snape leaned rigidly back into his chair with recrossed arms, Dumbledore went on. We also know that if Voldemort does manage to capture him at this point, there will be no apparent avenue of escape. And just where will this supposed avenue of escape be later? Snape argued. Despite that apparition's flattering assertions that I may be able to retrieve Potter, the Dark Lord is not exactly known for welcoming hated traitors back into the fold. My communications having been cut off from all save one decidedly unreliable source, it would be nearly impossible to discover where they are holding him, who is holding him, how they are holding him, how to penetrate that location, when. Professor Snape. Harry didn't know how he managed to pull the confidence to speak loudly enough to stop Snape's rant, but he did. Now that the attention was on him, though, his sudden inspiration didn't seem quite so magnificent. That is, wouldn't he let you back in if he thought you weren't really a traitor? Snape sneered. Thank you for that brilliant deduction, Potter. I do not suppose you have thought of a way by which I may convince one of the most powerful and intelligent wizards in the world that I am not the traitor I have already undeniably shown myself to be. I do prefer it to be before he familiarizes me with his favorite killing curse, of course. Harry licked his lips nervously. Well, if you were on his side and just falsely accused of being a spy, wouldn't it make sense that you want to prove yourself with some grand gesture? So, make a grand gesture. Something he would never think you'd do if you weren't still his man. Snape laughed, but it was a laugh void of amusement. Shall I lick his boots, then? Tell him a secret he already knows. Perhaps I should help him to destroy Hogwarts, aid along another one of your futuristic visions. Harry shivered at the reference. No. Actually, I was thinking the grand gesture would be something more along the lines OFME. For once, Harry seemed to have surprised Snape into silence. Harry continued, Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? No spy for the light would ever willingly bring me to what he thought was my death, especially knowing that it would make Voldemort all-powerful, right? If we wait for him to capture me, you'll still be a traitor and I'll wind up dead. But if you take me to him, not only will it prove in his mind that you're loyal, but then you'll be in place to help me get out of there. Harry leaned forward, excited at how much sense it made. That's got to be what other Harry meant about me going about it on my own terms. And if we do it right, Voldemort won't even have to know it was you helped me escape, and the Order will have its spy back. It makes perfect sense, don't you see? Snape said nothing for a moment, then abruptly leaned forward to better glare at Harry. You are mad, he hissed before abandoning his seat to resume his pacing around the room. He stopped long enough to send Harry another glare. Completely mad. Dumbledore reached over and placed a hand on top of one of Harry's. His eyes were kind. Do you fully understand what you are suggesting, Harry? Harry nodded nervously. I'm not saying let's go ahead and do it, especially without a plan or anything. I'm just saying, well, it makes sense, doesn't it? Theoretically, I mean. He searched Dumbledore's attentive gaze for some kind of confirmation. Doesn't it? He repeated, now kind of hoping the headmaster would say that it didn't. To regain Professor Snape's position and simultaneously remove you from Lord Voldemort's most wanted list would be quite the accomplishment, agreed Dumbledore gravely, and Snape shot the headmaster a murderous glare. Dumbledore added gently, But Harry, with your life on the line, it would be far from wise. There are many variables inherent in a plan such as the one which you are suggesting. I will not allow either one of you to risk your lives in so dangerous a plot, while there is yet hope that we may be able to keep you safe from Voldemort altogether. Harry felt a mixture of relief and, oddly, disappointment. He didn't know why he believed his vision so much, but he did. And as afraid as he was to be incapacitated in a cold, dark basement, something deep inside of him was screaming that it was the only way. That somehow, some way Voldemort's plots and plans would turn on him, bring about his own downfall. That all he had to do was get through the ordeal, and the way to win the war would all become clear. Which reminded him. My vision self said that Voldemort's plan was flawed, Harry said. He told me that Voldemort would gain strength, but that he had to gain that strength in order for me to defeat him. Do you know what he might have meant by that, Professor? Dumbledore thought for a moment, a contemplative gleam in his eyes, before answering. I do not, Harry. If given a certain amount of time to ponder the possible outcomes of Lord Voldemort's plan, I would no doubt be able to uncover a host of possibilities. But no, I do not know what he meant by that statement. Does it matter? Snape asked, having thoroughly exhausted the carpet with his pacing. The vision is an unreliable apparition. We were willing to consider the possibility that it may be Potter's inner eye, but in light of this revelation, we can obviously not consider that possibility any longer. Why not? It saw the future, Harry insisted. It saw pudding and cabbage, Potter. It fooled you. Snape rounded on him, eyes blazing as he hissed. And now it intends to kill you as well. Are you not the slightest bit concerned at the prospect of risking your life, you foolhardy, arrogant child? Harry felt his temperature rise. Arrogant, we're back to that. Well, why don't you make up your mind already just what I am, Professor? 'Cause it's getting hard for me to keep track. Snape's eyes narrowed, as if taking measure of Harry right then and there. Despite his anger, Harry shrank a little lower in his seat. Certainly, being appraised right then, and at such intensity, wasn't quite what he'd had in mind when he had issued the challenge. He glanced at Dumbledore for some assistance, but the headmaster didn't look too inclined to interrupt this latest argument. You, Mr. Potter, Snape finally spoke, slowly and deliberately, arrogant. Harry clenched his jaw. Perhaps you are not arrogant to the degree to which I have supposed you to be these past 5 years. Snape conceded quickly, as if to get the words out and be done with them. But based on the simple fact that you are willing to throw your life away, without regard to those who may be left behind to pick up the pieces of your rash decisions, implies nothing but a certain degree of arrogance. What? Hold on. I'm not throwing anything away. I am thinking about everybody else, don't you see? If I don't do this, he'll kill more people. If you do this, he will kill more people through his heightened abilities, argued Snape. So, what then? We do nothing. Wait to see how many people he'll kill before we decide it's too many, and we've no choice. No, we avoid making a rash decision based on too little information, which will most certainly involve worsening an already dire situation. But I believe the vision, Harry exploded, startling even himself with his own vehemence. I didn't believe it at first, but even then I knew I'd have to believe it because I know that it's real. If I don't do something, if I don't give Voldemort one small win, he'll just go right to the big win, and it'll get worse for everyone. He stopped abruptly, losing some steam at the very real possibility that if Hedwig captured by Voldemort, he might be unable to escape. No. He shoved that thought from his mind and ploughed on. So other than getting you in place to get me out of there. The only other problem is that he could become more powerful after getting his hands on my blood. Well, if other Harry was right, and his plan really is flawed, then that's not an issue either. If Snape ignored Harry to direct his incredulity to Dumbledore. We cannot hinge the war on if, Albus, especially with a reckless plan that requires the discretion of a 16-year-old boy unskilled in the art of occlumency. Snape began to pace once more, his words gaining more momentum with each step. If Heist captured, and if he were back in the fold, the Dark Lord would see the truth in his eyes upon first glance, especially in light of the doubt Potter would exude at every difficult turn. The boy does not trust me, Albus. We have established that. While I am unconcerned with that fact in general, it is a given that, at the first sight of me among the Dark Lord's ranks, Potter would convince himself that he must act alone and indulge in one of his trademark rash actions, thereby betraying any plan to extract him, and by extension, both of our lives. Snape continued his rant, but Harry only half listened. All he could think about in light of Snape's speech were other Harry's words. There is only one person capable of delivering you from Voldemort. Now is the time to decide if you trust him enough to place your life in his hands. Now is the time to decide if you trust him. It was all so odd, sitting here in the familiar surroundings of Grimmauld Place's drawing room, contemplating the implications of allowing himself to put his complete faith in his worst enemy. Well, okay, second to worst enemy. Snape did, perhaps, rate slightly better than Voldemort. His chest began to close in, and he forced himself to breathe. The situation was quickly becoming more real. The reality of being all alone in a dark basement, practically comatose at the mercy of Voldemort, with a lone, spiteful Death Eater as his only route to safety. Harry shivered. Other Harry had said he couldn't get around being captured, and soon. But if he was right, then Harry also knew that he could get out of there if only he could trust Snape. If that was a big word when pitted against his very life. If he could trust Snape, Harry might have a chance to prepare to fulfill his own prophecy without the constant threat of Voldemort after him. If he could trust Snape, the Order's spy might be restored. If he could trust Snape, whomever Voldemort had next decided to capture for information on Harry might be spared. If he could trust Snape, Harry might have a future. Despite all that he might gain, that was still a big if. He wrapped his arms around himself at more thoughts of basements and a super-powered Voldemort. Harry exhaled loudly. He could be brave when it came down to it. He was a Gryffindor, after all, he thought with pride. But that didn't mean he wasn't scared, or that he wasn't feeling more terrified by the minute. "I'd do it," he spoke up suddenly, before he could change his mind or let the terror take over. "I'd do it," he repeated to Dumbledore when Snape opened his mouth to rant again. What I mean is, I can trust Snape. Professor Snape, I mean," he added. I'd trust you to get me out of there," he added quickly to Snape, keeping their gazes level. He knew despite his words that he didn't totally trust Snape yet, but he could choose to, and that's all that really mattered for this to work right. Silence fell on the room in the wake of his declaration, and Harry smoothed his fringe with nervous fingers. Dumbledore looked to be deep in thought, and Snape just looked taken aback. Well, it was really no wonder Harry managed to reason. If he'd heard Snape announcing that he was going to trust Harry with his life, he'd probably be in a state of shock. Of course, Snape promptly adopted a scowl. Harry knew him well enough by now to know that the professor wouldn't believe, for more than 1 second, that Harry really was capable of trusting him. It was Dumbledore who answered softly, "Thank you, Harry, for your bravery." He glanced at Snape, then said, "However, I do agree with Professor Snape that to proceed with a plot of that magnitude would be unwise. We simply cannot risk your safety." Harry nodded, eyes on the table. He felt relief, and at the same time he felt doubt and guilt. The longer they put this off, the longer Harry continued to run. Well, who would Voldemort hunt next in his quest to find him? Would he forget about Harry's neighbors and go after his friends next? Hermione lived in a Muggle neighborhood. Was she as protected as his classmates who had capable wizard parents and the security of magical wards? He didn't think he could live with himself if something happened to her or her parents because of him. "I should go," Dumbledore said. "Discovering more about the possible ramifications of Lord Voldemort's plan is most certainly a priority. I trust that the two of you will be fine for the time being." A response not forthcoming from either Harry or Snape, Dumbledore moved toward the fireplace, and few moments later he was gone in a swirl of flue powder. Harry chanced another glance at Snape, who was still glaring at Harry. Harry shifted nervously. Maybe he should say something. But what? He'd already given a declaration of trust. Any more insistence would serve only to convince both of them of the opposite. Thankfully, before Harry could say something that he'd only regret later, Snape abruptly turned on his heel and swept from the room. He managed to make the move look menacing, even without the benefit of his voluminous black robes. He paused in the doorway and looked over his shoulder at Harry. "Come," he commanded, then disappeared toward the stairs. Harry followed, of course. Where else was he going to go? He'd never be able to sleep with all that was going through his mind, and homework seemed so trivial in comparison to thoughts of Voldemort and capture. Snape had begun gathering ingredients by the time Harry caught up to him in the laboratory. Uncertain what was expected of him, Harry lingered in the doorway, watching Snape's methodical movements. It didn't take the professor long to gesture for Harry to take up his usual spot against one wall of the lab and to hand him a sheet of instructions. An exceeds expectations student should theoretically have no trouble brewing this potion. It is time to prove that your grade was not a stroke of luck or the result of cheating, Mr. Potter, Snape announced briskly before moving to his own set of empty cauldrons. The comment could have been entirely snide, prompting Harry to respond with a sarcastic response of his own, but Snape hadn't said it with his usual degree of malice. It was a good thing, too, Harry reflected, because his heart wasn't into coming up with a retort. And so, with a shrug, Harry got to work, wordlessly chopping ingredients alongside an equally silent Snape. It only took a few minutes of starting his brew and chopping ginger roots for Harry to acknowledge to himself that he was grateful to have something, even if it had to be potions, to keep his mind occupied. Having something to do besides thinking about Voldemort, or even worse, explaining to somebody else what he was thinking about Voldemort, was, well, it was nice. Not that he would admit to Snape that he just thought of potions as nice, of course. Anyway, he still didn't enjoy it enough to understand why Snape spent so much time at it. He could maybe understand why it had such a calming effect upon the man, though. Harry figured it had something to do with Snape's love for solving problems and puzzles. Well, maybe all it took to make Snape bearable was a puzzle to solve, but the part of potions that Harry was beginning to enjoy was the mindless repetition of it all. Chop this, grind that, stir once or twice. It gave the mind a well-needed rest. "What is your greatest fear, Potter?" Snape's voice broke the silence. Startled, Harry turned toward the professor. "Ha! It seemed to me a simple question. If you require repeating, however, No, I heard. IW. What do you want to know that for?" Harry didn't particularly like thinking about what Snape could want with the answer to that unexpected question. "You recently asserted that despite my knowledge of certain aspects of your life, I do not, in fact, know you." Snape pierced him with a stare so sharp that Harry immediately looked away. "Though I lend no credence to your vision, you nonetheless have suggested to the headmaster that you and I, may be approaching circumstances in which we shall be forced to trust each the other. You that I will, in fact, deliver you from the Dark Lord's hand and me, that your fragile grasp on occlumency will not destroy both our lives. In light of that, I am well aware that despite your heartfelt declaration earlier today, you are not prepared to trust me." Harry thought for a moment, then decided not to lie. "Okay, fine, maybe not. Maybe I'm not really ready to trust you, but I want to, and don't our choices define our actions? It's what Dumbledore says anyway, and I believe that." "Noble sentiment, Potter," Snape sneered. "But noble sentiments mean little without proof. Prove to me that if the headmaster forces me to proceed with such a foolhardy plan, you will not destroy our chances of succeeding through a momentary lapse in your resolve Tarchus." Harry didn't answer. He couldn't answer. There was no way was going to confide something so personal to Snape. He clamped his lips together in silent refusal. Snape stalked over to Harry, stopping short of touching distance, so that Harry was forced to look into the dark tunnels that were his eyes. "I am well aware of the impossibility of you, Harry Potter, willingly depending upon me in such a situation. Our past does not support your trust, and my performance as the Dark Lord's servant would not earn it. You must realize that in a plan such as yours, The Dark Lord would use you in some capacity as a further test of my loyalty. If that were ever to happen, he stressed, I must know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you would not reverse your decision to see such a plan through to the end. I don't get it, Harry said, unable to look away. You want me to prove that I won't give you away by telling you my greatest fear. How will that? I want you to prove your readiness by handing me a weapon and trusting me not to use it. But you will, Harry insisted. As soon as we get back to school, you'll use any weapons I give you. You're a Slytherin, and you keep trying to make me think like one, too. Well, maybe I'm not as cunning as you want me to be, but I'm smart enough to know that words are just words. You can say all you want that you won't use it against me, but when the time comes, we both know that you will. Snape's eyes gleamed with something nearing triumph as he responded simply, As you say, Mr. Potter, words are just words. You can say all you want that you will rely upon me, but when the time comes, we both know that you will not. Harry opened his mouth to reply, but he shut it when he couldn't think of a good enough retort. Now you see, said Snape, turning back to his potion with an air of finality, how foolish an idea it would be to surrender, even with a man on the inside. It is time to give up your fantasy of playing the martyr. But the vision said. Snape stirred the contents of the nearest cauldron with one hand, his back to Harry. The vision does not matter. Even if it did, we would not embark on an urgent undertaking unless you could first prove to me that you were prepared to see it through to the end. But what about you? What about me? Well, you said yourself a few minutes ago that I'm not the only one who needs to trust. You need to trust me too, right? So, what about you? How are you going to prove to me that you wouldn't ruin the whole thing by doubting that I'll do my part? If I've got to prove I can make the choice to trust you, then don't you have proved the same thing to me? I do not. Yes, you do. Harry didn't even care that he sounded childish, so indignant was he at Snape's double standard. No, I in fact do not, Potter. Snape turned back to face him, glowering. I am your elder and an accomplished spy. I am quite capable of making sane judgments under extraordinary pressure. Yao will complete this conversation because, quite simply, if the Dark Lord ever forces me to torture or maim you, the knowledge that I am not utilizing what I know to be your greatest fear will serve as a reminder to you that we are on the same side. Harry blinked at Snape's passionate speech. "O-H-U-M, oh, was all he could say at first. Well, why didn't you explain it like that in the first place? I did. Snape sounded thoroughly exasperated. Ah, well, no, you didn't. I.D. Snape rubbed the bridge of his nose in obvious frustration. After a moment, he snapped, Just answer the bloody question. What good is it going to do answering a question if I don't even know what point I'm proving to you? Harry pointed out. If this question isn't only so I can prove to you that I trust you now, but more so you can prove to me that I can trust you later on, well, that's a different way of looking at it, isn't it? I would imagine this would aid in both points, eventually, Snape snapped. Harry thought for a moment, not caring about Snape's impatience to get this conversation over and done with. He studied Snape for a moment, then looked away. You know, for all your claims to always be thinking Slytherin-y. Slytherin-y is not a word, Potter. Yeah, okay, Harry said. So for all your claims to be thinking Slytherin-y all the time, I'd have thought you'd start out with the best way to get me to answer the question, rather than beating around the bush so much. And I'd have thought you would see what beating around the bush has to do with cunning. Not the way you defined cunning yesterday. Well, okay, it's not like you really defined it exactly, Harry corrected, but you're always thinking about how best to get what you want. I'd have thought you'd figured out by now, sometimes being upfront with somebody is the best way to get what you want. Are you trying to teach me a lesson now, Potter? Snape questioned, and Harry couldn't decide if the man looked amused or affronted. Maybe a little bit of both. Well, Harry figured either one of the two was better than the anger that radiated just under the surface. Harry couldn't help half smiling at the humor of the situation. Yeah, Yeah, maybe I am. Lesson in being Gryffindor. He chuckled before he could stop himself, then immediately straightened his face with a swift glance at Snape. Still no overt anger. He let out a small sigh of relief. You know, Professor, just judging from everything you've got to have done for Dumbledore and the Order, and risking your life, and all as a spy and everything, well, that's got to take an awful lot of bravery. Snape's eyes narrowed swiftly, in suspicion of what sounded dangerously close to a compliment. I mean, I was just thinking, for someone who hates Gryffindor House so much, Harry paused, collecting himself for the amount of trouble he was about to be in. Well, you'd have the main quality of a Gryffindor. Snape visibly shuddered. I am a Slytherin, Potter, not a sodding Gryffindor. Do not try to assign attributes to me which I do not possess. I am not in the least foolhardy or headstrong, as is practically every last member of that pompous house. Yeah, well, I'm not a bully, Harry shot back. Snape crossed his arms, jaw set stubbornly, before he deigned to answer. I do not recall having accused you of being such. Exactly. Harry couldn't stop himself from getting worked up now. You yourself told me that people are sorted by their positive attributes, not their negative. Well, the sorting hat wanted to put me in Slytherin because I had a thirst to prove myself, not because it thought I had the makings of a bully. So me saying you've got Gryffindor in you doesn't mean I'm saying you've got all of what you think are the bad qualities. Snape narrowed his eyes again at Harry. Are you trying to articulate that you are paying me a compliment, Potter? Harry flushed. I'm just saying, well, I mean it. Just struck me, is all you know, that maybe you're not as totally Slytherin as I always thought. Just like I'm maybe not as totally Gryffindor as you always thought. Or, something like that. Harry flattened his fringe as his ramblings trailed off. What had he been thinking, opening up this whole can of worms? He closed his lips firmly, determined not to open them again unless he absolutely had to. Snape leaning his back against his potions table, arms still crossed. After a moment, he spoke quite suddenly. I do not like you, Potter. The timing, if not the statement itself, was unexpected enough to cause Harry to look up. Before Harry could fully process it, Snape continued his calm bluntness. I hated you, in fact, from the moment you were born. I will not bother denying a fact which we both know to be true. I would have been quite happy had you never come into existence. It wasn't like Snape's words were surprising or anything new, so why did Harry feel as if he'd been stung? Gee, thanks. Way to earn my trust, he muttered darkly. Despite that, Snape continued as if uninterrupted, I have never wished harm to come to you. Harry stared for a moment, then shot back, like hell you haven't. Well, not permanent harm at any rate, Snape conceded. Harry just glared at him that time. Snape threw up his hands. Fine, Potter. I have never wished death on you. Are you quite happy now? Harry stared for another moment. Dare he say what was on his mind? And then he figured he may as well, if he'd been thinking it anyway while staring into the eyes of a Legilimens. I don't believe you, he stated simply. The only reason you maybe don't want me dead right now is because of the war. Other than that, you'd kill me yourself. Don't bother denying that's a fact. We both know, either. Snape held his gaze for a long moment, and at the man's silence coupled with his piercing black stare, Harry felt a sudden chill consume him. Oh, God. Maybe it was the confusion of the past few days, but even as Harry had said the words, he sort of didn't want to believe them anymore. Only now, looking into those cold eyes, he thought that maybe it was true. He backed up a step, hardly aware that he was doing so. I am not going to harm you, you foolish boy, Snape hissed. His eyes still bore into Harry's. What is wrong with you? One moment you are headstrong, more foolish than brave, and the next you are cowering out of fear. I wasn't cowering. No, Potter, Snape agreed with surprising speed. You do not cower, but you wear your emotions on your sleeve. I have learned in the past few days that I do not perhaps know you as well as I previously thought, but that one thing I have known since the first day you set foot in my classroom. I always knew when you were angry enough to nearly lose control or intimidated enough to not fight back. It is a weakness that the Dark Lord will use and exploit if you allow him to see it. That said, Snape turned back to his potions, visibly giving up on the fruitless conversation. After a moment, Harry half-heartedly returned to his ginger roots, feeling stupid for his rash assumptions. It was just that look in Snape's eyes. Harry knew he'd hit a nerve. Either he was right, and Snape simply had enough self-control to not kill him before the war was over, or he was wrong, in which case there was something else driving Snape's hatred of him. He'd never put a lot of thought before into why Snape disliked him, only that the professor was a git and that he didn't like Harry's dad. But he saw with real clarity at that moment that the person Snape hated wasn't really Harry. How could it be? He'd never bothered to know the person Harry really was, separate from his father or his schoolmates. Snape had merely decided long ago that Hugh and Tedto hate him, so he looked for reasons to justify that hatred. Why do you hate me, sir?" he asked before he could talk himself out of it. He braced himself for a sneering retort, but he suddenly really wanted to know. It struck him how surreal it was to even ask. Only a week ago, he'd have rather died a gruesome death than pose such a question to Severus Snape. Snape's movements paused, his back still turned to Harry. He turned slightly so that Harry could see his profile, his sneering profile. Harry rushed on before Snape could deride his question. "Look, Professor, you know now that I'm not spoiled, and you admit I'm not the best student or rule follower, but I'm not a complete idiot." Harry winced at setting himself up for a scathing retort. He quickly added, "You hated me before you ever met me. It had nothing to do with me. So what is it? My dad. Is that it? Is it all about him? Or Sirius, maybe? Did I meet you as a baby and pull your hair? What?" In contrast to the outrage Harry expected to see on Snape's face, the sneer on his profile actually turned to a smirk. "What?" Harry questioned, then started. "Wait, did he meet you as a baby?" Snape turned all the way round, crossing his arms as he leaned against the counter. "Once, I sneered, you cried. It was very satisfying." No, Harry was uncomfortable. I didn't know that," he responded lamely. "It was after the death of your parents," Snape offered guardedly. But he offered, and it was more than Harry had expected him to offer. Harry barely knew what to say. "I thought I was brought to my aunt and uncle right away. How could we possibly have met?" Snape shifted, and if Harry didn't know better, he'd have thought Snape looked a bit nervous. Then it dawned on him. "You went to see me after I was with the Dursleys?" he asked incredulously. Snape hesitated a moment before admitting, "I needed to know with my own eyes that the rumors were true." He lifted his chin a bit, though it didn't erase the distinct air of discomfort that surrounded him. "Very few people in our world knew about your relatives. I was one of them, so I went." Harry couldn't think of anything to say to that. The thought of Snape going to see him as a baby was, well, it was weird, to say the least. "If I had wanted you dead, Potter, I easily could have killed you then," Snape stated evenly, and Harry felt his eyes pulled back to the professor's black gaze. "You were unsupervised in your relative's yard, barely walking and unaware of the danger a visitor represented. I could have lured you away from the wards which surrounded you, but I did not. I did not harm you then, and regardless of the consequences I will exact upon you for wasting perfectly good ingredients on your failed potion, I have no desire to harm you now." Harry spared a glance at his potion, the murky substance in his cauldron attesting to its failure. Never mind that it was Snape himself who had distracted him from it. Harry didn't want to change the subject, though. There were too many important things to think about. "You don't want to kill or maim me, fine. But why do you hate me?" "What do you fear?" Snape countered. Harry crossed his own arms, mirroring Snape. "Are we doing the question for a question thing again?" "No, I do believe we are beyond that, Potter. From now on, you will answer my questions because you have made the tremendous claim of being able to choose to trust me, despite all past and recent actions denying that fact. You will answer my questions, because otherwise I will refuse to even listen to any stupid, reckless ideas your juvenile brain may conjure up." Harry jerked his head. "You mean you'll consider the plan if I answer you?" "It means that if Professor Dumbledore's research comes up with something to corroborate your vision's claims, I will then consider the possibility of its merit." Figuring that was the best he was going to get, Harry reluctantly relented. Unfolding his arms, he leaned onto the counter as he considered his response. "My Bogart is a Dementor," he began carefully, thinking. "Remus says that means my greatest fear is fear itself. But lately I think my biggest fear is actually, well, death." "Death," Snape repeated blandly. "How ordinary of you. I'd think that you, with your rash behavior and penchant for attracting and looking for trouble, usually the kind of trouble involving the threat of mortal peril, could come up with a horror you fear more than a jaunt through a veil." "It's not that," Harry denied automatically, blanching a bit at the mention of the veil. He pushed an image of Sirius's last moments from his mind. "I mean, not like you're thinking. It's not like I want to die or don't get scared about the idea, you know. It's just, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean my own death." He took a deep breath, then dived in. "I meant death of people around me. They always die. Take my parents and Sirius, for example. Just when someone starts to care about me, they leave me and I never see them again." And Harry looked away from Snape while he tried to come up with the words to describe what he was feeling. "And it's, pretty much always my fault. And that's what scares me. I'm afraid that something I do or some wrong decision I make is going to be what kills my friends. Or that just knowing me might be what ruins their lives. See, I never had friends before I started Hogwarts. Not even one, not really. So I really need them. I need my friends. But maybe they'd be better off not knowing me. And, that's what scares me." The lab was silent for a long moment. Harry couldn't meet Snape's eyes after what he had just confided. Just as he felt he was going to die of embarrassment before getting a response, Snape said briskly, "Thank you. You may resume your work. Empty the contents of your cauldron and begin again." Harry did look up then and stared. "Wait, that's it. I tell you all of that, and all I get is a thank you. You may resume your work." "I am sorry, Mr. Potter. Were you expecting to jointly commiserate over your confessions? I was under the impression you understood that I was not arranging the question as an introduction to a heart-to-heart chat." "Well, yeah, I know that, but—" "But what, Mr. Potter?" Snape fixed him with an inscrutable stare. "I heard your answer. It was enlightening. Now resume your brewing." Harry turned back to his ruined potion as he was told, but not before muttering a few choice words under his breath. Of course, hadn't been expecting to talk about it, but he had been expecting. He didn't know, some sort of acknowledgement, maybe. An answer to his own question, at least. "It's not exactly like that," was the easiest thing in the world for Harry to confess. Or, well, it shouldn't have been easy to confess. Harry stopped his cleaning as a thought hit him. Maybe that's what was so bothersome. Even though his confession had been hard to vocalize, it wasn't nearly as difficult as it should have been to confide such a thing to his hated potions professor. Wash starting to trust Snape. Like really trust him, not just claim to. Harry shivered and shook his head. No, he hated Snape. He'd sworn to hate him forever. He turned his head to stare at Snape's back. He hated the snarky, greasy git, didn't he? Didn't he? Before he could think up a proper answer, he hissed and closed his eyes at a sudden, sharp pain in his scar. The last thing Harry felt before delving into Voldemort's angry mind was a warm body catching him as he collapsed. Chapter 22, Harry Potter's Heart. He was standing in a large, dimly lit room, two wizards trembling at his feet. Rage overtook him, consumed him until nothing else existed. "Fools!" he screamed, and the wizards flinched. "There were 6 of you, 6, and yet only 2 of you returned to me. Tell me," he lowered his voice dangerously, "how the Order could have known, could have been so prepared to attack without their spy to feed them my plans. Tell me." I do not know, my lord," stammered one of the wizards. We were ambushed. They were upon us before we. Enough! He was through playing games. The ridiculous order had succeeded in defeating yet more of his men, and he was no closer to his goal. The boy was too well protected by Dumbledore. The old fool had always underestimated him, had always wanted the young Tom Riddle to be no more than an ordinary, average half-blood. Ha! He defied those expectations, become Lord Voldemort, the most powerful wizard on earth, and yet still Dumbledore thought that he could be outmaneuvered. Well, the old fool was wrong. The boy would yet be his. Harry Potter had a fatal weakness that even Dumbledore was too blinded by adoration to see as a flaw. He could see, though. Oh, yes. He knew just where to strike. Potter, push him out of your mind. Occlude now. A voice called to him, separating him for an instant from the boiling rage. But the voice was not stronger than the anger, which quickly engulfed him again. He smiled as he called more of his followers to him. Only fools allowed their sentiments, so Khalid love, to stand in the way of their ambitions, and the boy was undoubtedly a fool. They would strike now. Not at the boy, no, not at Potter. That was proving more costly and time-consuming than necessary. They would strike at Harry Potter's heart. Potter, listen to me. Remember our lesson. Concentrate on the touch. Use it as an anchor to draw yourself from his mind. Potter, can you hear me? The touch. What touch? The combined rage and thrill lessened for an instant, but before he could consider heeding the voice, a new wave of intensity swept over him. He laughed in anticipation as one by one the cloaked figures of more and more Death Eaters appeared before him. Welcome, my loyal servants. Prepare yourselves. It is time to draw out the boy once and for all. Harry, you must listen. Control your mind. Pull it away from his. Now. The voice was clearer and more insistent. He could no longer ignore it. He mentally grasped for something, not knowing what precisely he was searching for, when all at once he discovered it. Cloves, lilac, dirt, and clay. Strangely, it was the faint, almost undetectable spicy waft of cloves mixed with the earthy scent of soil and plant that brought him to his own mind once again. He breathed deeply. Slowly his senses became clear, drawing him up, away from the darkness of Voldemort's rage. Harry opened his eyes. He blinked into a pair of familiar black eyes, and it wasn't long before he registered an increasingly familiar pair of arms holding him on the laboratory floor. He closed his eyes for another moment, took another deep breath to steel himself against his splitting headache, and pushed himself to a sitting position. I did it, he said numbly through a painful haze. I got out. What did you see? Snape asked. He removed his hands from Harry, but he still knelt beside him. Harry blinked, rubbing his searing scar. His head hurt something awful. What did you see? Snape repeated impatiently, but at least this time he withdrew his wand to summon a potion from the cabinets which lined one side of the room. Drink, he ordered, holding a vial directly in front of Harry's shaking hands. Harry obeyed wordlessly, or rather, he tried to obey. No sooner had he taken the vial from his professor than it slipped through his fingers. Snape caught it with his lightning-quick reflexes, but not before half of its contents spilled to the floor. Harry cringed, but Snape didn't say anything as he summoned another vial. Drink, he ordered again, holding the vial while Harry gulped down the contents. He felt a calm instantly spread through his body, starting in his middle and flowing all the way through to his fingers and his toes. He breathed deeply, involuntarily leaning toward his professor as he did so. I need to know what you saw. Snape's voice was gentle but still urgent. It was the Dark Lord, was it not? Harry nodded, but the nodding made him dizzy, so he stopped. Everything felt fuzzy and distant. He tried to figure out why, but it just made his brain feel even more muddled. Potter, Snape's hands grasped his shoulders, and Harry was sure he saw concern. But then again, things were a bit fuzzy right then. You are in shock. What did you see? I must know. Now, there was a modicum of fear along with the concern, and perhaps that was what drew Harry from whatever state he was in. Those weren't the main emotions, one associated with Professor Severus Snape. Harry absently noted that despite the potion's effects, his entire body was still shaking. Vald, he was angry. He licked his dry lips. He was really, really angry. I think he lost some Death Eaters to some kind of trap set by the Order. Harry watched Snape carefully for any sign of knowledge of a trap, but the man's face was unreadable. That is all. Snape pierced him with a stare. There was nothing else. Harry shook his head automatically, then stopped. No, wait. He was calling his Death Eaters. He has a new plan he's working on, but he didn't say what it was, only that. He halted mid-sentence as an image came to him, an image he'd glimpsed in Voldemort's mind as he pulled away from its grasp. He opened his eyes wide, panic setting in. The burrow, Harry gasped. His wild eyes met Snape's. He's going after the Weasleys. Harry often had nightmares growing up, but the first one he vividly remembered occurred on the evening of his 6th birthday. The Dursleys had ignored the special day, as usual. Dudley probably hadn't even realized it was Harry's birthday, for he had forgotten to gift him with an extra punch for the occasion. In fact, there really was nothing extraordinary about the day except for the bicycle. Dudley's new bicycle was red, with black lightning bolts on the sides and shiny new handlebars with brakes, and the first time Harry saw it, he wanted nothing more than to ride it. For weeks it had been all he could think about. He could almost feel the wind on his cheeks as he raced it down the sidewalk in his mind. He imagined the looks of envy on the neighbor kids' faces when he would squeeze the hand brakes, and it would skid to a stop right in front of them. In his daydream, they came up to him to admire the bicycle, and they were so impressed that they wanted to be his friends, and they didn't even care when Dudley tried to scare them off because they were impressed by how well he rode the bicycle, and besides, they liked Harry. Looking back, Harry wasn't even sure if what he'd wanted more was to ride the bicycle or to finally have friends. Either way, he should have known better than to try. He was 6, old enough to have learned by experience what would happen if the Dursleys found out. He'd never ridden a bicycle before, and when he crashed down to the sidewalk on his first try, he barely felt the skinned knee through the feeling of sheer terror that washed through him. The bicycle was scratched. There was a huge scrape right through the center of the lightning bolt, and anyone could have heard the crash, and he didn't see anyone, but that didn't mean no one had seen him. The Dursleys would find out, and he was already hungry and didn't want to be sent to bed without food again that night. And what if they decided not to let him leave the cupboard to go to school in the fall, and then panic set in? As it turned out, the Dursleys never found out, but Harry dreamed that night that they did. In his dream, they found out and decided they'd had enough of him and sent him to an orphanage that was run by a big, ugly giant of a man with crooked teeth and a wart for a nose. Harry was surrounded by boys his age, but every time he tried to make friends with one, the boy would turn his back on him or laugh, along with the tall wart man, at how stupid Harry was, until finally they all left. He was all alone and friendless, and then even the wart man left because Harry wasn't worth the trouble, and the orphanage was old and scary, and it closed in on him until it was smaller than his cupboard, and he couldn't ever leave, and he was so frightened, and he was sure he was going to die there. Harry woke up after an eternity, plastered in sweat, and he never tried to touch Dudley's bicycle again. Harry was 16 now, but he felt like his 6-year-old self again, trapped in an endless nightmare. Only this one was real. He couldn't wake up from the real world, couldn't make it better by gasping or screaming or thrashing or changing the direction of his thoughts. Waking nightmares weren't always worse, he reasoned. At least when he'd been captured by Voldemort after the Triwizard Tournament, he'd been able to fight back. He'd been able to escape. The sleeping kind of nightmares didn't always afford him that luxury. In dreams, just when you thought you'd beat the bad guy, another one could come to take his place. You'd die, and the people you loved would die, and you would wake up and realize it was all a dream only to have to relive it the very next night. It was awful. But when the waking nightmare was to sit and wait and hope that people he couldn't touch in a place that he couldn't see were surviving an attack that he could only imagine, that was real torture. He had been waiting in the drawing room for what seemed like hours after Snape had disappeared in a cloud of green flue powder, and yet the hands on the clock moved at a frustratingly slow rate. Snape had told him to stay put while he left to warn Dumbledore and the Order about a possible attack on the burrow. Harry had wanted to argue. He needed to go too. His friends were in trouble. He had to do something, but he had bit his tongue and agreed to stay put, knowing that Snape wouldn't leave until he'd won the argument anyway. The Weasleys didn't have time to wait for Harry to fight a losing battle. But now that Snape was gone, all Harry could do was wait and feel useless as his best friend's family was attacked, maybe even murdered. He increased his pacing. He'd have welcomed anything, any word of what was happening, but all he heard for the longest time was the sound of his own racing heartbeat and pacing footsteps. By the time the flue finally flared to life, he'd very nearly devolved into a panic attack. As each head of red hair exited the flue into the drawing room of Grimmauld Place, he'd breathed that much easier. First Fred and George came through, followed by Ginny and several Order members, then Mrs. Weasley, her face streaked with soot and lined with worry. He remembered her face clearly when he looked back on that day, but not as clearly as the face that came through next. For years to come, his nightmares would be haunted by the white, lifeless face of his best friend in the whole world. Ron wasn't dead. Somebody rushed to assure Harry as his limp, gangly body was carried through the flue. He was breathing. But the instant he took in how many downcast eyes set and grim faces wouldn't meet his eyes, he knew what they really meant. Ron wasn't dead yet. And try as he might, Harry found himself in the midst of another nightmare, one from which he could not wake. It was ironic, Harry decided later that day. All he had wished over past the week and a half was for anybody but Snape to show up and keep him company. But now that Grimmauld Place was full of people, he just wanted to be left alone. The old house was filled to the brim with tension, anxiety, and mood swings. Harry didn't cry. He wouldn't let himself with so many worried faces looking on. But by mid-morning, he had given up on hiding from hugging arms and teary embraces, mostly from Mrs. Weasley, and by mid-afternoon, he had given up on getting any information out of the close-mouthed Order members rushing to and fro. In a sense, the unhelpful adults were helping him to keep his fear and grief under control as he channeled those emotions into anger instead. Anger that no one would tell him what had happened or let him know what was really wrong with Ron. The anger he felt toward the adults, combined with the rage he felt at Voldemort, coursed like fire through his veins. The only thing that kept him from lashing out in a truly magnificent fashion was the teary, worried face of Mrs. Weasley. He didn't want to cause her more pain than she already had to be going on with, so he shut the door on his anger, allowing it to simmer in the back of his mind while he went through the motions of comforting Ron's family. Ron wasn't waking up, and Harry didn't need to be a Legilimens to know that all the sideways glances and deflection from the adults around him added up to the fact that no one was sure if he ever would. And the adults weren't the only ones giving him sideways glances. "What?" he said more fiercely than he usually would have spoken to Ron's little sister. "Tell me what's on your mind or stop staring at me, Ginny. Please," he added more softly, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of her brother upstairs and the tears she'd been blinking away at random moments. Ginny turned away, a tinge of pink on her cheeks, and laid out some playing cards on the drawing-room table. It was some sort of solitaire, and the cards kept getting up and giving suggestions if she took too long to make a move. They sat in silence for a few minutes, Harry on the sofa and Ginny at the table. As the only two minors in the house, they had been directed to stay in the drawing room during each of the day's Order meetings. Fred and George joined them at intervals, but even they weren't in much of a mood to play games or visit, and they usually retreated fairly quickly to join the adults in the kitchen. Darby couldn't even distract them with his antics, for the house elf had been occupied running errands for Order members all day. Harry heaved a frustrated sigh and stretched out his legs, staring at the ceiling. This not being able to do anything was not helping his mood. He took a deep breath, then another, and glanced at Ginny in time to see her quickly avert her eyes again. He couldn't even snap at her for it this time. She looked so wary of his temper. He leaned his head back to stare at the wall. "Sorry," he said after another minute of silence. "I didn't mean to bite your head off. I'm just on edge, I guess." "It's okay," she murmured quietly. "We all are." He heard her shuffle a few more cards around the table. "Do you?" She cleared her throat and asked hesitantly, "Do you think he'll be okay?" He opened his mouth to give her the standard vague answers the adults had given him. "He'll be fine. They're taking good care of him. Give it a little time and a healer, and he'll be racing you down the Quidditch pitch." Harry shut his mouth with a snap. He knew by the way they wouldn't meet his eyes that they were only lying and deflecting his questions, which had only made him more worried and more angry. He wouldn't do that to Ginny. "I don't know," he said finally. I think it's pretty bad." Ginny nodded, blinking rapidly as she moved another card. The card sat up in annoyance and demanded that she move it to a different spot, and she quickly covered it with another card. It grumbled but stayed put. "SOIS Snape tutoring you then?" Ginny asked in an almost normal voice, and though Harry wasn't keen on discussing Snape, he was glad for the change in topic. "Not really. Well, I guess kind of." Harry closed his eyes against a budding headache. "He worked with me on clearing my mind last night, and I've helped him in the lab some. He's not exactly tutoring me, though." Ginny said nothing for a few minutes, then said softly, "George told me we're staying here now, at headquarters, until school starts. With you and Snape." "Yeah," Harry cracked an eye open. Has he heard anything about Hermione?" Ginny shook her head and swiped at a tear on her cheek before moving another card. Harry sighed again and stared at the ceiling, though the light didn't help with the pounding in his head. He had to fight to hold back another wave of anger. Ron and Hermione were his best friends, but the adults couldn't be bothered to tell him the truth about either one. They wouldn't even answer him when he asked a basic question, like if they knew where Hermione was. He was starting to get a stomachache to go along with his headache, just thinking about what could have happened to her by now if Voldemort had decided to target her family after failing with Ron's. He sat up abruptly. "I'm going to lie down. I'll be in my room if anyone's looking." He waited just long enough for Ginny to nod, then he retreated to his room. Though he supposed it wouldn't be his room for long. He'd probably be sharing it with both of the twins now that Ron would need a room to himself. He flopped back on his bed. He didn't want to stay there but didn't know where else to go, and he felt overwhelmingly lost in Sirius's old house. He couldn't face Ron's shell of a body, interrupt Mrs. Weasley's grief, or deal with Remus, half answers just then. Remus had been a constant presence that day along with various members of the Order, and Harry knew he was in the kitchen now. But the man had given him the same answers all the adults were giving him. Empty reassurances, no details, and urges to go back into the drawing room and let the grown-ups worry about such matters. Harry was sick of it. His frustration came back full force, and with it came the urge to throw something hard. If only Sirius were here. Harry knew his godfather would have found a way to tell him what was going on. The danger and thrill of the war would be too much of a temptation to him to hold back, and the other adults' overt concern for Harry's well-being would be an afterthought to his godfather. Sure, Sirius was more like an overgrown kid at times, not really like the father substitute that Harry had initially wanted or needed, but at least he had told things like he saw them. He wouldn't have walked on eggshells or acted like Harry couldn't handle the truth. Yes, Sirius would have told him the truth. Why couldn't anyone else see that he could handle it? Although Harry sat up as a thought entered his mind. Unlike everybody else here, that man didn't have any reason to coddle Harry. He certainly hadn't tried to lighten bad news in the past out of any concern for how Harry would handle it. If anyone would give him the information he sought, it just might be Snape. Excitement made his heart beat faster. The professor still might not like him, but they'd at least had to get used to each other over the past couple weeks. Being sought out by Harry Potter wouldn't be quite as shocking to his system as it would have been a few weeks ago. And he'd seen the man leave the kitchen for his lab several hours ago. Mind made up, he charged into the hallway before he could rethink his plan, but he came to an abrupt stop in front of the closed door of Snape's lab. Harry wasn't sure of the protocol. Snape hadn't taken to closing the door of his lab as much lately, so often was Harry in there with him, but Harry had not seen it open even once the entire day. He knocked, shifting from one foot to another as he waited. He knocked again, and before his knuckles had finished their rapping, the door swung open and Harry nearly fell forward into the room. "What do you want?" Snape glowered at Harry. It was obvious by the dozen or so cauldrons throughout the room that Harry had interrupted him in the middle of quite a bit of work. He decided not to be put off. "I want to know what's wrong with Ron," he demanded, opting for the direct approach. "No one will tell me anything." He lifted his chin. "I'm not a little kid. I can handle it." Snape didn't move for a moment, still glaring, until he spun on his heel to stir the nearest cauldron. "Close the door," he barked. Harry wasn't certain if that meant he should enter and then close the door, or if he was being told to leave, but he opted for the former. He took a couple steps into the lab and closed the door softly behind him. The room was a bit hazy. The cauldrons were filled with various substances, none of them quite the same. Ingredients were scattered about the counters in an orderly fashion, some chopped and some waiting to be prepared. Snape was checking each cauldron in turn, stopping to stir one methodically before moving on to the next. As he was being ignored and had already asked his question, Harry awkwardly stood in the room, not certain how he should proceed. He cleared his throat. "Aye." He was cut off by a sharp, silencing gesture from Snape, who proceeded to ignore him again. Harry grumbled under his breath. He wasn't sure how he was going to get his information if he wasn't allowed to talk. After fidgeting for a few seconds, he grabbed a knife from the nearby counter. If he wasn't being told to leave, but he wasn't allowed to speak, he couldn't think of many other options than to chop some ingredients. At least if he did it well, it might help his chances at getting Snape to give him information. As he began to work, he half expected Snape to tell him to stop. When the man merely ignored him and continued working on his potions, Harry found that he was grateful. He hadn't known how much he needed this, a mindless something to keep his hands busy and his body away from the melancholy that permeated the rest of the house. The silence was refreshing, and neither wizard tried to break it as they worked side by side in the potions lab. Runespore eyes were disgusting and messy and slimy and squishy, Harry thought an hour later, which made them loads more satisfying to smash than the usual boring ingredients. Why weren't they on the normal curriculum for potions class? It wasn't like they were difficult to manage. He smashed another, and instead sent the slippery orb flying across the room into the wall, barely missing a steadily steaming cauldron. His eyes darted to Snape, whose narrowed eyes were already trained on him. "Mr. Potter, explain to me the properties of Runespore eyes," the professor demanded. "Do not stutter. I believe made its properties clear you only 10 minutes ago." Harry cleared his throat. "They are unstable, and they require a steady hand or else they blow things up." Snape stared, and Harry got the feeling the man was less than impressed with his paraphrased description. "Quite," he finally answered simply. "They blow things up, particularly when carelessly thrown into nearly complete medicinal potions. Are you trying to obtain more bandages, Potter?" Harry gently rubbed the bandage on his hand. He shook his head and issued a polite, "No, sir," not eager to upset Snape further, not while he still wanted information on Ron. Snape narrowed his eyes, though Harry was becoming familiar enough with the professor's expressions to know it wasn't the sort of eye narrowing that meant Harry should start ducking or running. It was the sort that meant the man didn't fully accept Harry's response, but wasn't going to hop on it. Sure enough, he ordered, "Use more caution," and turned back to his potions. Harry couldn't hold back a small grin. He didn't know quite why, but being able to read Snape had lightened his dour mood a bit. Perhaps he could develop this summer into a new skill set, Snape mood reading. He could just imagine the trouble he could avoid getting into in potions if he knew just what buttons he could push and when. However, the thought immediately sobered him up. He'd almost forgotten no potions next year, which meant no becoming an aura either. Mood properly spoiled, he retrieved the wayward Runespur eye and concentrated on not blowing anything up. At least not until he got Snape to answer his questions. They had already been working for more than an hour, and Harry was prepared to stay all night if he needed to. As it turned out, he didn't have very much longer to wait. Only 10 more minutes passed before Snape's alert, methodical movements began to relax into a calm, steady watchfulness. It was a subtle change, but one Harry was learning to associate with the end of the professor's brewing sessions. He focused more intently on his own task, senses on high alert for Snape to finish completely. Snape soon stood over Harry's work, inspecting it for precision. Harry figured he must have done all right, as the professor's only comment was to instruct, clean your space. Preserve the pulp with 2 drops of solution. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He followed the instructions as quickly as he could carefully do so and waited patiently. At least, he hoped he appeared to be waiting patiently for the man to finish up his own cleaning. A few moments later, Snape leaned against his table and crossed his arms. He fixed Harry with a level stare. "What precisely do you desire to know?" he asked. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. He'd expected to have to convince Snape to talk to him. A weight lifted off his shoulders. "I want to know what happened at the Burrow," he said, "and I want to know what's wrong with Ron." Instead of answering, Snape motioned for Harry to come closer. "Your hand," he directed simply, holding out his own. Harry quickly obeyed, holding out his injured hand for inspection. As desperate as he felt, he'd probably have handed over his Marauder's map just then if it would have helped him get answers about Ron's condition. Snape carefully removed the bandage and prodded and poked at Harry's hand for a moment, then pronounced it nearly healed. He released the hand to summon a small jar of cream, which he promptly handed to Harry. "Spread this salve on the wound tonight and twice in the morning, once before breakfast, once after," was his crisp order. Almost in the same breath, he said, "The headmaster dispatched members of the Order to the Burrow, by which time the attack had only just broken through the wards. They managed to hold off the Dark Lord's forces long enough for the Weasleys to escape. Your Mr. Weasley was hit while fleeing to safety." "Hit with what?" Harry asked quietly and perched on a nearby chair. "They attempted repeatedly to target the younger Mr. Weasley. Even after the order had arrived, all offensive attacks were concentrated on him. He might have been killed or captured if it had not been for the insanity of his brothers in setting off some absurd blasting contraptions. They were fortunate in not killing him themselves, the idiots," Snape sneered, though without his usual malice. Harry had no idea what contraptions he was referring to, but it was obvious that the twins had distracted the Death Eaters with some of their inventions. Harry sucked in a much-needed breath, thankful for their quick thinking. "Captured," he grabbed hold of that word. "Do you think they meant to capture him?" "We do not know. It is one possibility." Snape didn't have to say any more for Harry to know that if that had been Voldemort's plan, it would have been for the purpose of arranging some sort of trade or trap for Harry. He bowed his head. "The other Weasleys suffered no lasting harm," Snape continued. "One of the twins was physically accosted, but managed to escape. Part of a blasting curse caught the young Miss Weasley unawares upon commencement of the attack. However, after a few applications of burned salve, she has no doubt recovered to be her usual impertinent self." Harry's heart sank even more if that was at all possible. Ginny had been hurt too, because of him. He wondered why she hadn't told him. And Ron," he prodded again, still scared to know the answer. "What's wrong with him?" Snape's face remained impassive, clinical even, his arms crossed over his chest. "He is in a comatose-like state. as you have no doubt ascertained. As soon as we determine the specific curse that has led to his condition, treatment will be administered." "You mean," Harry cleared his throat, willing his voice not to break even as it rose in pitch, "they don't even know what curse hit him. He was hit with a Death Eater curse, Professor. It could be killing him right now." "Yes," Snape's blunt reply cut through Harry's rising panic. "It could be." His steady stare was unapologetic at the harsh reality of his words. Still, the way he didn't look away from Harry as he said it made it somewhat easier to hear, because at least Harry knew he was being told the truth. Harry let it sink in. "I have to do something, Professor," he said. "I have taught us something. I don't know what, but I have to do something." "What you have to do is calm yourself," Snape responded matter-of-factly. "There is nothing you can do that the Order is not already doing for your friend." Yeah, he tried to calm his racing heart. Snape's right. They're on it. They're figuring it out. "No, I can't just sit here," he exploded. "There has to be something that I can do." "Like turn yourself over to the Dark Lord," Snape hissed. His eyes glittered dangerously. "So help me, Potter, if you so much as attempt it." "I didn't mean that," Harry huffed. "I'm not stupid enough to just call up Voldemort." "The Dark Lord." "Why do you care so much what I call him?" Harry yelled. He felt the last strands of his temper snap, and unfortunately for both of them, Snape was in its crosshairs. "It's just a name." "It is not just a name," Snape said through gritted teeth. "It is his name, and my reasons for not wanting it spoken are my own. As my student, you will respect me in this." "Oh, because you've always respected me so well, haven't you?" Even as he realized he'd lost all thought of self-preservation, Harry couldn't seem to change course. It was as if all of the stress and anger of the day had converged into his chest at once, and the only way to relieve the pressure was to lash out. "Well, I'm not your student anymore, am I? No potions for me next year. I bet you're thrilled about that, aren't you? No Potter to bully or intimidate or blame for all your problems. No, I guess you'll have to find some other pathetic soul to harass. Good thing there's a fresh new batch of first years for you to pick from. Some poor, naive little Hufflepuff might do the trick." "You're hysterical, Potter. Get out before I throw you out." Snape didn't move, just pointed to the door. Harry could see the coldness in his eyes, but it only spurred him on. "You're not even a Death Eater anymore. It's not like Valdem." "Don't say that name." Snape launched himself at Harry and stopped short of touching him. His lips were white with rage, and all Harry knew was that it matched the rage in his own heart. He almost didn't regret pushing the man past the point of safety. "Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldem," he yelled, and stopped abruptly as his head was thrown to the side by a sharp slap. Startled, he stumbled back, drawing a hand up to his stinging cheek. He felt his rage dissipate, as if startled from his body by the physical jolt. Snape stepped back as well, his face white, his hands shaking. His eyes were wide, and despite their history, despite their long animosity, Harry knew that Snape was as taken aback by the slap as he was. They stared at each other for a long moment, the sounds of their sharp breaths mingling in the air, before Harry turned and fled out the door, not bothering to close it behind him. He ran down the short hallway, up the steps, until he reached the topmost room of Grimmauld Place. He barely noticed the dusty odds and ends of the attic as he collapsed against a battered old trunk, and finally gave in to the grief he'd kept at bay since he'd seen Ron's pale, lifeless face come through the flue. The tears flowed freely, and he didn't even bother to wipe them away. Chapter 23. Resolve. It was dark by the time Harry emerged from the attic, and the house was quiet as he padded down the hallway toward his room. He'd skipped dinner, but nobody had come looking for him. They had other things to be worrying about than him, he knew, and he was grateful that nobody else had been there to witness him sobbing like a baby. Now that his tears were spent, he felt lighter somehow. Not better exactly. He still felt the heavy weight of worry and fear. But he couldn't muster up the burning anger that had simmered beneath the surface all day. In its place was a heavy cloud of exhaustion. The uncertainty of Ron's fate had been difficult to hear, but as Harry had lain crying, he'd felt a bit of hope shine through the cracks of his worry. It was somehow easier to know that the adults were baffled rather than to think that they knew for sure Ron was dying and had been keeping it from Harry. If they didn't know what curse had hit Ron, then there was still a chance it wouldn't be lethal. There was still a chance they'd figure out how to save him. Harry clung to that hope like a lifeline. And it wasn't lost on him that he wouldn't have that hope if not for Snape. Harry groaned miserably. He knew he'd acted like a prat to Snape. The man had given him more honesty and information than the whole of the rest of the Order, and he'd thrown it back in his face with a childish tantrum. Although he would never understand Snape's insistence on not using Voldemort's name, Harry wasn't actually angry about it. More like exasperated. He didn't understand the man's resistance. But angry? No. Harry had been angry at Remus for treating him like a child, angry at Dumbledore for probably directing the Order to keep him in the dark, angry at every other adult in the house for brushing him aside as if he were delicate, as if he couldn't handle it, as if he hadn't already dealt with life and death on more than one occasion. Oddly enough, Snape was about the only adult that Harry wasn't angry with, even after the man had slapped him. He rubbed his cheek at the memory, though the sting had long since faded. He wondered if he was nutters for not being even a little bit put out. It wasn't exactly the done thing for professors to hit their students. Still, he'd probably deserved it. He'd known better than to provoke the man so thoroughly. He might even have been hysterical, as Snape had pointed out. If anything, the whole thing had been Harry's fault. He stopped outside his bedroom door and ran a weary hand through his messy hair. Just when he and Snape had begun to make progress, started to get past some of their hang-ups, and maybe even started to build a tiny bit of trust between them, Harry'd had to go and mess it all up. He leaned his head against the coolness of the door frame for a full minute, then quietly opened the door. The twins were there, and asleep, the sound of soft snores echoing through the room from a newly transfigured bunk bed. He tiptoed to his bed, pulled the covers over his head, and after far too long, fell into a restless sleep. Breakfast the next morning was a solemn affair. Mrs. Weasley, despite everyone's attempts to persuade her to rest, had created a lavish feast. Only it was far more lavish than the setting or the situation required, which only served to remind everyone of the fact that things weren't, in fact, normal. Snape was nowhere in sight, but Harry and the rest of the Weasleys were joined by Remus and Tonks, for which Harry was grateful. It helped to have some non-Weasleys at the dinner table so that Harry didn't feel like an intruder to their grief. Tonks especially was good at lightening the mood. Though not always on purpose, Harry reflected as her arm bumped suddenly into Remus, causing a forkful of egg casserole to projectile from his hands and cling to the ceiling. Harry ducked from his place next to Remus, narrowly avoiding a bit of cheese that fell to land on the floor between them. Oops! Tonks eyed the offending bit of food on the ceiling as pieces of egg dropped onto Remus' head. "Scourgify. Sorry," she muttered, though her apology was somewhat ruined by her stifled laugh at Remus' expense. She had cleaned the ceiling, but his hair was now completely mussed and sticking out on one side where he'd wiped off the egg. Ginny giggled, and the twins even managed to grin. A glance at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, however, showed that they hadn't noticed a thing through their distracted eating, and the table quickly turned somber once more. Harry took the opportunity to study Ginny for a few minutes. Snape had said she'd been burned, but he couldn't see any evidence of injury. She wasn't acting injured, at least not physically, and he decided with relief that she really was all right. "So, Harry," Remus said quietly, as soon as Tonks began awkwardly thanking Mrs. Weasley for the delicious meal, "how are your studies coming along?" Harry stopped chewing for a moment and looked up at Remus. Homework. He couldn't help the rude thought that Ron was upstairs fighting for his life, and Remus wanted to know how Harry's homework was coming along. Just as quickly as he thought it, he pushed the resentment aside and swallowed his food. Remus was doing his best to deal with the situation, he knew that. They all were. Harry took a deep breath before he answered, intent on not losing control of his emotions again. "Es all right, I guess," he answered, matching Remus' quiet tone. Ginny and Tonks had started chatting in falsely happy tones about the latest all-witch band to hit the wizarding music charts, with George, or maybe Fred, half-heartedly interrupting to complain about their tastes in music. If anything, the false happiness in the room intensified the atmosphere of grief. Remus watched him, obviously expecting more of an answer, so he went on, "I've got my defense and transfiguration work done. Still have herbology and charms. I'll get to it, though." Remus nodded and smiled. "I'm certain you will. And potions. Has Professor Snape been any help to you in your assignments for his class?" "Ah!" Harry looked down at his food and stirred it around with his fork. But he was saved from answering by Dumbledore striding through the door of the kitchen. All conversation about music and homework stopped as everyone said their hellos to the headmaster. He didn't acknowledge the rest of the room until he'd greeted Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and asked how they were faring in this difficult time. It was a rhetorical question, everyone knew, but Harry could see that both appreciated it nonetheless. His greeting to the room at large was brief, and then his eyes set on Harry. Harry felt like squirming, but he didn't. He didn't look away either. Merlin only knew what the headmaster needed, but he wouldn't be here unless it was something important. "Harry," Dumbledore addressed him quietly, his eyes gentle, "might I please have a word?" Harry nodded, silently following the older wizard out of the kitchen. Once in the drawing room, they sat across from each other, and Dumbledore immediately offered Harry a piece of candy. "No, thanks," he said politely, waiting as patiently as he could to find out why he'd been pulled aside. "I would ask how you are faring this morning, but we are all of us faced with trying circumstances just now, aren't we?" Dumbledore placed several pieces of candy on the table in front of Harry anyway and sat back, sadness in his eyes. Harry looked away and shrugged, but then he remembered what he really needed to know. "Can you tell me where Hermione's at, sir? Mr. and Mrs. Weasley say she's fine, but they don't seem to know anything more." Dumbledore gave him a reassuring smile. "Miss Granger and her parents are well, Harry. They are under order protection at the moment. No doubt you will be able to see her soon." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The Weasleys had been distracted every time he tried to broach the subject, but he could tell that the headmaster was telling the truth. He sank back into his seat. "And I assure you, Harry, we are doing everything that we can for young Mr. Weasley. If there is an answer to be had, we will find it." Harry took a deep breath and nodded. "I know, sir. Thank you. I, in fact, discussed the matter quite at length with Professor Snape this morning," Dumbledore said casually as he unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth. "Why, you did?" Harry looked up at that to find Dumbledore's watchful eyes on him. He couldn't stop his hands from fidgeting, so he shoved them under his legs. "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. He had several ideas about what may have caused Mr. Weasley's condition, and as we speak, he is working on several potions that, when administered to Mr. Weasley, may help us to narrow down what ails him. Harry let out a small breath and even halfway smiled. Hearing that they weren't going to give up was one thing. Knowing that they already had ideas and were actively working on them was far better. "So that's good, right?" he asked hopefully. "How soon until he'll know if any of them worked?" "The first will be done this afternoon. The longest brew may not be complete for several weeks. However," he said at Harry's alarmed look, "several brews will be complete between now and then, and we are also working on gaining information through other avenues." "What other avenues?" he asked immediately. "Avenues that at present will remain known only to members of the Order," Dumbledore said gently, but added, "I only wanted you to be reassured that we are, in fact, working on it." Harry took a deep breath and let it out. "Thank you, sir," he said finally, and he meant it. "It helps." Dumbledore gave him an understanding smile, then his face became solemn. "Professor Snape and I discussed a few other things this morning, Harry." Harry stiffened and braced himself for a lecture. Snape had told Dumbledore all about how Harry had lost his temper. He just knew it. "I feel that I owe you an apology." Dumbledore took a deep breath and let it out again. "Another apology, we'll say. They do seem to be adding up, don't they?" "An apology?" Harry asked with a frown. "What for?" "I seem to have made a habit of putting you in the care of those with whom you cannot feel perfectly safe. I thought it a necessary evil when I placed you with your relatives, but I had placed my utmost trust in Professor Snape's ability to overcome his animosity toward you in order to provide you with safety and protection. I can't tell you how much I regret that he could not do that, Harry." Harry was taken aback at the sadness in Dumbledore's eyes. He was also confused. Was this about Snape slapping him? He thought it must be, because he couldn't think of anything else it could be about. But it wasn't that big of a deal, really. Not enough for Dumbledore to be this upset about it. Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for a reply. Harry cleared his throat. What exactly did Professor Snape tell you, sir?" "He told me that he lost his temper and that he struck you." The headmaster's face showed a weariness that Harry had only seen a few times. "Harry, I know that it may mean little to you, as much as you have been harmed by the adults in your life, but I must tell you how very regretful Professor Snape is that he hurt you." Harry wrinkled his nose. Snape? Regretful? He was positive Snape hadn't planned on hitting him, but he wasn't sure he could picture him regretting it. "I think you should know." Dumbledore paused to conjure up 2 glasses of pumpkin juice. He pushed one toward Harry and took a sip from his own. "Professor Snape admitted to me that he has seen a different side of you this summer." "I'm the same as I've always been," Harry pointed out automatically. "Yes." The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched up. "You may be adept at keeping secrets, but you have never been one to hide your true character and personality from the world. It is a compliment," he added at Harry's narrowed eyes. "While I do wish I had known more particulars about your home life before now, your character has always been one of honesty, fairness, and bravery. I believe that Professor Snape is beginning to see you as I have already long known you to be." "Only because he knows about the Dursleys." Harry couldn't keep a touch of bitterness from his voice. "He thinks I'm abused," he said, as if the word offended him, which he supposed it did. He didn't see himself that way, and he hated that anyone else might have a right to. "Now that he knows about my summers, he's just replacing one view of me with another. Last month, I was a spoiled, arrogant bully. This month, I'm a poor, pathetic weakling. What'll it be next month?" He shut his mouth, having said more than he'd intended to say. He hadn't realized until just then how much this idea bothered him. It wasn't as if he needed Snape to like him, but they had been more civil lately, and Harry had been starting to appreciate that. Was it ending as abruptly as it began? In part because Snape decided to get yet another false idea in his head about Harry. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, and waited until Harry looked up. "I know this past year has not been easy for you. I am not so obtuse as to think that Professor Snape had nothing to do with that." His eyes shone with regret. "I also know that you would rather that he hadn't stumbled onto certain parts of your life these past few weeks. You have borne the pain and humiliation of recent events tremendously well. All the same, if I could have spared you from it, I would have." Harry blinked quickly and looked away for a moment. He hadn't been on the receiving end of such guilt in Dumbledore's eyes very many times, and he wasn't keen on reliving it. "I have received multiple updates from Professor Snape during your time here, Harry. Our conversations are confidential, of course, but you must allow me to say this. Professor Snape definitely does not see you as weak or pathetic. And he is not one to believe that people are defined only by past abuses committed against them. His recent glimpse into your life has caused him to reevaluate some of his assumptions of you, to be open to forming new conclusions. That is all." Harry released a slow breath. That didn't sound so bad. "Which is why I had hoped that you two would finally learn to work together," Dumbledore said sadly. "I am so very sorry that my hope resulted in your pain. Professor Snape will be moving out of Grimmauld Place as soon as he has completed today's potions work, and— What? Harry was too surprised to feel bad about interrupting. Moving? Why? Doesn't he need to stay at headquarters? There are other safe houses he can move into for the time being. He understands that my priority right now is your safety. My safety? From him? Harry asked, wide-eyed. He felt a sudden wave of guilt that by pushing Snape too far, he'd lost the man Dumbledore's trust. There was a lot he still didn't know about Snape, but he gathered that Dumbledore's trust meant an awful lot to him. It was just a little slap, Professor. He didn't try to murder me or anything. Dumbledore gave him a sad smile. You have received far too many slaps in your life, Harry. I would not have you to think that they are normal or acceptable. Did he tell you what I said last night? How I was taunting him. He didn't just up and lose it on me for no reason, you know, he felt the need to point out. There is never an excuse for physical abuse of a student, orphanage-held Harry. Professor Snape knows my stance on that, and he has taken full responsibility for the incident. The incident? That sounded so severe. What does that mean exactly? Harry asked slowly, frowning. Is he in trouble over it? The specific consequences will remain between me and Professor Snape, Dumbledore said firmly. But for now, he will no longer be responsible for you this summer. Now that the Weasleys have arrived, you will have plenty of supervision. They are, of course, distracted by recent events, but I expect that you are old enough to keep up on your schoolwork and a clumency reading without prompting. Harry heard the mild warning in those words and decided he wasn't going to test them by being lazy in the coming weeks. But homework wasn't foremost on his mind right then. The word consequences was reverberating through his mind. Snape wasn't going to be fired, was he? Or put on some sort of probation? And would he be as safe from Voldemort somewhere else as he would be at headquarters? Not that Harry would usually have been upset over any of those questions, but this time he felt responsible. He realized that he hadn't thought too much about the events of last night. Snape had, apparently. Maybe Harry should have too. He hadn't seen it as a big deal. Snape's side of it, anyway. Was he crazy to have pardoned Snape so quickly? Was he really just some poor abused kid who couldn't spot the difference between normal and messed up adult behavior? Maybe he was. He didn't even know for sure anymore. But he had good instincts that he did know, and his instincts were urging him to trust Snape. Maybe not trust him, like not completely, but to trust him in this. Despite their animosity, and despite Snape's obvious bias against him all these years, Snape had helped him and protected him more than once this summer, and other Harry had even urged him to trust Snape. One slap, a reaction that Harry thought he might have even deserved, didn't change that. Not in Harry's mind, at least. Dumbledore was watching him, letting him speak when he was ready. His words were halting as he tried to figure out how to put his thoughts into words. Professor, I think you ought to hear my side of what happened too, don't you? Before you decide to punish Professor Snape. The headmaster studied him for a moment. By all means, my boy. If you wish to confide in me, I have no other wish than to hear you out. Well, he opened his mouth, then closed it again. He didn't really know how to start. He finally settled on, I was really frustrated all day, you see. With Ron being, his voice broke and he cleared his throat. I was upset. And nobody would tell me what was going on, what was wrong with him, where Hermione was, or anything. I was just tired of getting the runaround all day, and I just felt myself getting angrier and angrier. He looked down in embarrassment. Far worthier men than you or I have felt such emotions, Harry, Dumbledore reassured him. It was a natural reaction to the day's toll. Harry gave a jerky nod. I went to Professor Snape because I figured he might give me the answers nobody else would. He's done that before, you know. He doesn't treat me like I'm fragile or like I can't handle the truth. I guess I've come to appreciate that, Harry admitted. He looked up through his fringe. Dumbledore gave him an encouraging smile. He answered my questions. Well, I guess you know that, since you talked to him. Anyway, there we were, just talking, and I started going off on him for being a bully in class. And then I mentioned Voldemort, and he wanted me to call him the Dark Lord, like he always does. And it wasn't even that big of a deal in the moment, I suppose. But I just felt all of that frustration and anger from the rest of the day boiling up. And I yelled Voldemort's name at him over and over, and I should have known better, and that's why he got angry at me. So it wasn't really his fault, you see. I shouldn't have acted like that. Dumbledore gave him a small smile. Your tendency toward compassion never ceases to impress me, Harry. Thank you for telling me the truth of events, and I am glad that you understand how disrespectful your actions were. However, he paused until Harry looked him in the eye. I stand by what I said earlier. There is never a good reason for a professor to physically accost a student. I hope that you know that. Yes, sir, Harry murmured. Head'd know that. And he also knew that Snape had done far, far worse to him over the years in the classroom and got away with it. He really was the worst sort of bully, belittling him and taking unfair points and smashing his potions assignment. But for some reason, all he could think about was the forthcoming Snape of the last few days, and of the second prophecy, and how other Harry was sure that Harry needed Snape if he was going to survive what was to come. Good, Dumbledore nodded. Now then, I'll speak with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley about your homework arrangements. Like I said, you'll be expected to keep yourself on track. What about second chances? Harry asked abruptly. I know some things just aren't done, and you're the headmaster. You can't turn a blind eye to things that your professors do. But don't you think sometimes people should be given a second chance? Harry spared a thought for how surreal it was that he was trying to argue Snape's case. Dumbledore's eyes softened. You really do have a good heart, my boy. That wasn't an answer, but it also wasn't a refusal, so Harry charged on. I know a thing or two about being hit by a grown-up, sir, he said, and managed not to blush or look away. Dumbledore already knew enough about his childhood. No sense shying away from it now. I've also felt my fair share of fear around Professor Snape. But last night, I didn't feel afraid of Snape. Professor Snape. Not even after he hit me, and definitely not like I do sometimes with Uncle Vernon. See, Vernon gets some sick pleasure from hurting me. It's his way of feeling bigger and better than me, I think. But Professor Snape, well, yeah, he can be an awful bully sometimes. But last night, I think Voldemort's name triggered something in him that didn't have anything to do with me. It was like he was desperate to stop it, and he reacted without thinking. I don't know what his problem is with using Voldemort's name, and I don't understand why he was so desperate, but I really don't think he meant to hurt me, only to protect himself in some weird, twisted way. He certainly didn't look like he was glad he'd done it. He took a deep breath and looked Dumbledore straight in the eye. I don't think he should be written off for this, sir. I think you ought to give him another chance, just like you're giving me another chance after I was a prat to him. Dumbledore said nothing for a few moments, only studied him with assessing eyes. When he finally spoke, it was to ask, if I were to do as you ask, Harry, you do realize that you would still be subject to Professor Snape's authority for the remainder of the summer. Given recent events, are you truly comfortable with that? Harry couldn't help a smirk, which he quickly wiped from his face. All last term, he would have done anything not to have lessons with Snape, and Dumbledore certainly hadn't cared about whether Harry was comfortable or not back then. Now all of a sudden he cared. Although he supposed that it actually sort of spoke to how much Dumbledore had trusted Snape, that he hadn't actually thought Snape would physically lash out at Harry until after he did. Or maybe Dumbledore was treading more carefully these days after knowing about the Dursleys. Yes, that was almost certainly it. All this overreacting about a little slap likely had more to do with the fact that both professors now knew about Harry's life with the Dursleys than about anything else. Whatever the reason, Harry answered, "Yes, sir. I think so. Besides, my vision self seems to think it's important that I figure out how to work with him, right? I don't see how I'm going to do that if he's miles away in some unplottable safe house." Dumbledore continued studying him until he finally nodded and slowly smiled, a slight twinkle in his eyes. All right, Harry. If that is how you truly feel about the situation, then a second chance it will be. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. I'll speak with Professor Snape now and inform him that he can stop packing his lab. Would you like to accompany me? Harry quickly shook his head. The last thing he needed was for Snape to think he had done him some sort of favor with Dumbledore, or even worse, that he was trying to lord it over him. Dumbledore smiled and stood. He reached out to pat Harry's shoulder before he left. The kitchen was considerably louder when he returned. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were nowhere in sight, but Fred was balancing atop a chair and gesturing wildly while Tonks, George, and Ginny shouted out random words. Ooh, Hungarian horntail. No, too big, hippogriff. Griffin, Ginny shouted so loudly that Remus jumped from where he was sitting at the end of the table, immersed in a book. Got it in 9, said Fred with a grin. He hopped off the chair and gestured for Ginny to take his place. Watch her, Harry, Tonks waved. Join us for a game of wizard charades. Thanks, maybe I'll watch for a bit. He moved to sit beside Remus, who smiled up at him. How is Professor Dumbledore this morning? Remus asked. Fine, he just wanted to talk to me about some stuff, Harry said vaguely, his eyes on Ginny's interpretation of what looked oddly like a chicken doing the hula. He's with Professor Snape now. Ah, I didn't get the chance to ask you how Professor Snape is doing these days. Harry shot him a quick glance, wondering if Dumbledore had talked to him about what had happened, but Remus's expression was politely neutral. He's all right, I guess. He helped me clear my mind the other night, he volunteered. I think it worked too. Harry, that's wonderful. Remus reached out to pat his hand. You are making progress. It is also nice to see that you are getting along these days. Harry shrugged, suddenly worried about whether they actually were. Well, they had been getting along better lately, tolerating each other at least. Now, Harry was wondering if they'd blown any chance of staying on that path. He may have forgiven Snape for his part in the debacle, but Snape wasn't exactly known for being the forgiving sort. What if he didn't even regret their argument, just had told Dumbledore about it first to control the source? He'd surely be angry at Harry for acting so childishly the night before, and he'd probably be even more angry at Harry for intervening with Dumbledore on his behalf. Snape wouldn't appreciate being beholden to Harry, of all people. He'd absolutely despised being beholden to James. And then Harry had a thought. What if Snape had Wintetto leave Grimmauld Place? He'd been stuck here with Harry for over a week. What if he'd been thrilled to find a reason to move that Dumbledore couldn't say no to, even if it came at the expense of his trust? Would he want to be away from Harry so badly? Harry's stomach started to churn, and he all of a sudden wished that he'd thought more about the consequences before so impulsively asking Dumbledore to allow Snape to stay. And he is helping you with potions as well, Remus prodded, taking up their earlier interrupted conversation. Harry shrugged, not wanting to admit that his grades hadn't been good enough to get into the class. I'm sure he'd be willing to help if you asked, Harry, or I could talk to him if you'd like. No, Harry rushed to answer. No thanks, it's fine, Remus. I've got homework covered. Are you sure? I can look it over if you... I'm fine, Remus, he insisted. Really, I'm doing a little bit each day. All right, Harry, Remus said softly. I'm glad to hear it. Just let me know if you run into any trouble. I don't want you falling behind. Harry felt his hackles rise. He knew he shouldn't have been irritated. Remus meant well. But what did homework or school matter at a time like this? Ron could bedang, because of Harry. And even if homework were his most pressing concern, what business was it of Remus's to check up on him? He wasn't his dad or his godfather or even somebody who'd been in his life in any significant way since he'd left his Hogwarts teaching post. He'd all but disappeared from his life over the past 2 years, as a matter of fact. He stopped his train of thought right there and took a deep breath. He was stressed out and worried and frustrated, and he didn't want to lose control like he had last night with Snape. Remus didn't deserve that, no matter what resentment Harry felt bubbling up inside him. He didn't even know how much of that resentment was a direct result of all the stress and anxiety over Ron. "I'm going upstairs for a while." He stood abruptly, eager to escape Remus as well as the kitchen with its false cheer. He didn't wait for Remus to say anything, just slipped out the kitchen door and up to his empty room. He flopped onto his bed, threw his fist into a pillow, and lay there for several minutes before rolling onto his back. But the quiet only served to compound his heightened emotions. Between being worried about Snape's reaction to staying, worried about lashing out at anyone else, worried about Ron's condition, and worried about who Voldemort would strike out at next, his chest felt compressed, like every breath was an effort. He let out a breath of irritation as some of the emotions he'd fought in Snape's lab returned in full force. He needed Tata something. He needed to do something to help Ron, to fight Voldemort, too. Yet, as soon as those thoughts ran through his mind, a rush of shame washed over him. He knew he needed to do something, but he wasn't doing the one thing he'd been assigned to do, was he? Here he was, frustrated by not being allowed to help in the war effort by the adults, but not once bothering to actually apply himself to learning occlumency. Harry felt ashamed as Snape's words of the other day came back to him. "I see a teenager who has never learned the fine art of applying himself to occupations which may not entirely engage him." For once, he agreed with the scathing assessment from Snape about his lack of drive. Abruptly, he stood and reached for the book he'd left abandoned on the floor, guarding the mind. A beginner's guide to occlumency. He brought it back to his bed, leaned against the headboard, and furrowing his brow, determined that barring an attack on headquarters, he wouldn't leave this room until he'd learned the fine art of applying himself to reading, understanding, and practicing all he could learn from this book. No wandering mind, no distractions, and no stopping except to eat and sleep. Ron needed him, and failure was not an option. Taking a moment to clear his mind of everything else, he opened the book to chapter 4 and began to read with a determination that would have made even Hermione proud. Chapter 24, The Mental Arts. Over the following 3 days, Harry read, studied, and practiced occlumency harder than he'd studied for any of his owls. Even so, he knew that if tested on the amount of information in the book that he actually understood how to put into practice, he would barely scrape by with an acceptable. He still didn't grasp how he was to empty his mind of all thought when all he could think about was his friend lying near death just down the hall from him, or how to let go of his emotions when the worry and impatience never fully left his mind. He tried, though, he really did. What had before seemed a pointless waste of time and energy had a sudden degree of urgency to it, and Harry was through with giving up at the first sign of difficulty. And he was starting to understand a few concepts. A light had gone on in his head when he'd read about the similar mental disciplines required to resist the imperious curse and to fend off an attack by a Legilimens. Snape had mentioned something about that in their first lesson last term, but Harry had been too nervous about the lessons to pay close attention. Reading about the similar skills now gave him renewed hope that maybe he had a chance of learning occlumency after all. He hadn't thrown off the imperious curse without difficulty. Occlumency would certainly involve difficulty as well. But it was no longer impossible, and that thought kept him moving forward in his studies. He was even pleasantly surprised to find that it wasn't all drudgery. Once he got past the dull introductory chapters, there were quite a few fascinating facts about occlumency and tactics an occlumens could use. It wasn't all about fending off attacks, he learned. It was also about mastering misdirection. When he got to the chapter about ways in which strong emotion could be tethered to specific memories, which could then be used to misdirect a Legilimens, he read the chapter twice through and marked it for future study. He knew that skill in particular would come in handy after he had mastered the basics. If he mastered the basics, He held back a sigh at the unbidden thought and mentally corrected himself. When mastered the basics. Because Hewed. He stretched out his legs on the floor of the attic and sneezed as the movement unsettled some dust. He coughed as it resettled itself, and he bent over the book to finish another chapter. Since the Weasleys' arrival, Grimmauld Place had become so full of wizards coming and going and whispering and crying that Harry was hard-pressed to find a place to read his book or practice occlumency without interruption. Even his room was out most of the time, now that he was sharing it with both Fred and George. Harry didn't much mind the arrangement, but being on top of one another did make it difficult to get any studying done during the day or to practice clearing his mind at night. And so each day he'd found himself sneaking up to the attic, the one place nobody else in the house ventured to go. Everybody else was so distracted by Ron's condition and the aftermath of the attack on the burrow that as long as he made an appearance at mealtimes, nobody seemed to mind where he went off to during the day. Ginny threw him curious glances sometimes when he would sneak off, but she never asked him, and for that he was grateful. He hadn't made a point of knowing Ginny very well before the last school year, but he was quickly coming to learn that she rarely missed a thing that went on around her. It was a product of being the youngest in an active house, perhaps. He was also gaining an appreciation for her way of knowing when not to push for answers. "Harry," said a voice behind him. "Ara," he yelled, snapping the quill in his hand. He spun around, then widened his eyes. Hermione, what ray you?" "Sorry." Hermione took a step back from where she was standing, just inside the room. She clenched her hands awkwardly in front of her, and her red-rimmed eyes skimmed over the dusty attic. "I didn't mean to startle you. I thought you'd heard me come up." He stared for another moment before his brain caught up to him, then he stood and opened his arms. Hermione gave him a watery smile and let him envelop her in a hug. Neither spoke for several seconds, and it felt so nice, Harry thought, to know that he wasn't alone. Hermione knew exactly how he felt about Ron. Neither of them was alone in this. Hermione pulled back first, sniffing a bit and wiping her eyes on her sleeve. "I'm glad you're all right." "You too," Harry said with a small smile. "It's, nice up here," she said doubtfully, as she carefully sat in the least dusty spot on the floor that she could find. "It's quiet." Harry sat back down. "How'd you know where to find me?" "Mr. Weasley," Hermione said simply, and at his raised eyebrows explained exasperatedly. "You didn't expect anybody to wonder where you've been disappearing to for hours at a time. Of course the Weasleys know better than to forget to keep tabs on you while Voldemort's on the warpath." Harry shrugged again half-heartedly and looked down at his book. "You've, he cleared his throat, unable to meet her eyes as he asked, "Have you been to see Ron?" "Yes," she answered softly, her voice wavering. She sniffled. "I sat with him for a while before I came to find you." Harry nodded, not sure what else to say. He looked up when Hermione laid her hand on his. "It isn't your fault, Harry," she said, her face earnest. He tried to look away, but she shifted so that he had no choice but to look her in the eyes again. "I know you, Harry, I know you, and there's no way you're not blaming yourself right now." "But," she repeated, more clearly this time, "what happened to Ron isn't your fault." He could feel his eyes brimming with tears, and she let him look away this time. It took him a few moments to speak, so worried was he that his voice might wobble. He didn't agree with Hermione that it wasn't his fault. Of course it was. Voldemort never would have gone after Ron if he weren't after Harry. But Hermione would only insist that it wasn't if he pressed the issue. He decided that changing the subject was the best way to go. "Are you here for the rest of holiday, then?" he asked, glad that his voice was steady. Hermione gave him a knowing look, but let him change the subject. "Yes, I already moved my things into Ginny's room. Mr. Weasley spoke to my parents and assured them I'd be safer here than anywhere else. They were quite worried, you know," she trailed off, her hand tightening around Harry's where it still rested. She took a deep breath and let go of his hand, reaching for the book instead. Harry leaned back, and watched her as she strained to lift the huge book to read the title. "Occlumency?" she asked with some surprise as she lowered the book back to the floor. "Is Professor Snape giving you lessons again?" "Not exactly." She gave him a questioning look and he explained, "Well, he helped me clear my mind once, but he's not teaching me occlumency. Dumbledore is, or I mean he will be, when he has time. I'm trying to learn it on my own as much as I can until then." "From a book," Hermione said, a small hint of humor dancing in her eyes. "Yes, from a book," he said, narrowing his eyes. "I can read, you know." "Of course you can," she said in a placating way, a smile pulling at her lips. "And you do it admirably well. It's just not generally your activity of choice, you must admit." He opened his mouth to argue, but thinking better of it, he snapped his lips shut. No need to make a fuss when she was perfectly right. He wasn't nearly as bad as Ron when it came to studying, but he did much prefer learning through experience over learning from books. He sighed, dropping his eyes back to the pages open before him. "I don't know how else to learn it," he admitted softly. "Lessons with Snape last year were doomed from the start, and Dumbledore's away on order business. He sent me a note yesterday that we're starting our lessons the first week of school. But I need to learn it now, and this book's the only thing I've got that'll teach me how." Hermione was silent long enough that Harry looked up at her. She was studying him, and from the look on her face, Harry knew she was trying to decide whether to lecture him about misplaced guilt or some such nonsense. He gave her a sharp look before she could begin, and it was enough to convince her to, at the very least, shelve that conversation for later. She reached for the book again and scooted over so that they both could read its pages. "So, what have you learned, and where should we begin?" He stared. "Well, of course," she said, already flipping through the chapter he had just read. "You need to learn occlumency, and I am going to help you." Don't you want to sit with Ron?" She took a deep breath. "Mrs. Weasley's with him," she said softly, and followed it up with a determined, "Right now, you need me more than he does." True to her word, Hermione helped him for the rest of the day, leaving him only to retrieve snacks and drinks from the kitchen. Harry had always been impressed by her ability to soak up knowledge, but even after 5 years of friendship, he was amazed at how much she was able to learn and explain to him over the course of one afternoon. "Well, of course, it's only theory," she said smartly when he said as much. "I understand what the book says, but I've no idea how to actually put it into practice. According to the book, part of the ability to master occlumency involves having an innate propensity toward the mental arts. You've always shown more natural affinity for that than I have, you know, with your ability to fight off the Imperius and cast the Patronus so young." She looked up from the pages of the book to give him a pointed look, as if anticipating an argument. "That is a spell that requires skill in the mental arts, you know. Any spell like the Patronus, that requires its caster to pull up specific memories or feelings in order to cast, it shares a link with the foundational skills required to master occlumency and legilimency." "Ooh," she interrupted her own lecture to excitedly thumb through a chapter she had been looking for. Harry waited patiently, and a few minutes later she looked up from the book and continued as if she hadn't stopped. "Most of the DA learned to cast the Patronus, of course, but they had to try a lot harder and longer than you, not to mention they were older than you were when you first learned. And still none of us can cast it as well or as strongly as you could at 13. And hardly any fully grown wizards can throw off the Imperious curse. You have a strong mind, and if what this book says is true, Harry, I really do think you might find occlumency easier to learn than you think. You could master it, even, especially now that you actually want to learn it." Hermione's face had grown more excited the longer she spoke, and Harry felt buoyed by her words. They made him a bit nervous, too. What if he proved as bad at learning occlumency as last year and disappointed her? But with her help, he was starting to feel hopeful that Heck could learn this difficult skill. He wondered if this was the right path that he was supposed to be on to keep his doomsday vision from coming true. which brought up another question. How about, he paused, unsure how to phrase the question that had just come to his mind. He didn't really want to talk about his dreams, but he needed to know something. Do you know if divination is linked to the same kind of mental arts? Not tea leaves and crystal balls, he rushed to explain at a skeptical look. I mean seers, prophecies, the real deal. Do you think that somebody with natural affinity for the mental arts might be more inclined toward the abilities involved in divination? Hermione cocked her head as she thought for a moment. Harry breathed a small sigh of relief that despite her general loathing for divination, she was taking his questions seriously. He really wanted to know if all his unique powers and accomplishments were somehow linked. Maybe the possibility that he had an inner eye was tied to his abilities in the mental arts. I don't know for certain, Hermione said slowly, but from how this book talks about it and what I've read of the mental arts, I think there wouldn't be a link between the powers. Not an evident or strong one in any case. Oh, was all Harry could think to say. He looked back at the page Hermione had been reading. The answer didn't disappoint him exactly. He'd just grown hopeful for a moment that one more answer about his strange new power would be explained. But Hermione wasn't done thinking aloud now that Harry had given her a new puzzle to sort out. Prophecy doesn't appear to require discipline of the mind, you know. From what I've read, one either has the gift or one doesn't. Of course, some might disagree. She rolled her eyes, and Harry was sure she was thinking of Trelawney. But seeing is more about opening your mind to a gift you already possess, I think. An inner eye isn't a muscle that just anyone can exercise or develop. You either have it or you don't. But the mental arts, well, anyone can learn them to some degree, can't they? A person like you, with a strong mind and natural talent, just has more innate potential. Harry nodded absently. So his possible seer abilities were something else then. He didn't know why, but now he felt a bit relieved at Hermione's words, if only because he could put other Harry on the back burner for the time being. If understanding his visions wasn't tied to learning occlumency, then he'd deal with it later. Are you thinking about the prophecy? Hermione asked softly, studying him. What? No, Harry waved that off. Just curious. She gave him a skeptical look, and Harry felt his lips curl up a bit. Sometimes having a know-it-all for a friend was annoying, but it still was nice to have such a perceptive friend in his corner. He was thinking of something, but it's not the prophecy, he reassured her. I'll tell you all about it some other time, though, okay? I promise. Just let's focus on occlumency for now, yeah. Harry could tell he had made her curious, but she quickly agreed, and they once more buried their noses in the book, discussing what Harry might be able to use as a mental anchor for an exercise in clearing his mind. Harry, Hermione. Ginny's voice interrupted them several hours later, and Harry looked up, surprised when he saw that the light was fading outside the tiny attic window. Mum sent me to call you down to dinner. Ginny's voice was directly below the attic, and Harry grimaced at the proof that they really did know where he'd been disappearing to for the past few days. Coming, Hermione called down as she jotted a few notes on one of the pieces of parchment she'd laid out next to the book on a newly clean section of floor. Harry had been amused earlier when she'd made him hold the book up so that she could sweep. The idea of working with a dirt-smudged book or parchment had elicited an actual shudder from her. We'll work on the principles outlined in Chapter 14 next, do you think? She said as she put her quill carefully to the side of the parchment and stood, stretching both arms. Since you're still having difficulty clearing your mind, it might be helpful to skip ahead to some of the mind-strengthening exercises and circle back. Yeah, that sounds good, he said as he stretched out his legs, stiff from sitting on the hard floor for so long. When she started toward the stairs, he stopped her with a hand on her arm and waited until she looked at him, a question in her eyes. Thank you, Hermione, he said, with as much sincerity as he could. You've already helped me more in one afternoon than I've managed in 3 whole days on my own. Hermione smiled and gave him a quick hug before preceding him down the stairs. Dinner was a solemn affair, as usual, and by the time Harry and Hermione reached the kitchen, they all but lost their feelings of excitement at making progress. It was easier, sequestered away in the attic, to imagine that the world was going on as usual, and the most pressing concern in the world was to study. And it was pressing, of course. A clemency was very pressing for Harry right now. But coming downstairs, being around the Weasleys, all he could think about was the latest reason why it was so pressing. Ron. "How is he?" he heard Hermione whisper to Ginny as they settled at the kitchen table. Ginny shook her head sadly, which was all the answer they needed. Harry felt a familiar rock settle in his stomach, and he reached for a bowl of stew if for no other reason than to reassure Mrs. Weasley that he didn't need, looking after on top of everything else. He barely looked up as the door creaked open, but he did a double take as Snape stepped through the door. Harry hadn't seen so much as a glimpse of him in days, not since. Well, since the incident, as Dumbledore had called it, and it wasn't for lack of trying on Harry's part. He'd knocked on the professor's laboratory door several times, but it had remained closed and locked. It was just as well. Harry didn't know what he'd meant to say anyway. It was clear that Snape had been avoiding him. Harry usually would have been just fine with that, but he found himself curious about Snape now in ways that he hadn't been before. He felt the strangest urge just then to say hello and ask how the man was getting along with his potions. Thinking of the reactions that would garner, not only from Snape, but from the rest of the occupants of the kitchen, he quashed the thought and looked back at his food without saying a word. He watched Snape from the corner of his eye, though. The man didn't stay for more than half a minute. He walked in, accepted a plate of food from Mrs. Weasley with a murmured thanks, and walked right back out again. He didn't look at Harry once. Harry had no idea why that bothered him. He sighed as he chewed on a bite of stew. He felt more jumbled up than ever. He didn't know if he was supposed to hate the man or be grateful to him, argue with him, or pepper him with questions. He also didn't know if Snape was holding a grudge against him after his behavior the other night, or maybe a grudge against him for interfering with Dumbledore. It was all very confusing and certainly wasn't helping his ability to focus on clearing his mind. He took another bite of food without tasting it and looked up to find Hermione studying him. He could already see new questions forming in her mind and couldn't imagine how he'd be able to answer them when even he was confused about things. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the attic again, she asked, "Snape's still at Grimmauld Place, then?" When Harry merely shrugged, she went on, "Professor Dumbledore didn't say anything about it when he spoke to my parents. Of course, why would he? We were all rather focused on Ron." Her voice broke slightly, but she kept on, "and also on you and the war and me possibly being in danger." She trailed off before back to the point. "I've wondered how you two managed to get along after we left last time. You haven't said." Harry started to shrug again, not in the mood to go into it, but he stopped himself after a glance at Hermione's curious face. She was being the best friend a guy could ask for, helping him even though he was the reason Ron might be downstairs dying. He owed her something. "He's been okay," he answered lamely. "Okay," Hermione repeated slowly. Harry looked up. "Well, better than okay, actually. I mean, by Snape standards. He's still a right git, but he's helped me out a few times." "Really?" Hermione's eyebrows rose in surprise. "So are you and Professor Snape ONUM good terms now?" Harry smiled at her incredulous tone. "I wouldn't say that. More like tolerant terms. Yeah, tolerant. I haven't seen him in a few days, but for a while it's like we'd figured out how to tolerate each other, most of the time. We kind of had to, being in close quarters and all." He purposely didn't tell her about their last meeting. He wasn't sure he wanted to until he'd managed to get Snape to talk to him again. Hermione studied him for a few seconds, looking as if she wanted to say something. Harry ducked his head and absently flipped a page in the occlumency book. "If things are better now, and he's already helped you out." Hermione paused, seemingly searching for the right words, and Harry tensed, knowing exactly where her mind was going. "Why? Well, why couldn't you resume your occlumency lessons now? No, Harry said immediately. No, he said firmly. I might not mind too much spending time in his potions lab these days, but no way am I letting him into my mind again. Dumbledore trusts. No, Hermione. He made an effort to keep his voice down, not wanting to yell at her. I know Dumbledore trusts him, okay? That's not the problem. I'm not even sure I'd trust him anymore. I even think it's possible he might actually be on our side now. I know, breathe. Doesn't mean I want him digging around my brain. Do you think I want to let just anybody in my mind see my deepest secrets? Know everything about me? Would you like that? Hermione was silent for a moment, then softly answered, No. No, Harry, you're right, I wouldn't. Harry nodded, ready to get on with studying, but she wasn't done. She laid her hand on his arm and gave him such an earnest look that he knew no matter how much he disagreed with what she was about to say, he'd listen. I wouldn't like it, but I'd do it if it was the only way. And I think you would too. It's not the only way, he weakly protested, waving his hand at them and the book. We're making progress, Hermione. Yes, we are. Hermione bit her lip. Look, I know I've only been helping you for less than a day, but you've been trying and failing to clear your mind for more than half a year now. The more I read about occlumency, the more I'm worried that theory isn't going to help you as much as working with a master occlumens would. Harry rubbed his eyes, tired. He didn't have it in him to argue anymore. He knew she was right. He was proud of the progress he'd made in understanding occlumency, but he was still struggling with the application. Hermione learned through books, but he learned best by being shown how to do something. He still wasn't convinced that Snape was the right person to show him, but logically he knew the man was all he had available to him at the moment. He wouldn't teach me now even if I asked, Harry finally said, defeated. Even if I wanted him to, even if I asked him to teach me again, he's the one who ended lessons in the first place. With good reason, too. I betrayed him, snooped into his memories. So apologize, Hermione said, as if it were that easy, and Harry scoffed. Well, Harry, it's obvious that you feel bad about it. Even if he doesn't accept your apology or agree to teach you, apologizing is the right thing to do when you regret wronging somebody. Yeah, well, I'm not the only one who needs to apologize, he muttered darkly. He knew he sounded childish, but still. Of course not, Hermione agreed. He's been plain awful to you, to all of us, right from the beginning, and he's the adult. He should have known better, but Harry, she patted his sleeve. If we all waited to apologize until the other person did first, even if they're more in the wrong than we are, nobody would ever apologize for their part in anything, would they? Harry thought on that for a moment, and Hermione let him, leaning back to rest her weight on her hands. He finally sighed. I'll think about it. It'd probably come back to bite me, though. He's as Slytherin as they come. He sees plots and plans everywhere. He'd probably think I was apologizing just to spite him or show him up or get something out of him. He paused, mulling that thought over in his head. Which is true, isn't it? If I go in there because I want help with occlumency, he'll know that's my real motivation in an instant. He'd kick me out before I got 2 words out, and fat chance he'd ever even consider. Well, aren't you sorry for real? Yeah, course I am. I was sorry as soon as I did it, but he'll never believe it. You can't help that. You're sincere, that's what matters, and that's all you can be. If he doesn't see it, well, she shrugged. Easy for you to say, he muttered. You're not the one who has to contemplate getting skewered alive for daring to put on an act of repentance to manipulate. Something or other. Though he might actually prefer me to get all manipulative, come to think of it. Head'd want to act more like a Slytherin. Hermione gave him a puzzled smile. Sometime you're going to have to tell me exactly what happened this summer. His thoughts darted to an image of Snape, comically dressed in Dudley's clothes at the Dursleys, and he smiled. He nearly laughed out loud at the memory, but then his mind also pulled up an image of Vernon violently shaking his already bruised body in front of Snape. Yeah. I'll tell you about it sometime. Just not all of it, he tacked on silently. Satisfied, she let the topic drop and began helping him through a mind-strengthening exercise. They stayed at it for several more hours, until Mrs. Weasley called for everyone to get ready for bed. Harry rubbed his temples in exhaustion as they made their way through the house to their rooms. He'd had a bit more success with the third exercise they tried, but even Hermione was starting to show some frustration at how long it was taking them to make real progress. They were used to the cycle by now. Hermione would read a passage aloud. Harry would understand it in part until Hermione explained it to him in simple English. The light would go on for him. He'd beginning practicing, and then nothing. Or maybe some progress, but not enough. Thanks to Hermione, he understood what the book was telling him to do now. He just couldn't quite figure out how it translated into practice. As grateful as he was to Hermione for her help today, he was even more frustrated knowing that even with her excellent help, he still couldn't master a simple mental exercise. Almost without thinking about it, he found himself veering away from his own hallway after he parted ways with Hermione. He soon found himself in front of Snape's closed laboratory door, where he'd found himself multiple times since their argument. A light escaped through the cracks of the door, and Harry heard the faint swish of sound from within. He knocked before he could talk himself out of it. There was no answer, just like every other time he had tried. Snape Definitelli was avoiding him if he could pretend not to hear him at this time of the evening when all was quiet and the house was settling into sleep. It was blatantly obvious to anyone standing outside that Snape was within. He wasn't aventrying to hide the fact that he was ignoring Harry. Taking a deep breath, he said as loudly as he dared, "I'm not going anywhere. If you don't answer, I'll just sit right here and wait until you leave to eat or use the loo." Still no answer. Harry narrowed his eyes and looked around for a place to sit. He was tired and wanted to go to bed, but he could at least settle in for a little while to show Snape that he was serious. He'd no sooner sat down than the door was yanked open. Harry took in Snape's stern face, how his lips were set in a thin line, his hair even more lank and greasy than usual, and then he scrambled to his feet. "Can I come in?" "No, you may not come in," Snape bit out. "I am working on highly sensitive and volatile potions that require my complete concentration." "I could help," Harry offered quickly. The repetitive motion of chopping ingredients suddenly sounded like an excellent way to clear away the stress of his occlumency failures. "I won't be in the way, I swear. You won't even know I'm there." "Highly doubtful," Snape sneered and moved to close the door. "Wait," Harry wedged his foot into the door to block it. "Do you have any dreamless sleep?" Harry didn't need dreamless sleep, at least not right then. Asking for a potion just seemed the best way to get Snape to keep talking to him, and dreamless sleep was the first that came to mind. It worked, as Snape paused and then opened the door a bit wider. "Have you had a vision?" he asked, eyes scanning Harry's face. "No," he admitted. "Just dreams. Not that kind of dreams," he added quickly at Snape's sharp glance. "Just regular dreams." It wasn't a lie. He'd been having bad dreams every night since the attack on the burrow. He didn't intend to use dreamless sleep, unless he had to. But now that he'd asked for it, it did seem like a really good idea to stock up. Snape held the door in place for a long moment, seeming to have an internal battle with himself, before he opened it completely and brusquely gestured for Harry to enter. Harry waved a hand in front of his face and coughed as he walked into the laboratory. It was positively hazy, the air cloudy with some sort of thin mist. He could make out a line of cauldrons, all in various stages of simmering and stasis. Ingredients were lined up before them, some whole, some chopped or crushed. "Are these all for Ron?" he asked. Snape ignored his question as he stalked over to a cabinet in the corner. The sound of bottles clinking together filled the room, and then he walked back over to Harry and handed him a small vial of purple liquid. "Do not drink it all at once. A few sips before sleep will suffice," he instructed, and then gestured for Harry to leave through the still-open door. Are you sure you don't want help? Go to bed, Potter, Snape said, and for the first time Harry could see weariness in the professor's face and in the droop of his shoulders. He thought, seeing that maybe he should do as the man said and leave. But what if Snape continued to ignore him? When else was he going to be able to clear the air? I am sorry, he blurted out before he could talk himself out of it. I know I was out of line the other night, and I'm sorry. Snape stilled, his hand in midair while reaching for the door, and Harry fidgeted in the long seconds before the man turned back around to study him with those all-seeing dark eyes. He was sporting his expressionless face, but he wasn't doing as good a job of keeping it in place as usual, for Harry could still see the edges of exhaustion in his eyes and in the heavy way he moved. He felt a twinge of guilt then. Was he selfish to assume that the professor had been avoiding him? Perhaps he was so busy with brewing and order business that he hadn't had time to bother with Harry's insignificant needs. Now he felt the urge to apologize again, this time for bothering the man's work, but he held his tongue. Who knew how even one apology would be received tonight? He shifted, uncomfortable under the man's assessing gaze. Snape sighed, closed the door, and pointed at a stool near Harry. Sit. Harry nervously sat and watched as Snape cast a few spells over the nearest cauldrons. Several cauldrons continued to bubble and steam, but a few slowed and stopped as they were put into stasis. Snape then pulled a stool over to where Harry was perched and sat opposite him. He jerked up his left sleeve and held up his bare arm. What do you see, Potter? Harry looked up at Snape's face, wondering if this was a trick question or if he was about to be put in his place in some humiliating way. It's your dark mark, sir, he said hesitantly. Yes, Snape said without emotion. Now say the Dark Lord's name. Harry stared, certain that he'd heard wrong, but Snape didn't correct himself. You told me not to. Yes, and you've listened so well to my wishes thus far, Snape said, a slight sneer in his voice. He said again, say the Dark Lord's name. Voldemort, Harry near whispered, and he widened his eyes as the dark mark visibly darkened and seemed to writhe on Snape's arm. The muscles on the man's arm jerked until the dark mark faded back to its normal shade and lay still upon his skin. Snape lowered his sleeve to cover his arm without looking at Harry. Did that hurt? Harry whispered after the silence became too much. Snape gave a sharp nod. It is not unlike a lesser, localized cruciatus, a reminder to the Dark Lord's followers to fear not only the man, but the power that even his name holds over us. Harry blinked, not sure what to say to that. It all suddenly made sense. Every time Snape had flinched at Voldemort's name, or each time he'd hissed at him to call him something else. He was starting to feel a weight of guilt for having goaded him with Voldemort's name so many times, but the guilt was overshadowed by the shock of Snape having revealed something so personal to Harry. It wasn't like him. Snape didn't share anything personal, especially not a weakness, and especially not with Harry Potter. Why did you show me, sir? The headmaster seems to be under the impression that you operate best when given more, not less, information, Snape said, and crossed his arms over his chest. He still wasn't looking at Harry. Professor Dumbledore knows, Harry gestured at Snape's arm. More or less, Snape said, and by the way he refused to elaborate, and from the times Harry had heard Dumbledore say Voldemort's name in Snape's presence, he wondered if this might not be one of the few times when Dumbledore knew less rather than more. Which made it all the more puzzling why he was sharing it with Harry. I really am sorry, Harry said to fill up the empty space, but he was interrupted. The headmaster also seems to be under the impression that you take too much blame upon yourself for the decisions of others. He's an old fool when it comes to you, Snape tacked on, though his sneer seemed forced. However, in this instance, he may be correct. Sir, Harry asked with a frown. My reaction to your misguided attempt to relieve the stress of your situation, Potter. Snape spared Harry a quick glance, then looked away. However reprehensible your behavior, mine was unwarranted, and he paused to clear his throat. It had nothing to do with you. Harry stared. Was that an apology? He wasn't 100% certain, but it sounded as close to an apology as he'd ever heard from the man. He couldn't stop the thought that Ron was never going to believe it, and he just as quickly shoved the thought away. He couldn't think about Ron so casually like that, couldn't wonder if he'd ever get to tell him things. It was too painful. I assume you require thanks for your intercessions on my behalf with the headmaster, Snape said stiffly, arms still crossed, and Harry stared uncomfortably at the rigid way Snape held himself and nearly sighed out loud. Why did Snape always have to make weird situations even weirder by being sophomore whenever things got awkward between them? No, sir. I don't, he finally answered, when it seemed Snape was waiting for a reply. Snape gave a sharp nod. I trust you will respect the confidence I have shared with you tonight. Standing up, he moved his stool back to his work area. Harry couldn't think what to say for a minute. Oh, of course. I won't tell anyone, Professor, I promise. Harry could tell that Snape considered the conversation over, but from Harry's perspective, it had barely begun. He hadn't had a chance to bring up how bad he felt about last year, and the pensive before his half-laid plan was derailed by Snape's personal revelation. Plus, they didn't seem to have cleared the air at all. Snape looked as if he thought he'd done his duty by talking to him. In fact, Harry was starting to wonder if Dumbledore had told him he'd had to as a condition of staying, and now he'd probably go right back to ignoring Harry for the rest of summer. Harry didn't exactly know why that bothered him, but it did. He'd have been overjoyed for Snape to choose to ignore him a mere 2 weeks ago, but now he felt let down at the prospect. Snape had walked over to the door and was holding it open, pointedly looking at Harry, and before he could think what else to do, Harry obediently left. The door clicked shut behind him without another word from Snape, and Harry walked through the quiet house back to his bedroom, feeling even more unsettled than he had before. He was cold. It was dark, and he was cold. For several moments, that's all he knew. A light turned on, and he blinked, yawning. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. A dark shape was coming toward him. He backed up, reaching for his covers, but the covers weren't there, and neither was his bed. Before he could think about where they were, he was suspended in midair by his ankles. He panicked, trying to reach for the knots at his feet. A chorus of laughter reached his ears, and he looked up. All around him were figures in black robes and hooded masks. The Death Eaters were chanting something, but he couldn't make it out. He tried even harder to untie himself, his breaths coming in short, panicked gasps as he heard the slithering sound of a large snake coming toward him. "Harry Potter, you've joined us at last," said a familiar snake-like voice, and Harry tried to move faster, but his arms slowed down until they were frozen in midair. Voldemort reached a hand out to touch Harry's cheek, and he shuddered. His eyes met Voldemort's red eyes, but they melted away, to be replaced by a purple-faced Uncle Vernon spewing spittle as he yelled an undecipherable string of insults at Harry's face. Harry was finally able to move his arms just in time to block a vicious swing from Vernon's meaty fist. He was suddenly cut down and landed in the middle of an overgrowth of weeds. "My garden!" yelled Petunia, and he dodged as she came at him with a frying pan. He ran as fast as he could to the park near Privet Drive, but he could hear the Death Eaters behind him, gaining on him. The park was in sight when he tripped, falling through the veil. Sirius caught him. Harry smiled in relief, but Sirius pushed him away. "Sirius, it's me. It's Harry," he yelled frantically, grabbing hold of his godfather. Sirius pushed him away again, harder this time, and Harry fell down at his feet. "I didn't want to die, Harry. Why did you make me die?" Sirius asked accusingly. Harry felt tears spring to his eyes. "I didn't mean to." "You're not like James at all, are you? Nothing like James." "I can try to be." He tried again to grab hold of Sirius, but he was shoved back through the veil and landed in a heap in his cupboard. He lay still for a moment, trying to stem the flow of tears, before he heard someone else breathing in the small space. He scuttled to the corner, trying to remain as still as possible. His hand felt around for the tiny flashlight he'd hidden in here years ago. He found it, turned it on, and he wasn't in his cupboard at all. It was a basement. It was the basement, the one other Harry had shown him, and there next to him was his unconscious self. But when he turned the body over, he found himself staring into Ron's lifeless eyes. Harry gasped and grabbed hold of Ron, trying to wake him up, but when he looked down, his hands were covered with blood. Blood was everywhere, flowing from the walls, flooding the basement, trying to drown him. He reached for Ron to keep him from drowning, but he couldn't find him. Had he already drowned? He felt around, but the blood was rising too fast. He had to get out. He couldn't breathe. He was under it now. He was drowning, he was. Harry gasped awake, for real this time, and tried to sit up, but he couldn't move. He frantically tore at his sheets from where they were tangled around his sweat-soaked body, and out of habit, he deliberately slowed his breathing and listened carefully to find out if he'd woken anyone up. He could hear the twins' snores echoing through the small room and gave a small breath of relief. He swiped at his wet cheeks, grateful that at least his nightmare hadn't had an audience. Knowing that he wouldn't be falling back asleep any time soon, he padded in his bare feet to the loo and splashed his face with water. He stared at himself in the mirror, taking in his blotchy face and bloodshot eyes. He could still see the wall of red from his nightmare, and he felt a childish fear of turning out the light. Shaking his head at himself, he turned off the light anyway and made his way out into the hallway of Grimmauld Place. There would be no more sleeping tonight, he knew, not without the aid of a potion. He didn't want to rely on a potion, though, even though he now had plenty on hand, and instead of walking toward the kitchen as he had intended, he again found himself in front of Snape's closed laboratory door. His mind was full, and he didn't know which thread of thought to follow. Occlumency, Ron, the Weasleys, Voldemort, Snape gearing up to ignore him again. Snape pretending he didn't exist after they'd been forced to learn so much about each other. He thought again about Hermione's advice to apologize about last year and let the chips fall where they may. Maybe Snape would even accept the apology and give him some more occlumency pointers to help him until formal lessons started with Dumbledore in a few weeks. Not that occlumency was likely to help him with the garden variety nightmare that was becoming increasingly common. He groaned and rubbed his pounding head. Unable to decide whether he was up to facing Snape right then, but not wanting to return to his bedroom yet or trek all the way to the kitchen, he lowered himself to the ground opposite the lab. He simply sat for a while, drawing his knees up to his chest and staring at the closed door. It was warmer in this hallway than in his bedroom, and it smelled rather like the potions classroom at Hogwarts, only without that chill in the air that lingered everywhere in the dungeons. He found it familiar and comforting, in a way, even though Mrs. Weasley had whipped Grimmauld Place into shape and cleaned every corner to perfection. The rest of the house still carried a musty smell to it that couldn't ever seem to be wiped away. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, trying to clear his mind by imagining himself to be at Hogwarts. He pushed against the images from his nightmare, thoughts of Voldemort's plan, worries about Ron and his friends, and thoughts of Snape and overdue apologies, and tried to simplify. He wasn't sure if it worked, or if he was too exhausted to keep it up, but it didn't take long for his head to droop forward and his mind to relax into sleep. Chapter 25. The Gift. Something was nudging his arm. Harry swatted at it irritatedly. "Potter," came a soft voice from above him. "Wake up." Was he sleeping? If so, he didn't want to wake up just yet. He mumbled incoherently and burrowed his head into his arms. That made his neck hurt, though, which drew him further away from sleep. Why did his neck hurt? He groaned. "I'd ask why you are sleeping in the hallway when you have a perfectly decent bed of your own. But as I'd no doubt be treated to a long-winded adolescent tale of which I have no interest in hearing, I'll direct you to return to that bed immediately." Harry tried to process the too long sentence in his sleep-hazed mind, but he couldn't make sense of it. He lifted his head and blearily blinked the world into fuzzy focus. He felt his glasses being nudged into his hand, and he obediently put them on. He blinked a few more times and looked up to see Snape kneeling in front of him. "What are you doing, air?" he slurred and yawned. He stretched his arms out and then realized where he was, in the hallway outside the potions lab. Last night's nightmare and early morning wandering came back to him in a rush, and he tried not to show his embarrassment. He hadn't meant to fall asleep out here, just to sit for a few minutes to think. He looked up at Snape through his fringe, trying to gauge the man's mood. Irritated, angry. Harry still didn't know if he was forgiven for the other night. Plus, he didn't imagine Snape would like him to be around after his dark mock confession. But Snape didn't look irritated or angry. He just looked a little confused, and something else resigned, maybe. To what, Harry wasn't sure. The professor sighed. "Go back to bed, Potter." He rose to his feet, pulled an old-fashioned key from his pocket, and slid the key into the lock of the door to the laboratory. "You weren't in there already?" Harry asked, still trying to make sense of the waking world. Snape glanced at him without opening the door. Contrary to popular belief, professors do not live in their classrooms or laboratories, for future reference. Harry slowly stood, stretching out a twinge in his back at the movement. Sleeping like Thatriel hadn't been a good idea. Snape stared, and Harry shifted his feet when the man's eyes lingered on him. Harry was still barefoot and in his pajamas, and he felt like a little kid under the professor's gaze. "Go to bed," Snape finally repeated in a tired voice, and turned back toward the door. "I wanted to talk to you, sir," Harry said quickly, before he could lose his nerve. He didn't have much to lose by taking Hermione's advice to talk to Snape about last year, and who knew when he'd get the chance again, with the older wizard obviously getting set to avoid him again. I suppose one might deduce that from the blatant loitering." Snape half turned back to look at Harry. "I did tell you that Darby could summon me if you had any true need, did I not?" "Yes, sir," he murmured, thinking that he'd rather the man would just answer the door when he knocked. He wondered if Snape would have talked to him sooner than last night if he'd enlisted Darby's help. Probably not. "Have you had a vision?" Snape asked, eyes narrowed and watchful. "What? Oh, no. No vision, not since, he trailed off, not wanting to think about the attack on the burrow. "Na dreams either," he added, sure that Weasel was going to be the next question. Snape just watched him again with those dark eyes of his, and it was more effective than any interrogation technique. "I had a nightmare," Harry admitted reluctantly. "That's all it was, though. Nothing from him and nothing about the future or anything." "You are certain?" Yes, I'm sure." "Is the dreamless sleep no longer effective?" Harry cleared his throat. I didn't take it last night. Didn't want to take it unless I had to." "Not too proud to ask for the potion, just too proud to take it." Snape turned to face him fully. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door, and Harry couldn't tell whether the man meant the words, but he didn't like how they sounded. Harry narrowed his eyes. "Not too proud, but you mentioned it can be addictive, didn't you? I didn't want to overdo it." He was trying to be responsible about using the potion after all. Snape scoffed. "You can take it occasionally, Potter. If it weren't safe, I wouldn't have given it to you. Just don't drink the entire bottle at once, and don't use it every single night, and you'll be fine." Harry ducked his head and fiddled with the hem of his too-large shirt. He wasn't about to admit that he'd had reasons to want to take it every single night lately, but the professor was too perceptive for his own good and figured it out on his own. "Ah," said Snape, and Harry avoided his eyes, not wanting to discuss his increasingly frequent nightmares. Snape cleared his throat. "Well, a few nights in a row should not present a problem. No more than 3 to be safe. Take it for the next 3 evenings, then skip 1. Perhaps you'll find that you don't need it quite so often once you are better rested." "Yes, sir, thank you," Harry said quietly and nodded. At the thought of 3 nightmare-free nights in a row without worrying about any side effects, he let out a small breath of relief. Then he had a thought and chanced a glance at Snape. "Do you use it?" "What?" Snape was obviously taken off guard. "Do you ever take dreamless sleep potion?" Harry repeated, not sure why it mattered to him. Maybe it was because Snape seemed more human to him now than he had in years past. He may always be a git with a horrible temper and a nasty, sarcastic streak, but he had to have his own thoughts and emotions and struggles. Probably nightmares, too, after so many years in Voldemort's service. Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Snape at the thought. Nightmares, especially ones involving Voldemort, really were fewest. Harry tensed at the sneer he saw forming on Snape's face, but surprisingly, the man hesitated another moment before wiping the sneer from his face and admitting, "Yes." But it was clear that he didn't intend to share more than that. "You wanted to speak with me about something." "Something else, I presume." Snape raised his eyebrows, obviously waiting for Harry to get on with it. Yeah, so." He stifled a yawn and searched for something to say. He nearly cringed as soon as he heard the words, "You probably read a lot," come out of his mouth. Snape stared at him for a moment. "You wish to speak with me about my reading habits?" "No," said Harry quickly. "Well, I mean, it just occurred to me that you're right, what you said before. I've never really thought too much about what my professors do when they're not in their classrooms. I was just thinking, I bet you like to read a lot. When you're not making potions, I mean." Harry thought he might have made Snape speechless as the man continued to stare at him, lips slightly parted. He probably should have known better than to keep talking, but he was too nervous to stand in silence. "Do you read fiction, like novels and such, or just magical nonfiction? Or history, maybe? Aunt Petunia likes novels, but she likes the frilly kind. I tried to read one once, but nothing even happened except this crazy flower lady going on and on about wanting to snog some boring bloke. I bet you'd be more the Dickens type." "Who?" Snape asked, his brows lowered. "Okay, maybe not." "What do ya want, Potter?" Snape demanded, clearly confused as to why Harry Potter had sought him out in order to ask if he had nightmares and what novels he'd read lately. "I wanted to speak with you, sir," he repeated, though he was starting to wonder if he should abandon his plan before he made more of a fool of himself. "I believe we covered that. Did you have a particular topic in mind, or was it your intent to prattle on about my personal life at some length?" "I had a particular topic in mind, sir." Harry felt his cheeks grow hot. He was making a right mess of things, and he hadn't even started yet. Snape motioned for him to get on with it. "Maybe in your lab, sir." Harry glanced sidelong down the hallway. He could hear the telltale sounds of a household beginning to stir. People generally avoided this hallway, but he didn't fancy being overheard just the same. He must have succeeded in arousing Snape's curiosity at least, for after a brief hesitation, the man opened the laboratory door and motioned Harry to follow him inside. Harry closed the door with shaking hands. He put them behind his back so Snape wouldn't see how nervous he was, but he supposed he was rarely successful at hiding his emotional state from the observant professor. Snape turned on the lights with a flick of his wand and leaned his back against the counter, arms crossed. His steady gaze settled on Harry, and he waited. Harry swallowed. Now that he was here, all the words he'd haphazardly rehearsed yesterday fled his mind, and all he could think about was Snape's inevitable explosion once he dared bring up the events of last year. Ah, well, he'd made it this far. Better just dive in. "Iwintet apologize," he blurted out. Snape's forehead creased in confusion. "Pardon." Harry took a breath and forced himself to say in as normal a voice as possible, "I wanted to apologize." "You already did," Snape pointed out, adding a frown to his forehead crease. Harry took a deep breath of fortification. Great. He'd barely started, and already the man's face was crinkled up with lines. As soon as the man added a squint or sneer to the mix, Harry would be done for. "Yeah, I mean no. I did, but I didn't mean about the other night." Then what for exactly? Snape's face took on a guarded look, which at least smoothed out some of those worrisome frown lines. Harry cleared his throat. About last year. Think twice before bringing up the events of last year, Mr. Potter. Snape cut him off in a low voice, and Harry shuddered at the dangerous undertone. Some things are better left in the past. I know. Harry walked closer to him and pleaded with his eyes. Just, please, please let me explain, and if you want to get angry and throw me out, I won't blame you this time, but first just let me get it out. Please, Snape's lips were clenched, which Harry took as a very, very bad sign, so he rushed on without thinking of the consequences. Things have changed between us this summer, Professor. They have, and we both know it. Don't worry, it's not like I think care about me or anything. But maybe now you know I'm not some brat always trying to make your life miserable or get into trouble just to show off. I'm just a kid, Professor Snape. Really. And sometimes kids do stupid things. But that doesn't mean I go around trying to hurt people, or that I don't regret it when I do. Snape's lips were turning white, but he hadn't cut him off, so Harry charged on. I'm just asking. Please let me explain why I did what I did last year, and apologize because I know it was wrong. And then if you want, you can kick me out and tell me to never knock on your door again, and I promise I won't. Not here, not at Hogwarts. Waiting for Snape to answer was the hardest part of this whole ordeal, but Harry forced himself to be quiet and let Snape take measure of him through narrowed eyes. Finally, Snape said, "Speak, be concise. You have 5 minutes." Okay, Harry breathed and backed up a step. Okay. He didn't know if Snape would literally kick him out after exactly 5 minutes, but he wasn't going to chance it by taking his time. Last year wasn't a good year. Nobody believed me about him returning, and Professor Dumbledore and the Order weren't telling me anything, and I kept having those dreams. Harry looked at Snape, but the man seemed made of stone, listening but not reacting. Harry could see right away that this was going to be a 5-minute monologue. I know it sounds like I'm whining, he said, but I'm not trying to. I just wasn't in a good spot, you know. I was frustrated, and he was always there in my head, and I was just supposed to go to classes and put up with what the papers were saying about me, and be content not knowing Ganeth Ingiven, though he might reach out at any moment and grab me or kill my friends, or 5 minutes, he reminded himself. He only had 5 minutes. I wanted to know what you all were so keen to hide from me about the Department of Mysteries. That's why I looked into your pensive. Snape flinched almost imperceptibly, but otherwise made no reaction to Harry's confession. I know it's not an excuse. I know I shouldn't have looked no matter what, but I swear I wasn't trying to pry into your personal memories, Professor. Even though we never got on, I wouldn't have taken a look if I hadn't thought it was about the Department of Mysteries, about them. And I wouldn't have stayed, except I saw my dad. He was my age, and I wanted, he trailed off, gesturing feebly. I just wanted to see what my parents were really like for once, have one memory of them outside of photographs. I don't even have anything that belonged to them except my dad's. He cut himself off, certain that he'd regret it later if he brought up his dad's invisibility cloak. He took a breath for courage and got back to the point. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I'm so sorry for looking at your memories without your permission. And I just wanted you to know that I never told anybody what I saw except for asking Remus and Sirius why my dad was so awful to you. Harry had known that apologizing was going to be difficult, but he hadn't imagined how difficult it would be to apologize to a stone wall. Snape's features were unchanged, and he hadn't looked at Harry once since he'd started talking. Not knowing how the man was taking his words made Harry 10 times more nervous than if he'd been faced with an angry, unforgiving Snape. He wiped his damp hands on his pajama bottoms. I'm sorry for what my dad did too, Harry said softly. Snape hadn't thrown him out yet. He may as well go for broke. I don't care what rivalry you two had or how young he was. He had no right to treat you that way. Sirius too. I don't like bullies. And I'm sorry my father and godfather bullied you. He stopped talking and stood expectantly for a few seconds before saying, that's it, I'm done. Snape finally unfolded his arms and stood up straight. His face was still made of stone. Then get out, he said without emotion. Harry's face fell. You mean, like get out, get out? Snape didn't say a word, but he didn't have to. He shot Harry a glare that spoke volumes. Harry didn't have to be told again, and as he left and closed the laboratory door behind him, he saw Snape turn around and grip the table, his back rigid, his head bowed. The rest of the house was stirring when Harry left the lab, and as soon as he saw the twins leave their bedroom, he went in and threw himself onto his bed. He skipped breakfast, trying to clear his mind by staring at the ceiling. It didn't work. By the time he changed and climbed up to the attic, he didn't see how he'd have any emotional energy left to clear his mind of emotions. That didn't even make sense, he supposed, but it was true. Not only had he put his heart into apologizing to Snape, he'd been ousted without a word of acknowledgement. He miserably realized that asking for any more occlumency help from the professor was most definitely going to be out of the question. When he walked into the small, dusty room, however, he was met with a surprise. Not one, but two girls were seated on the floor before his occlumency book, poring over a page. He cleared his throat. "Oh, Harry," Ginny turned around, her red ponytail whipping over her shoulder. "We wondered where you'd gone." Hermione gave him a slightly apologetic look. "I asked Ginny to help us with the exercises in Chapter 19. Of course, it would be easier if we could perform magic during holiday, but as that isn't an option, a helper is the next best thing. I hope you don't mind. The twins said you weren't in your room, and I wasn't sure where you'd gone, or I'd have asked first." Harry paused, uncertain, but took in Hermione's hesitant demeanor and Ginny's hopeful look, and nodded. "Of course she can help." Ginny beamed, and Harry felt a little bad for not asking her to help earlier. Maybe it would have taken her mind off Ron to be away from her family's grief more and focused on a project, even if that project was Harry. "So, what did you come up with?" He sat on the floor across from the girls. He peered at the page but couldn't make much out upside down. "Well," Hermione began, "I was thinking last night about how the mind-clearing and mind-strengthening exercises are probably too similar to one another. So it follows that if you're having trouble with one, you'd of course have trouble with the other." She sounded as if she was berating herself for not realizing it sooner. "Maybe what we need to do is to go in a different direction altogether." "A different direction, like what?" Harry asked. He was trying to remember what Chapter 19 had been about. He'd read it, but he'd read too many chapters by now to remember which one was which without looking it up. "The senses. I thought about what you said, about how Snape figured out your dominant sense, and since you're more of a tangible person, a sensory learner, I thought we'd go back to that and work on some focus exercises." Harry looked away, hoping that his discomfort wasn't showing on his face. He told Hermione about his conversation with Snape, but he'd made it sound like a talk they'd had in the lab or over the dinner table. He'd been too embarrassed to admit that Snape had all but tucked him into bed. A 16-year-old boy had to have his pride, after all. "Okay, so what did you have in mind?" Harry asked, suddenly wary and embarrassed all at once to be discussing with two teenage girls how to use his sense of touch to occlude. He'd already had enough awkwardness for one day. Hermione slid the book so that it was in front of just her and motioned Harry to scoot himself to sit directly across from Ginny. "Put out your hands like so," she directed, demonstrating with her hands out in front of her, palms up. Harry did so, and Ginny lightly placed her hands over his. He tried not to fidget at the almost intimacy. Not that Ginny was unattractive, but he didn't really want to essentially hold hands with her while her brother, his best friend, was comatose downstairs. He almost took back his hands. The thought made him so uncomfortable. Looking at her face, though, he changed his mind. She seemed happy to be helping him, and she wasn't being at all giggly or girlish like some of the girls back at school would have been. She was being a friend. He took a settling breath. Okay, what next? Close your eyes, directed Hermione, her eyes flitting across the page in front of her. It's not a complicated one to start. Just try your best to filter out all of your other senses and focus on your sense of touch. It says here we could use anything, really, to focus your touch on the floor, a ball, a chair. But human or animal touch works best for beginners. Reminds one to focus on a living, breathing body rather than on the multitude of other things your skin is in contact with, which is quite a lot when you think about it. She trailed off as she looked up to find both Harry and Ginny staring at her with a mixture of amusement and impatience. Oh, right, sorry, on to the exercise. Close your eyes, Harry, and try to focus your thoughts on your hands alone. He closed his eyes obediently and tried to focus his mind on the feel of hands on his. He thought about their warmth, about the fact that he could feel them moving slightly as they balanced atop his own. He could hear all three of them breathing, too. He smelled the mustiness in the air mixed with soap and some kind of fruity shampoo. He worked to block out those thoughts, focusing in only on the hands, just the hands. A few minutes later, Hermione told him he could stop. Did it work? She asked hopefully. I think so. He grinned at her excited smile. It wasn't perfect, but I think having something tangible to focus on was easier than just trying to clear my mind, full stop. Okay, let's try again, she directed with more enthusiasm than before. Harry tried variations of the simple exercise over and over for the next hour, with Ginny's help, while Hermione looked up sensory focus exercises to work on next. Here's one, she said while he and Ginny were taking a break. The book says to prepare yourself mentally by focusing on a particular emotion. An emotion tied to a memory is best, stronger, so easier to hold on to. Then, when you focus your mind in on the hands, try to focus on both at once, the emotion and the touch. Try to meld the two together. Harry stared at her. Meld the two together. What's that supposed to mean? Well, maybe it's about where you mentally place the emotion, she thought aloud. Like, when you're angry, you probably feel it almost like a tangible weight in your chest, right? But when people lash out, sometimes they push that rage into their extremities. Not like when they simply hit things, she rushed to explain, but almost physically, they can feel the anger curling their fingers and their hands shaking with it. Maybe it's something like that. Try to feel the emotion leaving your heart and residing in your hands, maybe. How am I supposed to feel an emotion in my hands? He asked incredulously. He held up both hands as if to prove a point. Their hands. Ginny coughed, and Harry shot her a good-natured glare. He was sure she'd coughed to cover up a laugh. Well, I don't know, Harry. Hermione threw up her own hands. I'm not an occlumens, you know. It's the best I can come up with to explain what I think the book means. Harry knew she was doing her best and told her as much in an apologetic tone. But when he tried the exercise, he couldn't quite understand how to channel emotion into a physical place in his body. And the longer he tried to focus on his sense of touch, the more the fruity scent of shampoo invaded his senses and threw off his concentration. After working all day and only breaking for lunch, the three of them were mentally exhausted by mid-afternoon. Even Ginny, who only had to hold her hands in place for Harry or be a sounding board as Hermione sifted through sensory focus theories, looked ready to curl up for an afternoon nap. When Hermione suggested they all pack it away and relax in the drawing room until dinner, even Harry agreed. As focused as he'd been on studying and practicing over the past few days, he wasn't sure how much more his mind could take without breaking into a million pieces. He was starting to feel a bit dramatic too, apparently. Focusing on one emotion after another for 3 hours straight could do that to a person. Exploding snap, Ginny asked hopefully on their way down the stairs, and for the first time in days, Harry felt as if he'd earned himself a guilt-free break. And it did feel nice to relax for once, Harry thought as he lay on the sofa an hour later. He'd bowed out of the latest game of Exploding Snap, but Fred, George, and Ginny were still playing. Hermione was curled up in a chair across from him with a book across her lap. He smiled a bittersweet smile at the sight. Nobody was exuberantly happy. Sadness still shone through every laugh and every bout of good-natured teasing. But all of them being here together, enjoying each other's company, was about the best feeling he'd had in days. A card exploded to a round of laughter from the twins, and Harry closed his eyes with a small smile, blocking out the light with an arm flung across his face. He barely registered the sound of the door to the drawing room opening, but he opened his eyes when all sounds of exploding cards and laughter stopped. Snape was standing in the doorway, his imposing presence causing even the twins to stare in awkward silence. "Potter, a word," Snape said, and then was gone, the door open in a clear order to follow him. Hermione gave him a look of encouragement as he stood uncertainly, but it didn't help that all three Weasleys watched him with sympathy as if he were headed to his own execution. Snape was waiting for him at the foot of the stairs and didn't look at Harry as he gestured for him to follow. They silently made their way to the potions lab, and Harry couldn't help but wonder if an execution might actually be preferable to the uncertainty of what awaited him after his fiasco of an apology that morning. Snape wasn't giving him a clue what to expect. He held himself stiffly, but that was how the man usually held himself when he was around people. The only time Harry had seen him let down his guard and truly relax had been when he was so wrapped up in his potions making that he wondered if Snape had forgotten Harry was even in there with him. Snape motioned for him to enter the lab first, and he jumped slightly when the man closed the door behind them. He shifted nervously on his feet as Snape walked over to the counter, picked up what looked to be an old envelope, turned it over in his hands a few times, and abruptly put it back down. He turned to face Harry, watching him for a moment in silence. Harry was so nervous, he thought about asking Snape if he was more of a Shakespeare fan, just to break the silence. He bit down on his tongue. That didn't seem like something that would go over well under the circumstances. Snape finally spoke in his most formal tone of voice. "It has become increasingly apparent to me of late that for some years now I have been operating under a misapprehension." He paused, looking away briefly before crossing his arms and looking him full in the eyes, as if resolving to do so. Harry frowned in confusion. That didn't sound like a response to his apology. He had no idea where Snape was headed with this. Snape lifted his chin slightly and said, "As you bear James Potter's name and likeness, not to mention his penchant for mischief, I presupposed that you likewise shared the same character and disposition. My assumptions were based on faulty and incomplete information, not to mention personal bias to that effect, and as such, I shall endeavor to rectify the situation and henceforth form conclusions based on my observations of your words and deeds, and not upon my memories of your father's." He stopped and held himself even more stiffly, apparently waiting for some sort of acknowledgement. Harry stared. It took him a full minute to work out what Snape had said. Unless he was mistaken, Snape had just full out admitted to Harry that he was wrong about him, that he wasn't a carbon copy of his father. That alone made Harry feel like his feet had been knocked out from under him. It was the last thing he'd ever expected Snape to admit out loud. Even though they'd been getting along marginally better, for the professor to admit that, not only to himself, but to Harry, was huge. Like Voldemort wanting to be friends with Harry sort of huge. But was that overly formal speech supposed to be an apology? Like the day before, Harry couldn't tell, but he kind of thought that it was. And if it was, then Snape was really, really bad at apologies. It sounded like he'd rehearsed it beforehand, too, and Harry would have found the image amusing under less shocking circumstances. On the other hand, Snape didn't seem like the sort to make apologies to anyone ever. In which case, all things considered, maybe it actually was a very good apology. Harry cleared his throat. "Ah," he began ineloquently, then stopped when he realized that was all he could think to say. He had a little bit of sympathy now for Snape's rude dismissal earlier. He felt like he needed a week, at least, to think over what Snape had said, and to come up with an appropriate response. Snape didn't show any sign of speaking first, though, and Harry knew from experience that the man was far better at waiting out uncomfortable silences than he was. "IUH, thank you, sir," Harry finally said, hoping that was adequate at least for now. Snape briskly nodded, and after a brief hesitation, snatched up the old envelope off the counter. He surveyed Harry for a few seconds with an unreadable expression. "I found this. Don't read anything into it. I just thought you'd want to have it. And don't ask me where I found it." "I don't remember." Snape thrust it into his hands, ushered him out of the lab, and clicked the door shut behind him. Harry stood alone in the hallway for several seconds, stunned by the quick succession of an unusual apology, a mysterious gift, and his hurried dismissal. He realized his jaw was hanging open, and he snapped it shut. Now that he was out from under the watchful eyes of the professor, he thought of all sorts of questions he wanted to ask him, not least of which did this mean that Snape accepted his own apology. It seemed that Harry's confession had prodded Snape in some way to reciprocate. Harry'd had no idea that his words would have such an effect, and he wasn't sure what to think of it. Of course, he supposed that Snape hadn't come to his conclusions about Harry overnight. But even if Snape had come to realize he was wrong, and even if he was able to overcome his pride, Harry couldn't ever have imagined Snape wanting to, how did he put it, rectify the situation. The man never seemed to care what people, least of all students, thought of him. He'd certainly never worried over what Harry thought of him, or shown any regard for Harry's feelings. Why then was it suddenly important enough to Snape to formally confess to his past mistakes and, well, essentially promise to do better? Why would he even care enough to do so? Harry had felt a lot of confusion over the past several weeks, but he'd never felt as overwhelmingly confused as he did right now. In an effort to distract himself from his thoughts, he turned the envelope over in his hands. It was folded, wrinkled, and slightly browned with age. It was also lumpy. He couldn't contain his curiosity. He opened the envelope and shook a piece of paper and a small heart-shaped stone into his hand. He rolled the stone over between his fingers. There was nothing special about it, apart from its shape. It looked like any other stone one might find on the ground, though it was smooth and well-worn, as if handled many times over the years. The letter was written in an unfamiliar girlish script, but the first page appeared to be missing. The words started in the middle of a sentence. Scanning to the bottom of the page, he blinked a sudden wetness from his eyes and traced the signature with a shaky finger. It was Signally. Chapter 26, Midnight in the Kitchen. So much fun. Tomorrow we're driving out to the carnival. Toonie told Daddy she doesn't want to go, but I know she's only pretending. She's as excited as I am to ride the Ferris wheel. I think it might be better than flying. Don't let Carter know I said that. Merlin forbid I tarnish the name of Quidditch. Toonie's been absolutely awful this summer. I think she's still upset that Mum and Daddy wouldn't get her a wand last year. I told her it wouldn't work for a muggle, and now she won't even speak to me. Honestly. I love her, but sometimes I wouldn't mind being an only child like you. At least I'll be home soon, and we'll have 2 whole weeks to go over our assignments. 3rd year. Can you believe it? I hope Professor McGonagall meant what she said about teaching us about animagi this year. I was more excited for charms and potions before she said that, but the topic sounds fascinating. And don't you give me a hard time. You know you love school as much as I do. Maybe next time your papa will let you come with us. Since you can't be here, I'm sending a bit of here back to you. It washed right up to my feet this morning. Isn't it pretty? Now you can pretend you've been to the beach too. Maybe we can even charm it to sound like the waves. You'll love it, I promise. It will be the next best thing to being here in person. Got to go. Mum is calling us to dinner. I'll be home before you can say Hogwarts Express. Your friend. It's from my mum, see, said Harry after he'd finished reading the letter aloud. It's her handwriting. She actually wrote on this very page when she was 13, I think. Snape gave it to me. Snape, where do you reckon he found it? He told me not to ask, and after everything, I figure I won't, not yet anyway. But I wish I knew who the letter was written to, at least. There was no reply, not that Harry had been expecting one. He reached over to touch Ron's pale wrist where it lay against the bedsheets, just to reassure himself that his friend's skin was still warm. He could feel a faint pulse under his fingertips, and Ron's chest rose and fell so slightly that Harry had to watch carefully just to make sure he really was breathing. Heaving a sigh, he leaned back into his chair at Ron's bedside and looked over the letter again. It was such an ordinary letter, but he loved that about it. It was more real that way, a window into a day in his mother's life. He'd read and reread it at least a dozen times since that afternoon, imagining his mother as a young schoolgirl writing on the very page he held in his hands. He wondered again who it was written to. Who were her friends? What was she like when she was at Hogwarts? He knew a few things, of course, but he'd only really met friends of his dad. He knew lots of things about James Potter, about how he played Quidditch and become an animagus and sought out trouble a lot with Sirius. He knew he'd been brave and funny, also a flirt with his mum, and at one time at least, somewhat of a bully. He hadn't met any friends of his mother. Nobody had really told him much about her except generalities, like that she was brave and pretty and smart. One would suppose that he would know at least a little more than that after being raised by Lily's side of the family, but Petunia Dursley refused to speak about her sister, except to mention that she had gone off and gotten herself killed and left her brat behind for them to take care of. He didn't even know if Lily and Petunia had ever been close, like real sisters. Now he knew that she liked Ferris wheels and school, and he knew what some of her favorite subjects were, and that she went on at least one summer vacation to the beach with her family. Also that she had a friend she did homework with during holiday, and that she and her sister didn't get on, at least sometimes. It wasn't much, but it was so much more than the nothing that Harry had had before. Do you think she wrote a lot to her friends? Maybe I could find out who her friends were, and he trailed off, imagining how Ron would respond. No, no, you're right. That would be weird. What would I even ask them? Hi, I'm Harry Potter. You went to school with my mum. How was she at herbology? He rolled his eyes. He fell silent again, the only sound in the room that of the ticking clock in the corner. It was starting to annoy Harry, actually. He nearly smothered it with a blanket in case. Ron was annoyed by the ticking too, but the thought that Ron might be able to hear enough in his comatose state to be annoyed by it gave Harry hope, so he left it alone. It was almost midnight. He'd waited until late to visit Ron so he could see him alone, but Mrs. Weasley had been curled up in a chair next to the bed. He had tried to sneak back out, but she'd heard him and told him in a teary voice to sit down, Harry dear, sit. Ron will enjoy the company, and left the room. He studied Ron's pale face and watched for the rise and fall of his chest again. There it was, slow but steady. He took the heart-shaped stone back out of the envelope and turned it over and over in his fingers. It was amazing how one little piece of worthless rock could instantly become priceless after knowing that his mother had once held it. She had hand-picked it because she thought it was special, and she'd gifted it to a friend. And somewhere along the way, it had found its way to Harry. He smiled wistfully. He could almost pretend she'd gifted it directly to him. Not much to look at, is it? Harry said, but silently he thought that it was beautiful. He didn't know where Snape had come across it or what had prompted him to give it to Harry, but he wasn't going to make the man regret it by asking questions he'd been warned not to ask. For now, he was just grateful to hold in his hands this small piece of his mother's life. He carefully refolded the letter and put it and the stone back in the envelope. He'd need to find a safe place to keep them when he returned to his room. There weren't any loose floorboards here, he thought, studying the old walls and dark furniture. Ever wonder what secrets this house has that Sirius never told us about? He wondered aloud. I know he hated being here, but maybe he just didn't appreciate the good things about it because of his family. It's an old wizarding house. It's got to have secrets. When you're better, We should look around to see if there are any secret passageways. He refused to consider aloud the possibility that Ron might not get better soon, or at all. He'd already considered all of the worst possibilities inside his mind. Voicing them out loud would make them too real, too possible, too inevitable. Plus, Ron might hear. If there was even a remote possibility that Ron was aware somehow, that he could hear anything that happened around him, Harry needed him to know that he had no doubts that they'd figure out how to save him. Harry turned the envelope over and over in his hands. He studied it again. No name on the envelope, not even a clue. He heaved a sigh and got to his feet, suddenly too tired to consider any more mysteries. Mysteries be hanged. He just wanted his best friend back and for Voldemort to stop messing with the lives of the people he loved. If he were of age, he'd seek out Voldemort himself and there was a prophecy, sure, but what actual weapons did Harry have against the most powerful evil wizard in the world? Dumbledore seemed to think that love was a pretty potent weapon in his arsenal, but what did that even mean? How could Harry wield Levi as a weapon? Voldemort, expert legilimens as he was, might tear apart Harry's mind before he even figured out how to work the lover's weapon angle. Harry was learning a ton more about occlumency since he started studying in earnest, but he was barely making progress with the application of the confusing mental art. He rubbed the tiredness from his eyes and touched a hand to Ron's wrist again. Skin warm, heart beating, chest moving. "I'll be back, mate. Sleep well," he said and turned away. He didn't look back at his still, pale friend as he left the room. Mrs. Weasley wasn't in the hallway, so he made his way to the kitchen. If she was still up, she'd appreciate knowing that she could resume her vigil at her youngest son's bedside. He certainly wasn't expecting to open the door to find Snape sitting alone at the kitchen table, books and parchment spread out before him. Harry stopped mid-step as the professor looked up from his work. "Didn't the Mainver sleep?" "Sorry," he said automatically and backed up a step. Before he could make a graceful exit, Snape stopped him with a raised eyebrow. "A bit late for a snack, isn't it, Mr. Potter?" Harry kept hold of the door with one hand, only half in the kitchen. "I was looking for Mrs. Weasley." He frowned as a thought came to him. "You're not. Are you still in charge of me?" Snape narrowed his eyes, and realizing how impertinent that sounded, Harry rushed on to explain. "I only meant you told me not to leave my room at night. And I wasn't trying to break rules, not this morning either. I just kind of forgot about that with everything. You know, since, well," he figured Snape got the point and shut his mouth against further rambling. Snape's eyes took in Harry's pajamas and worn socks and lingered on the familiar envelope that Harry still held in his hand. He flushed and moved it behind his back. He wasn't sure why he was embarrassed that the man should see how much a piece of paper and a rock meant to him, but he was. He was also right tired of facing the man in his pajamas. It made him feel unprotected, vulnerable. "Right. Well, I'd leave you then." "You've had a nightmare," Snape interrupted, his eyes studying Harry. He shook his head automatically. "Just awake," he said, and figuring that Snape wouldn't accept so short an answer, added, "I was with Ron." Snape nodded and looked back at the parchment in front of him. Harry took that as his permission to leave and began to back out of the kitchen, but Snape stopped him again, saying almost conversationally, "Arthur Weasley tells me that you've been spending an inordinate amount of time in the attic of late." Harry paused, caught off guard. Is this how things were going to be between them now? Casual conversation at midnight in the kitchen, as if it wasn't strange that they were both there and Harry in his pajamas. As if it wasn't insanely weird that earlier that day, they both confessed their wrongdoings and each barely received a response from the other. Apparently it was, as Snape was calmly waiting for Harry to answer. "I wanted to be alone," he said simply. "Ah," Snape replied. "That must have been the case, considering that half of the teenaged residents of this household joined you up there for the entire day yesterday." Harry narrowed his eyes, not sure why Snape was digging around for information, but not wanting to upset their fragile truce by snapping at him about it. "We were studying," he said honestly. He supposed he could have confessed about the occlumency. Merlin knows Snape would be glad to hear Harry was finally taking it seriously, but then he'd have to confess his continuing ineptitude. Studying in the attic. Snape's raised eyebrows showed what he thought of the likelihood of that excuse. "Yes, in the attic," Harry insisted. "I was trying to concentrate away from people at first, but then Hermione offered to help me, and then Ginny too." "You needed 2 tutors, did you?" Snape scoffed, not giving up. "I've seen your OWL results. While not the best indicator of your abilities, they're not that bad." "We were studying," he said, his temper starting to get the better of him. "Not that it's any of your business," he huffed and added a quick, "sir." So much for trying to be polite. Maybe they'd come to some sort of understanding about the past, but Snape was still Snape, and Harry was still Harry. He wasn't sure they'd ever be able to overcome the very real hurdle of their personalities, even for the sake of the future. Snape's eyes flashed at Harry's outburst, but he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. He slowly nodded at the chair opposite him and said, "Why don't you take a seat, Mr. Potter? You see, as the adult left in charge of your care, a charge that Professor Dumbledore did not, in fact, revoke after the Weasleys took up residence, it appears that you require a familiarization as to what is or isn't my business." Harry hesitated only long enough to see no way out of it before plodding reluctantly to the indicated chair. He put his envelope carefully on the chair next to his and waited for the inevitable vocabulary-fueled lecture to begin. "I was studying occlumency," he blurted out. Snape looked at him, taken aback, which Harry supposed was his goal. Snape was bound to get the information he wanted eventually, and until then Harry would be unpleasantly subjected to lecturing and questions. Might as well skip the lecture and get straight to the inevitable. Hopefully Harry could downplay the humiliating fact of his lack of progress. "You were right," he went on. "I wasn't focusing before. I thought it was boring and hard, and I didn't want to put in the effort. But I have veto now, even if it is boring and hard. So I've been reading the book and practicing some of the exercises, and Hermione and then Ginny offered to help when they saw what I was up to. That's all, Professor, I swear." For once, Snape didn't appear to know what to say. After a long moment of silence, he said quietly, "You've been holed up in the attic for 4 days." Harry nodded. "Also that you could read the occlumency book that just last week was the bane of your existence." His face showed his skepticism. Harry nodded again and looked down, tracing the wood grain of the table with his finger. He felt properly ashamed at not having put in the proper amount of effort before. "And what have you learned?" Harry glanced up. I learned that there are a lot of ways to clear your mind, and that most of them require focus rather than just nothingness in the brain." "Nothingness in the brain?" Snape asked incredulously. "This has been your understanding of occlumency thus far?" Harry sank a little in his seat. "Yeah, well, we've already established that I'm pants at it, all right." Snape impatiently waved a hand. "What else?" "I learned about how closely the mental arts are related, and that it's impossible to become a master of occlumency without figuring out how to control emotions, pushing them away, using them for misdirection, all sorts of things." He didn't add that controlling his emotions had never been his strong suit. But then Snape already knew that. "Go on," said Snape. He steepled his fingers in front of his chin. Harry wasn't sure if it was such a bright idea, but now that he had an occlumens in front of him, he was tempted to get some of his questions answered, even if it was Snape. He cocked his head, studying Snape for a couple of seconds. The man didn't comment on it other than to raise a questioning eyebrow. Maybe Becasate was Snape. He somehow knew, in a way that he hadn't in weeks past, that if he asked his questions, Snape would answer them. There was something that I mean. Maybe you wouldn't mind answering a question for me, Professor. Snape studied him from across the table and slowly nodded. It's about redirecting emotion, he began. See, the book talked about redirecting emotion to a physical place, and I don't understand how, he said with a question in his voice. I mean, emotion is emotion. It doesn't have a physical presence. How can I treat it like I can touch it or move it? He held up his hands in a frustrated gesture and waited. Snape cocked his own head to the side. You tried the exercises as prescribed by the book, I presume. Yes, Harry sighed, but the explanation didn't make much sense to me. Or maybe it sounds like it should make sense, but I can't figure out how to make it work inside my own mind. If that makes sense, he added, and inwardly winced. He sounded like a right idiot. Snape lay his hands on the table and absently tapped a finger on its surface. Books are instructive and illuminating on many topics, but they cannot do justice to all endeavors. There is a reason nearly all students of occlumency seek instruction from a flesh and blood teacher rather than from the inanimate pages of a book. Some things are better shown than explained. Harry nodded as he looked away. They were getting dangerously close to the topic of last year's failed lessons, and Harry wasn't completely sure where they stood on that, even after his apology. It was a little bit stressful, this not knowing if he was in the clear or if he was skating on thin ice. I suppose it's something Professor Dumbledore can help me with when school starts back up. Or Snape began but cut himself off. He drew his hands up from the table and crossed them over his chest. He was silent for so long that Harry looked up at him questioningly. Snape studied him with his carefully blank expression before he cleared his throat and looked away. Or I suppose I could show you. Harry wasn't sure he'd heard right. He widened his eyes and looked up to find Snape watching him. He decided that he must have heard right because Snape looked really, really uncomfortable. He looked, in fact, as though he might take back the offer at any moment, so Harry made a snap decision and nodded. I'd appreciate that, sir. Harry wasn't surprised when Snape gave a brisk nod, then picked up a quill and turned to his books with a tomorrow then. I'll expect you in my laboratory straight after breakfast, no matter how late you've decided to roam the house tonight. The jab lacked bite, and Harry sneaked a last glance at the professor as he picked up his mother's envelope and pushed in his chair. Snape was scribbling on a sheet of parchment, a black curtain of hair obscuring his face. As Harry made his way to the door, it struck him that Snape was probably feeling just as awkward and uncertain about their new tentative truce as he was. It shouldn't have helped to see that, but it did. For once, Snape was just a person. Well, an intelligent, awkward, antisocial, sarcastic, and guarded person with anger management issues. All right, so he wasn't an altogether admirable person. Yet somehow, Harry wasn't wholly dreading this occlumency lesson. He actually thought that maybe this time, with Snape willing to teach and Harry willing to learn, he might catch on rather well. He smiled hopefully to himself as he headed off to bed. When Harry told Hermione on their way downstairs that he'd be working on occlumency with Snape straight after breakfast, to say that she was glad for him was an understatement. Oh, Harry, that's excellent news. You finally asked him. Is he going to help you to clear your mind again, or teach you the finer points of occlumency? Oh, what does it matter? You'll have an occlumency master to guide you through the process, no matter where he starts. You will tell me how he teaches you, won't you? I'm so curious, after reading all about the theory. He's just helping me with a question, really, Harry pointed out, though he grinned at her enthusiasm. He offered to show me one technique, not to start up regular lessons again. Hermione stopped on the stairs, and Harry turned back around after realizing she wasn't next to him anymore. He offered, she asked, still excited, eyebrows raised. That's huge, Harry. Dumbledore had to force him to help before, didn't he? But this time he's offered. Maybe things will different this time. Harry gave her a skeptical look before continuing on to the kitchen to join the Weasleys and greet Remus, who had dropped in for breakfast again. But inwardly, he had the same hope. Maybe things would be different this time. Of course, last year had set the bar pretty low. It wouldn't take a miracle for their lesson to at least be better than that. But of course his plan to start off on the right foot was derailed immediately after breakfast. As soon as he pushed his chair from the table, Remus stopped him with a quiet, "Harry, might we speak for a few minutes? In the drawing room, perhaps?" Harry looked at the clock. "Snape wanted to see me straight after breakfast." "It will only take a few minutes." Remus looked hopeful, and Harry stifled the urge to brush him off. He didn't want to keep Snape waiting, knowing how much of a stickler he was about punctuality. Not to mention that he still wasn't quite comfortable with the concerned, quasi-parental persona that Remus had tried to adopt lately. But his manners kicked in, and he found himself trailing behind Remus to the drawing room and sitting across from him on the small sofa. Remus leaned forward, his elbows resting on the patched knees of his trousers. He watched Harry for a moment, a soft smile on his face, like he was searching for something. Harry didn't know what, and felt a sudden wave of stubbornness roll over him. He crossed his arms and waited. Remus was the one who wanted to talk, so he could very well go first. "How are things, Harry?" Remus asked, as though reading his mind. The thought made Harry's mind run in an entirely different direction. "Have you ever studied occlumency or legilimency?" he blurted out. He narrowed his eyes at the thought. He'd become more aware of the need to hide some of his more embarrassing thoughts with Snape and Dumbledore after learning that they were legilimens, but he'd never given any thought to the possibility that other teachers possessed the skill. His eyes widened then as he considered the implications of that. McGonagall would have weighed too much dirt on him by now. Remus seemed puzzled by the question. "No, I haven't." He cocked his head to the side. "Are you in need of help? I thought that you and Professor Snape ended your lessons last term." Harry shrugged, relaxing into the chair a bit. "We did, I mean, technically, but no," he answered Remus's question. "I wasn't asking for help, I was just curious." "You curious?" Remus teased, a warm smile lighting up his features. Harry couldn't help a small smile. Remus, of all people, knew what trouble he could get up to due to his curious nature. He thought it was maybe time to get back on track. "I'm, doing well, though. You know, all things considered. I don't suppose you know anything more about a cure for Ron." Lupin's smile faded a bit, and he shook his head. "But I'm certain he will be fine. Just wait and see." "You can't know that," Harry bit out. He felt a familiar rise of frustration well up inside him, and for once he decided to let a bit of it seep out. Better with Remus than with Mrs. Weasley. That's all any of the adults in this house will tell me. Well, everyone except Snape, anyway. "It'll be okay. He'll be fine. It's just a matter of time." "You can't know that, Remus." At least he managed to keep himself from shouting. He couldn't forget how lousy he'd felt after the last time he'd taken all of his frustrations out on Remus. He took a deep, calming breath. Remus reached out a hand toward Harry, and he moved out of its way. "Sorry," he immediately said at seeing the hurt expression on Remus's face. "I didn't mean." "No, Harry," Remus let out a deep breath. "I am the one who is sorry." Harry frowned, confused. "I don't know how to do this, you know," Remus said abruptly, sagging into the chair. "I want to be there for you, be someone you can rely on, but I keep getting it wrong, don't I?" He looked up through defeated eyes, and Harry was taken aback. He hadn't been entirely pleased with Remus lately, but he hadn't expected the man to drop all pretense and apologize for anything. Harry felt that he ought to reassure him, tell him it was all right, but he couldn't find the words. He wasn't even sure how he felt about Remus these days. Oh, he loved him, of course. He just felt a bit jumbled about about whether Remus loved him. But he couldn't say that. He was 16. He didn't need to sound all pathetic asking the adults in his life if the boy his family hadn't loved was worthy of being loved by anyone else. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and tried to push those thoughts out of his mind. "Sirius was reckless, always rushing into things since our boyhood days," Remus was saying. "I thought he was reckless with you as well, but he at least knew how to reach you, didn't he? He knew what you needed, and he knew how to be an ear you could confide in." "And I'm I'm sorry that I haven't been that for you, Harry." "Remus," Harry said awkwardly at Remus's defeated tone. He cleared his throat again, trying to think of what to say. The man's words were true, after all. He hadn't been there for Harry like Sirius had been, and Harry resented him for it. But at the same time, Harry hadn't truly wanted the man to feel bad about it. You know you don't have to be like Sirius was to me, right?" Remus looked as if he might argue, so Harry rushed on. "You were my dad's friend, I get that, and you were a great teacher. Thanks for giving me so much extra help, by the way," he added. "But I already had parents, and a godfather. They're gone, and I'll always miss them, but you don't have to be them." Remus smiled sadly at him for a minute before responding. "I suppose it is a bit egotistical of me to assume that I could fill such magnificent shoes, isn't it?" Harry shrugged, smiling a little as he reflected. Sirius wasn't exactly a dream mentor type, you know. He encouraged me to embrace my own reckless side more than I think a godfather is supposed to. Remus's lips turned up at that. "I can imagine." "He blamed me for not being enough like my dad, too," Harry said quietly. "Oh, Harry," Remus said, and this time when he reached out, Harry let him rest a hand on his knee. "You have much of your father in you. You have his bravery and determination, his loyalty to his friends, not to mention his stubbornness and penchant for smart-mouthing his teachers." Harry huffed a laugh. "But I see much of your mother in you as well," Remus added softly. "You have her intelligence, her kind-hearted compassion for others, her great capacity for forgiveness." He squeezed Harry's knee and let go. "Yet you are your own person. You can be proud of what your parents gave you, but you have no obligation to be anyone but yourself. Never lose sight of that." Harry ducked his head to blink away the wet sheen over his eyes. Those words somehow meant the world to him, and he felt a heaviness lift from his heart. He knew that Remus would never be like James or Sirius to him, but he also knew from the way Remus had looked at him just then that he genuinely cared about Harry, for Harry's sake. He felt a sudden urge to hug the man, but instead he grinned and said, "You know, you might not be as awful at this as you think." Remus laughed. "But really, Remus," Harry said, "I mean it. You're a good teacher. You've been a good friend. I know I could come to you for advice or help if I need to, and I really appreciate that. But you don't have to try to stand in for my parents or Sirius or anybody else. Just be you. It's enough, I swear. Even if being Memians that I still don't share order business with you." Remus gave him a light-hearted but pointed look. Harry shrugged. "Just don't lie to me. I've had enough of lies and watered-down truths to last a lifetime." "Deal." Remus's eyes were smiling, but his mouth was serious as he held out his hand for Harry to shake. Harry took it and smiled. "Deal." Remus returned his smile as he relaxed back into his chair and crossed one leg over the other. "So you're getting on better with Professor Snape, then?" "Snape," Harry looked at the wall clock and shot to his feet. "I really do have to go, Remus," he said, but paused his steps. "Why?" "He didn't say something, did he?" Harry clamped his mouth, shut on a sudden urge to deny anything the potions professor might have said about him and his behavior over the last several weeks. He still wouldn't put it past him. "Well, number Professor Snape is still about as eager to converse with me as he was when we were at Hogwarts." Remus smiled calmly, as if it didn't bother him in the slightest. He stood and brushed the wrinkles out of his trousers. "I only wondered what you are meeting him about this morning. Is he helping you with that potions, homework, you still need to complete?" Harry took a deep breath and looked at the clock again before reluctantly admitting, "No, I'm, not actually taking potions next year." "No?" Remus asked, eyebrows raised. "Have you decided not to try for the Aura program after all?" "It's not that," Harry hedged, then admitted. "I didn't get a high enough grade to go on next year." "Oh," Remus said simply, and Harry tried not to show his embarrassment as they walked to the door in silence. As Remus opened the door, he put a hand on Harry's shoulder and said, "I may only be Menno, but I would be happy to speak with him on your behalf, if you wanted me to." Harry wrinkled his nose, not sure whether to laugh or be horrified at the idea. Remus shrugged. It is up to each professor to determine which students to admit into their classes. They set the rules, but they have the authority to grant exceptions to those rules if they wish. And you honestly think Professor Snape has ever once granted an exception for Agrifindor? Remus smirked. Well, there is a first time for everything. Harry harumphed, amused despite himself, but he shook his head. It wouldn't work. It'd probably hurt more than it would help, to be honest. I bet he'd say no even if Dumbledore asked. And anyway, I think he's just now starting to get it through his thick skull that I don't expect favors because I'm Harry Potter. I don't want to give him some kind of proof that it's actually true. Remus smiled and squeezed his shoulder before letting go. I understand. The offer stands if you change your mind. Harry gave him a small, genuine smile, even though he knew he'd never take him up on it. Thanks, Remus. I mean it, he called over his shoulder as he climbed the stairs 2 at a time to Snape's lab. He crossed his fingers that the professor wouldn't grill him about the exact time that breakfast had ended and why he hadn't come straight up. Hopefully the man was in a good mood today, and hopefully whatever he had in mind for their lesson wouldn't be too grueling. And hopefully it would work, and Harry would figure out a clumency after all. Harry knocked at Snape's door, bouncing on the balls of his feet until he heard Snape's voice say, "Enter." He pushed the door open, unable to suppress the tiny feeling of hope spreading through his chest. Chapter 27, A Clumency, Part 1. Harry watched Snape carefully as he entered the potions lab, uncertain whether to expect a lecture. The last thing he needed was for the professor to be annoyed at him for being late and call off the whole thing. However, Snape either didn't notice that he hadn't come straight up after breakfast, or he'd decided not to make an issue of it. As soon as Harry closed the door behind him, the professor motioned for him to take a seat on his usual stool and placed a potions vial on the counter in front of him. This, Snape said without preamble, is a mental acuity potion often used in the beginning stages of a clumency instruction. Harry eyed the vial with curiosity. The potion it held was dark blue in color, yet it seemed almost clear when the light hit it just so. It was mesmerizing. You didn't mention any potion last year. He immediately clamped his lips shut, still uncertain about the wisdom of bringing up last year, but thankfully the professor didn't seem to mind. No, Snape explained, taking a seat opposite Harry. I wouldn't have. This potion should only be used between a teacher and student who can dredge up a degree of trust between them. Trust, Harry smoothed down his fringe. Trust was a big thing for such a little word, and for all the thought he'd given to regret and forgiveness over the past several days, he'd yet to make up his mind on the issue of trust. He still wouldn't trust Snape, still wasn't sure that he could. A degree of trust, Snape repeated, watching Harry carefully. I do not pretend that either one of us is prepared to have absolute faith in the other, but I do believe that we may be able to drum up just enough for this potion to work. What does it do? Harry wasn't going to agree with that statement until he knew if he'd need to trust each other. This potion facilitates the melding of two minds. Harry felt his eyes widen, his mind caught somewhere in between horror and terror. Meld minds with Snape. He didn't quite know what that meant, but it didn't sound like something he wanted to do. Calm yourself, Potter. Snape quirked his lips, and Harry realized that the man was amused. He made a mental note to be properly annoyed just as soon as he got over his horror. Occlumency instructors have used this method for generations. It allows teacher and student a direct pathway into each other's mind for the purpose of learning a particular skill. It is not unlike legilimency, only it allows for a smoother, more sustained merge and a more advantageous vantage point. The vantage point, Harry managed to ask. Were his lips going numb? He thought that maybe his lips were going numb. If we both take this potion, I will grant you access to my mind so that I may show you how I accomplish the feat you are finding difficult. You will experience it as I do, not as an external party looking in. I will also be able to see into your mind, from your perspective, what is behind your failed efforts. If we take it, he latched onto that important word, wondering if it was too late to back out of this lesson and go study with Hermione instead. There was that glint in Snape's eyes again that made him look entirely too much like he was enjoying Harry's discomfort. I offer it to you as an option, in my opinion, the most effective method to teach this skill. Alternatively, I can attempt to guide you through the exercise by describing what to do. You mean, Harry thought he could maybe feel his lips again. You're giving me a choice. You're not going to make me take that. Snape shook his head. I hardly think that forcing a potion down your throat will help you to learn occlumency. Besides, the potion will not achieve its intended means unless both parties do so willingly. You're really giving me a choice, Harry had to make sure. What's the urchis? Surely the Snape he knew wouldn't want Harry Potter anywhere near his mind. I've already made my choice by offering the choice to you. We will work at your comfort level. And you're really willing to let me into your mind? Harry asked skeptically. Yes, Snape said without hesitation, and Harry knew how big a deal that was. Snape really was offering him trust. He was so shocked that he almost swallowed his fear and offered trust in return. Well, maybe not, but the thought entered his mind for a split second. Instead, he asked, how many times have you used this potion before? Snape hesitated before stiffly admitting, I have never used it. Harry was too surprised to say anything for several seconds, and when he did, all he could make out was a jumbled, wah. But why? I mean, how do you know it'll work? And why haven't you used it if it's supposed to be such a good way to teach occlumency? Snape flicked a lank lock of hair out of his face and crossed his arms over his chest. I told you that my mother taught me occlumency as a child. She used other methods, as a potion such as this would not be advisable for children much younger than yourself. I had no other formal tutor in the art. Then how have you taught it before? Just by mental attacks. At Snape's lack of immediate response, Harry put two and two together. Oh, I'm the only one you've ever taught, aren't I? Occlumency is not an art usually sought after by Hogwarts students, Snape said, in a rather snooty tone, in Harry's opinion. On the rare occasion an upper-level student might express interest in the art, their head of house would typically arrange for an apprenticeship of sorts to begin after graduation. I have never sought to take on such an arrangement, as I am not in the least suited to it. Harry cocked his head to the side. So, there were other people the headmaster could have asked to teach me. But he made me work with you, because of the other prophecy. It was the first time he'd mentioned Snape's prophecy aloud since Dumbledore had shared its contents, and he watched the professor warily in case he'd overstepped. But other than an eye twitch, Snape made no acknowledgement of it. The headmaster could not entrust your mind or the secrecy of your lessons to anyone he did not explicitly trust to not betray you to the Dark Lord. Whatever additional motivations he had, and however displeased you and I were over the arrangement, that reason alone was not to be refused. Harry nodded, feeling that they'd strayed from the point. So how do you know how to use the potion if you've never used it before? Credit me with some intelligence, Snape spat. Harry had obviously insulted him by implying more than once that he might not know what he was doing. I have done my research, and I have discussed its use at length with a colleague whose experience with using this particular potion is quite extensive. I have brewed it myself, so I have no doubt that it will have the intended effect. Do you wish to attempt it or not? Snape's eyes were flashing with undisguised irritation, but Harry was more interested in the fact that this time, Snape had apparently put a decent amount of time and effort into figuring out the best way to teach Harry. He didn't know quite how to feel about that, but he hadn't expected it, at all, and it was that, more than anything, that made him agree. After a few swallows past the fear still present in his throat anyway. Okay, he took a deep breath that was only a little bit shaky. Okay, let's do it. The irritation fell from Snape's eyes, and he asked, "You are certain?" With such obvious surprise that Harry wondered if, despite Snape's careful research and preparation, he'd still been almost completely positive that Harry would say no. "Well, define certain," Harry admitted. "I'm freaking out a bit, to be honest, so we should probably go ahead and take that potion before I change my mind." Snape wordlessly held out the potion to Harry and pulled an identical vial from his pocket. He drank the entire contents of his own vial and gestured for Harry to do the same. With a fortifying breath, Harry tipped it back and gulped down the liquid. He immediately pulled a face. "Ah, what isn't that? It looks nice, but it tastes like rubber and feels like slime." Snape smirked, Runespore eyes for one. Harry grimaced. "Yeah, okay, I don't need to know what else." "Wise choice." Snape vacated his stool and sat cross-legged on the floor. Harry stared. The sight of his rigid professor doing something as casual as sitting on the floor was, well, it was weird. "If you are still sitting on that stool when the potion takes effect, you certainly won't be for long," Snape said, with a pointed look. Taking the hint, he settled himself on the ground opposite the professor, mimicking his pose. "The potion will begin to take effect shortly," Snape explained. "You may feel disoriented until you become accustomed to it. The disorientation should pass within a matter of minutes, at which point your mind will be open to the melding." Harry gave a jerky nod. Disorientation was fine. It was theme and melding bit that he was starting to panic about. Why had he agreed to this so quickly? He had half a mind to ask Snape how valuable the potion was, and how difficult it had been to brew, so he could decide how much trouble he'd cause if he backed out now. He didn't realize he had clenched his jaw or notice how tightly he was grasping the material of his jeans in his hands until Snape poked his knuckles with a finger. Harry jumped. "Relax, breathe." Snape took a few exaggerated, slow breaths, and Harry tried to match them. "The potion will work best if your mind is in a state of calm." "Calm? Ha, right." Harry deliberately unfurled his fingers and tried to loosen his tense shoulders, but he was far from calm. He sneaked a peek at Snape, making sure he didn't still look annoyed. He didn't, before tentatively asking, "What if I can't make my mind calm enough? Will it work right? Will it hurt?" He wanted to add, but couldn't without sounding like a scared little kid. He tried not to think about that question because his shoulders were tensing up again. "Its efficacy may be dampened, but only insofar that your mind will be unyielding to mine. In order for me to ascertain what is giving you difficulty, I must be allowed access into your mind so that I am able to understand how you are attempting the exercise." Harry nodded, still worried but trying not to show it. He took a few more deep breaths when a sudden wave of dizziness overtook him. He shot out a hand to catch himself from tipping over sideways. Pressing his hand into the coolness of the floor, he leaned heavily on it while the dizziness passed, and a lesser wave took its place. The world swam out of focus, and he rubbed his eyes with his other hand, managing only to knock his glasses askew. In the next second, he felt a pair of hands pluck his glasses from his face. "You won't need them," Snape explained. Harry blearily watched him fold them and place them to the side, well out of reach. "Our eyes will remain closed for the exercise itself." Harry wanted to protest. With the world even more out of focus than usual, he felt defenseless. He didn't like that feeling, and he had to stop himself from trying to cross his arms over his chest for some sense of protection. But he clamped his lips shut against the protest and left his arm where it was, as much due to another wave of dizziness as due to his pride. They sat in silence for over a minute while Harry, eyes closed, battled the dizziness. It was slowly being replaced by a fuzzy feeling. It was a strange sensation, not a kind of fuzziness that dulled the brain or the senses, but that somehow sharpened them. He flexed his hand against the floor and felt its texture as if it were a part of his skin. He breathed in, and the strong scent of dirt and spice tickled his nostrils and teased his tongue. He wrinkled his nose and sneezed from the unexpected intensity of various aromas. He slowly opened his eyes. half afraid to know how his eyes would react to the world around him. As his eyes returned to normal, however, they were just normal. Snape was blurry, but no more or less than usual without the use of his glasses. Why? He cut himself off, his voice sounding strange in his own head, amplified, but only slightly. He tried his best to ignore it. Why don't I see different? He hoped Snape would understand the question because he couldn't explain. His mind was too busy getting used to all of the strange sensations. One side effect of the potion is to amplify the senses, Snape said in a calming voice. If one sense is already sharper than another, it will be all the more amplified. Sharpening our awareness, which often comes through the senses, aids in the demonstration of occlumency techniques. You won't notice it so much while we are engaged in the mental exercise itself. Oh, Harry acknowledged, but was unable to keep some lingering confusion from his face. Your other senses are used to overcompensating for your weakened vision, Snape explained. As such, they are more receptive to the potion's effects. That your sense of sight is unchanged is hardly surprising. His eyes lit up at a thought. Are there potions that improve less receptive senses? It wouldn't be totally horrible to not have to wear glasses anymore. Snape snorted. There are, but unless you do, in fact, want to become a potions addict, they are highly inadvisable. So much for that momentary hope. Oh well. He wasn't too disappointed, he decided. He was used to his glasses by now, even if he was certain they were a couple prescriptions too old. He wasn't sure he'd be able to get used to seeing his image in the mirror without them. Has the disorientation gone? Snape's voice interrupted his thoughts. I think so. Harry blinked up at the professor, wishing he could see his face better. He was better at reading Snape these days, but he wasn't used to doing so by the inflection of his voice alone. Snape scooted closer so that he was sitting directly in front of Harry, their knees almost touching. We can do this in one of two ways. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed. He stifled it almost immediately. Sorry, two ways, got it. He could see Snape better now that he was closer, and he couldn't miss his signature raised eyebrow. When Harry realized he wasn't going to get out of it without explanation, he said, IUH, just didn't expect to be given so many options today. That's all. I expected more of a my way or the highway approach. Sorry, he repeated and schooled his features. You were saying. Thankfully, Snape let it go without further comment. The more physical contact we share, the better this will work. However, as that is likely to result in discomfort, and therefore a less receptive mind, we must find a satisfactory middle ground. Harry licked his dry lips. Middle ground. Yes, much better than having to give Snape a hug or something. No way was he getting that close to that greasy head, no matter the progress they'd made. He tried so hard not to let that thought show on his face that he had to force himself to pay attention to what Snape was saying. He got the gist, though. Clasped wrists would allow for the minimal contact needed for the melding of minds, but placing their hands at each other's temples would achieve more desirable results. Wrists, Harry said quickly, allowing Snape to touch his face, and doing so in return was so far outside his comfort zone that he'd never be able to focus his mind. From Snape's immediate nod, he was fairly certain the man both expected the answer and felt the same way. He couldn't help a flinch when Snape reached for both of his arms and placed them face up on his folded knees. Snape didn't comment, just placed his wrists over Harry's and lightly, but firmly grasped his lower arms. It was the oddest sensation by far, due to his heightened senses. He didn't just feel the man's skin and pulse. It felt almost as if Snape's pulse were his own. Their closeness was messing with his senses in other ways too. Their voices weren't quite so amplified anymore, but the scents in the room, potions, ingredients, fabric, soap, human skin and sweat, and some sort of dirt or mustiness that had to come from the walls themselves, were combining with such intensity that he was sure he'd have a headache by the time they were done. He'd never even realized that something like fabric could have such a distinctive scent all its own. Close your eyes, Snape directed. Harry now had another reason to not want to be touched, as his own racing pulse had to be obvious to the man. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been this nervous. Of course, it wasn't every day he allowed someone to enter his mind, and this was Snape. As he thought that, he felt something nudging at the corner of his consciousness, and it startled him so much that he tried to pull his arms away. Snape kept a firm hold, but it wasn't so tight that he couldn't get away if he tried harder, and repeated, "Relax. Breathe." Harry stilled. He hesitantly closed his fingers around Snape's arms and tried to breathe slowly and deeply. It was difficult to keep his breathing steady when he felt what had to be Snape's mind brushing against his own again. He did his best to relax, and the presence gradually became stronger until his mind suddenly felt. The only way he could describe it was full, but that wasn't quite right. More like. "Fused?" Snape asked aloud. "You can read my thoughts," Harry squeaked, trying to tamp down the sense of panic. "Only your most conscious thoughts and feelings, what you are most actively thinking at this moment, and I apparently need to tell you to breathe again." Harry did just that. He focused all his energy on breathing and on thinking about breathing. The last thing he needed to do was think about something that he didn't want Snape to know, like, "No, breathe. Think about breathing." Allow yourself a minute or two to become accustomed to the mind-melding sensation. When you feel ready, attempt the exercise just as you tried it yesterday. Try not to alter it so that I may see which part is giving you difficulty. Harry kept focusing his energies and his thoughts on breathing. Only when he thought he couldn't put it off anymore, he said, Okay, so it said to start with a memory to pull up an emotion, and try to do it without verbal explanation," Snape interrupted. "Focus your energies on the exercise itself. I will know what you are attempting to do." Harry took a deep breath and nodded even though he knew Snape couldn't see him. But right away he hit a snag. He hadn't thought to prepare a specific memory to use. Yesterday he hadn't had to worry about Hermione and Ginny seeing his memories. Even now, trying hard not to think of the ones he'd used the day before, he knew he didn't want Snape to view any of them. "Memories tied to strong emotion are preferable," Snape spoke out loud. "Negative or childhood emotions tend to work best for beginners, as they are very often heightened in their intensity. Might I suggest an early memory, perhaps one that I've already seen?" An image of Aunt Marge's dog flashed through his mind. Snape had already seen it chasing him up that tree during their lessons the year before. With a tinge of relief that he wouldn't have to reveal any new memories for this to work, he tried to pull up the emotions that he had felt in that moment at 9 years old. Fear, anger, humiliation, longing. He doubled back, not sure where the longing had come from. Then he remembered the Dursleys laughing at him, his longing to have a real family, to be love. He slammed the door on that thought, circling back to the fear. He'd felt several emotions in that moment, but the fear had been the strongest. Ripper the bulldog had bitten him before. He had a scar on his leg to prove it, and he'd been certain it was going to kill him if it managed to get its jaws around him a second time. As soon as he felt certain that he'd filled his mind with the fear of that moment, he concentrated on attempting to push the fear out of his mind and into his hands. Like before, though, he couldn't quite figure out how. He tensed his arms, but let up a bit when he caught himself squeezing Snape's too tightly, and tried to somehow shift the emotion downward from his mind into his extremities. Nearly shaking with the effort, he finally stopped, defeated. He started to open his eyes, but slammed them shut, not sure if he was expected to keep trying. "That was enough," Snape said. "We will reverse the connection now. As you do not yet know how to initiate the melding process, I will guide your mind into mine. It will feel strange, but it will work best if you surrender to it." Harry made a sound that he hoped would be taken for agreement. Well, Snape had free access to his mind, so of course he knew it was agreement. A half-hearted agreement, anyway. He didn't really want to see inside Snape's mind, or for Snape to be reading his thoughts while he thought about how much he didn't want to see into Snape's mind. To distract himself and to stop his thoughts from running wild, He asked, "Do you know what I did wrong?" Snape hesitated before answering. "Perhaps my explanations will make more sense after you've seen a demonstration." Almost before he finished speaking, Harry felt a tug on his mind that was not unlike the tug around his navel that he'd felt during portkey travel. He nearly wrenched an arm from Snape's to steady himself on the floor again, but managed not to. It really was the oddest sensation, as if his consciousness were traveling apart from his body, slowly merging with an unknown entity, almost becoming something or someone else. He involuntarily jerked away from the entity, but it surrounded him again, slower this time, gently drawing him closer and closer until suddenly they were one. Harry drew in a panicked breath, and he didn't know if the word's relaxant breather drifting through his consciousness made it better or worse, since they clearly hadn't come from his own mind. He took a few deep breaths, hating that his hands were shaking. He tentatively reached out mentally, doing his best to relax, trying to sense his unfamiliar surroundings. It was so different from his own mind, so peaceful. Serene, almost, which helped him to relax a bit more. There were no clear images to grab hold of, but he had the sense of a salt breeze, the sound of ocean waves. He didn't know what he had imagined, but he certainly hadn't expected Snape's mind to be so calm. Not calm, controlled. The words drifted through his mind as if they were his own, though he knew that they weren't. "You can still hear my thoughts. I thought we were in your head now. The connection can go both ways. My connection to your mind is not as strong as before, but I am able to retain enough connection to gauge your understanding of what you will see. No more talking now. This will work best if you concentrate your efforts on what you see and hear with your mind." Harry bit his lip on all of the questions that he wanted to ask. All too soon, he was distracted when the serene landscape of Snape's mind began to change. Again, he couldn't make out specific images, but he had the peculiar sensation of diving under a body of water, of light and peace giving way to darkness, and a churning that he soon identified as a strong emotion. Sadness enveloped him so intensely that he gasped out loud. It lingered, and Harry got the sense that Snape was giving him time to get used to it before continuing. He opened his mouth to ask a question, then snapped his lips shut. "Ask." When Harry made a move to speak aloud, Snape clarified through their connection mentally. Work on maintaining the mental connection. It took him some time to feel that he could think his own thoughts without getting lost in the blanket of sadness. He tentatively thought the questions, hoping he was sending them to Snape correctly. "Why didn't you have to use a memory to pull up your emotion? And why can't I tell what you're thinking, except when you want to say specific things to me?" "I have decades of experience controlling my mind, Potter," came the words directly into his mind, and Harry grinned at how even though he couldn't hear a voice or its tone, he could tell they would be in Snape's lecturing, "You're a dunderhead, aren't you?" voice if spoken aloud. "The calm is the result of occlusion. I fashioned the landscape of my mind into what I wanted you to see. My true mind is obscured, invisible to the average legilimens. The abilities to pull up emotion at will, or to only allow those thoughts that I permit to rise to the surface, are the result of years of practice." Harry nodded, figuring that Snape could probably sense a mental nod somewhere in there. After another minute of silence, of floating in the emotion, of Harry becoming deeply affected by the grief that bordered the wall of sadness, it began to shift and move. But it wasn't a physical sensation of movement so much as addepenning off the grief. Its tendrils grabbed hold of Harry's mind, became one with his own emotions, so that he was hardly aware when tears escaped from the corners of his eyes. He felt it invade every corner of his mind. No, Snape's mind. It was becoming difficult to tell them apart, and he could feel it almost like a physical entity, spreading into the recesses of his heart and body, affecting his heart rate, causing his hands to tremble with its weight. It lingered until Harry was certain he would collapse under its weight, and then it began to retreat, and in its retreat, Harry could finally sense the physicality of the emotion. He hardly noticed how his hands gripped Snape's arms harder through the ebbing tide of sadness, as it withdrew from his body and from his consciousness until nothing remained save the calm scene that had first welcomed Harry upon entering Snape's mind. It struck him then how through all of this, Snape's intentional calm, his reaching for emotion, his deepening and lessening it at will, the one unifying element had been the sense of water. The serenity and crash of waves, the ebb and flow of tide, the choking sense of being drawn and caught under its power, even the powerful feeling of breaking through its surface. He was so caught up in his observations and in the relief of peace after such overwhelming grief that it caught him by surprise when he felt another tug in his mind, more of a push this time, and he tried to follow its call, retreating to his own mind. He felt disoriented again, though not as badly as before. When he was sure that he and only he occupied his own mind, he opened his eyes and squinted into the light of the room. Snape's eyes were open, and he was watching him carefully, probably gauging whether Harry had adjusted to the aftereffects of the mind meld. He must have been satisfied with what he saw as he released Harry's arms and moved back so that they were sitting a more comfortable distance apart. He held out Harry's glasses. Harry drew in a shaky breath that strongly reeked of salt and realized that his cheeks were wet. He hastily wiped the tears away with his sleeves, took the glasses, and put them on. Though he searched around for something to say to draw attention away from his tears, he still felt overwhelmed by all that he had experienced inside Snape's mind. He'd never felt such overpowering grief before, except for maybe when Sirius. "You can't still read my mind, can you?" Harry asked, trying to empty his mind of thought just in case. "No," Snape said, and then smirked. "But do not get too comfortable. We will discuss what you have learned, and then we will repeat the exercise." Snape conjured 2 glasses of clear liquid and held one out to Harry. "Drink," he ordered, and took a sip of his own as soon as Harry accepted the other. "Both your senses and your emotions will feel heightened until the effects of the potion wear off. Hydration will keep any disorientation at bay." "How long does the potion last?" "Several hours, depending upon age and body mass. It will wear off far more quickly for me than for you." "Figures," Harry groused half-heartedly, though he wasn't upset. The explanation made sense. He tipped the glass to his lips but pulled it back with a grimace. "What is this? It smells like soap and metal and something else, something wrong. Is it another potion?" "No," Snape looked at him oddly as he took another sip from his own glass. "It is water." Harry eyed the drink skeptically and sniffed it again. It did not smell at all like water, but he experimentally took a sip and promptly gagged. He hastily set it on the ground. He wasn't that thirsty. Snape eyed him thoughtfully for a moment and then pulled out his wand to conjure another glass, this time containing something orange. He held it out. Harry obediently took it and sniffed from a safe distance. "It's pumpkin juice, isn't it? But it's got way more spices than usual. And somebody put soap in this one too. You are smelling the dish soap that was used to wash the glasses." "Yeah," Harry sniffed again from a distance and pulled a face. "Is this from our kitchen? Maybe Darby needs a break if he's not washing things properly." The glass was washed and rinsed appropriately. All substances leave trace particles behind on the objects they touch, including soap, chemicals, food, sweat, and so on. The average nose cannot detect them. It is only due to the potion that you are able to now. Harry made a non-committal noise. He wasn't smelling a particle of soap. It was full-on soap. "Tell me about the glass itself," Snape instructed with a contemplative look. Harry didn't know what Snape was after, but he examined the glass from each angle, trying to keep his distance from the pumpkin soap juice. "It's clear, round, made of glass." "What does it feel like?" "Cool, cold. It feels weird, like my fingers are cold too. Not in the usual way, like a glass making my fingers cold, but like as soon as I touched it, my fingers were the same temperature as the glass." He looked up. "Is that weird?" "No," Snape shook his head. "It is merely your sense of touch being somewhat amplified. Tell me about the texture." Ah, smooth. Can you feel grooves or imperfections in the glass? Other than its temperature, do you feel anything that causes your hand discomfort? No, why should I? Harry didn't bother keeping the confusion from his voice. What does this have to do with occlumency? Snape tapped his fingers on his own glass as he studied Harry. Hedda Finatelli had his puzzle-figuring face on now. He took another sip from his glass, then plucked Harry's glass from his fingers and set both to the side. Nothing at the moment. We will discuss it another time. For now, we must continue with the lesson at hand. The potion should be utilized while still at its peak effectiveness. Now, do you understand what I did and how I did it? Harry eyed Snape for a few seconds, considering the pros and cons of letting him change the subject while Harry's curiosity was still piqued, but he caved. He leaned back on his hands while he thought it over. Your emotion was stronger than mine. But I don't think it's because I chose a weak emotion. More like, I think I really didn't give myself over to mine completely, not like you did. Correct, Snape nodded. Emotions are not playthings. They have power. But in order to harness that power, you must learn how to let it exert power over you. How? Harry paused, thinking it over. How do you stay in control when you let something else have power over you? I don't understand. Harry shrugged as well as he could with his weight on his arms. The control is in how you choose to harness the emotion. When you hesitated to give in to it, showed a fear of losing yourself in it, you were allowing it control over you. Harry shifted his weight onto one arm so that he could scratch an itch on his nose as he thought. What's to stop me losing myself in it? If I give myself over to the emotion, any emotion, how can I be in control if it's in control of me? Practice, said Snape, and Harry wanted to roll his eyes at how professor-like he sounded. Still, Harry sat up, readying himself to mind meld again. Okay, once more then. Snape shook his head. Not yet. Tell me what else you noticed. I know you made at least one other discovery. Harry squinted his eyes as he thought through the experience of being in Snape's mind, the part of his mind that he let him into, anyway. He could tell by the look in Snape's eyes that he was prompting Harry for something specific, which meant Harry'd probably thought it while still in his mind. Oh, yeah, water. I don't even know how to describe it. It's not like I saw water or anything. I felt it, though. You used it somehow in everything you did. You used the idea of water to create the calm, and to pull up your emotion, and to move it, didn't you? Snape inclined his head. The mind is complex. If you can find something concrete to tie it to, preferably something powerful or elemental, it will aid in your attempts to control it. Elemental, Harry repeated slowly. Like water, fire, earth, and air, those elements. One of those is a good place to start, agreed Snape. But I would avoid water. It works for me, but should you come face to face with the Dark Lord, it would not do for him to see too many similarities to my mind in yours. Harry almost asked why it would matter since Snape wasn't a spy anymore, but he thought better of it. Not only was it probably a touchy subject, but who knew what the future had in store? If anybody had the intelligence and cunning to somehow get his spy status back, it was Severus Snape. Or maybe it was simply a good idea to keep Voldemort from knowing how much his former follower was helping out his worst enemy. He cocked his head to the side, thinking through the elements. Water was out. He wasn't sure how earth would work. He tried to imagine shifting sand or rolling meadows, but they didn't feel right. Fire might work, but the violence of flames ripping through his mind made him shiver. Air, he closed his eyes and pulled up the breeze of the ocean air that he'd felt in Snape's mind, imagined it twist and turn into something else. A wind storm, a whirlwind, a mountain breeze. He opened his eyes to find Snape patiently watching him. Well, air was worth a try anyway. Now, he asked, flexing his fingers, or is there more I should know before I try again? Snape moved forward so that their knees were nearly touching again. You are taking the physical movement of emotion too literally. You do not need to attempt to move it so much as to channel it. This time, attempt to use it to affect a physical change in your body, such as your heart rate or blood flow. At Harry's skeptical look, Snape added, focus on the intensity of the emotion and try using your chosen element to shift it through your consciousness. Harry sighed softly. The bits about giving himself over to the emotion and changing the way he thought about its physical nature made sense to him, even if he wasn't sure he could do them yet. But he wasn't quite sure what he was even supposed to do with the element of air once he pulled it up in his mind. Snape had made it look so easy that it seemed a part of him, not something he purposely manipulated. Snape motioned for Harry to hold out his hands like before, and soon their wrists were clasped, their eyes were closed, and Harry felt the nudge of Snape's mind at the edge of his. It was just as odd as before, but as soon as he was sure Snape's mind was completely merged with his own, he pulled up the memory of Ripper the bulldog. He lingered on his memories of the dog's open jaws chasing him for a few seconds, considering the best way to pull up the fear so that he'd be able to really feel it, like Snape had his sadness. No matter how he tried, though, he couldn't quite let it consume him. Snape was silent, allowing Harry to work through it. Of course, he was wary to think through anything too much, so long as Snape was there to witness it. But when Snape didn't make a move to mock him, even though he couldn't have missed Harry thinking about Snape mocking him, he hesitantly gave the problem some real thought. Finally, he decided to go back further, to the first time Ripper had bit him. Maybe the source of the fear would work better for him than the later memory. Snape had said that childhood memories were more intense anyway. He'd been younger then, so. He was 7. Aunt Marge had brought a new puppy the previous year, but it had grown since then, and it growled at Harry as soon as Marge walked through the door. It was almost Christmas, and Harry was exhausted from cleaning for Aunt Marge's visit, so he backed up, trying to avoid notice by blending in with the tree. Unfortunately, he tripped over one of Dudley's many presents, sprawling backwards and hitting his head on the end table. He'd no sooner registered the pain in his head than he felt a white-hot pain in his leg and looked down to see Ripper's jaws clenched on his calf. He barely heard Aunt Marge's screams, not at Ripper, but at Harry's clumsiness for making her dear, darling dog uneasy, and Dudley's laughter before he felt a blinding fear that this was it. This was the moment Uncle Vernon made good on all his threats. Surely he would let the bulldog kill him, and he wouldn't have to bother with feeding and housing Harry anymore. And Harry pulled up the fear, imagined it whirling up through his body like a twister, taking over his mind and his heart. He trembled with the sudden force of emotion, made stronger by the nightmares he'd had the rest of that Christmas week, alone and sore in his cupboard in the pitch dark, his childish mind conjuring up scenario after scenario in which they unlocked the cupboard door only to let Ripper in to finish the job. He tried not to think about whether he was using the emotion correctly, just focused on becoming fear itself, on it pulsing through his veins until his breath was coming in sharp gasps. He felt the presence in his mind whisper against his then. Release the fear. Draw yourself away from its hold. Feel it retreat. He tried to listen to the voice. He pushed against the fear, drew himself away from it, tried to imagine the twister softening into a fierce wind, fragments of fear coiling away from him into its pull. He couldn't push it all away, though. He tried to pull up a sort of calm like Snape had in his mind, imagining a gentle breeze whistling through his mind, soothing away his fears. But for all his efforts, he could still feel remnants of the fear his 7-year-old mind had felt in that moment long ago. He gave up after several minutes of deep breaths and opened his eyes to find Snape's eyes already open and watching him. Staring at him, actually, and he looked incredulous, even a little bit angry. Perhaps it was the last vestige of emotion clinging to him, but Harry cringed out of habit, not sure what he'd done to deserve anger this time. Snape released his arms, and Harry felt the last threads of their mental connection snap so suddenly that he felt another twinge of disorientation. He put out a hand to steady himself. Snape stood and started pacing, and Harry decided to wait him out. He wasn't entirely sure what he had done, but it didn't seem like a good idea to goad the professor. Snape seemed maybe to even be trying to calm himself down. Finally, he stopped and glared. "Were you a Ventrian last year?" he spat. Harry was so surprised by the question that he simply stared. "You're unnatural," Snape said accusingly, glaring daggers at Harry. "Wild and untrained, yes. Your mind is completely disorderly and wholly untamed. But the building blocks are there, the natural talent. You have the makings of an occlumens. Which leads me to the conclusion that you didn't of Ventrido put effort into practicing last year." Harry gaped. Only Snape could compliment Harry and accuse him in the same breath. And sure, he was right that Harry hadn't tried all that hard last year. But wasn't that the pot calling the kettle black? He wasn't about to let it go without reminding the professor of that, either. Well, maybe if Somione had explained what I was supposed to do last year, I'd have actually known how to practice. "Don't you blame me." "Why not?" Harry shot to his feet. "You were my teacher. How was I supposed to know how to clear my mind if you never taught me how? Just clear your mind, Potter, repel my attacks, Potter, over and over, and not ever once helping me to figure out how." Snape glared at him but didn't answer right away, and Harry was just fine with that. He was losing some of his steam because the room was beginning to tilt in a way that he was fairly certain it wasn't supposed to do. He shot out his arms to balance himself, but Snape caught him by the elbow before he could fall over. "Sit, you foolish boy," Snape muttered as he helped an unsteady Harry to sit down. "The potion is still in full effect. Until it wears off, do not test it by making sudden movements." He seemed to have lost his steam as well, for an instant later he lowered himself back to the floor across from Harry. They eyed each other warily for several moments until Harry finally looked away. "You're right," he quietly admitted. "I didn't practice like I should have, but I swear I really didn't understand how. Even though I know I should have tried to figure it out, should have wanted it more, that part is true." Snape took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I know," he admitted, surprising Harry into looking up. "Now, I didn't want to see it then, but I know now." The professor looked about as sincere as Harry had ever seen him. Harry gave a tentative smile and watched Snape's wall go back up, but he thought it maybe wasn't quite so formidable as before, so he left a trace of a smile on his face, sat up straight, and asked, "Okay, what next?" Chapter 28, Occlumency, Part 2. Griffin, breathe in. Hippogriff, breathe out. I, iguana, breathe in. J, jellyfish, breathe out. Harry turned his head almost imperceptibly, trying not to be noticed. The last thing he needed was for Snape to scold him again over his wandering attention. Kneazle, breathe in. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the professor still sitting at the potions counter, poring over a book. Lion, breathe out. He knew this was supposed to focus his mind and calm his body, but really, being told to sit against the wall and list animals alphabetically like a child's game, it was a little bit insulting. Monkey, breathe in. At least he didn't have to do it out loud like the first time, listing the names of charms and spells. He'd felt like an idiot when he couldn't think of spell names for each letter of the alphabet. And he was pretty sure Snape had been compiling a mental list of the flaws in Harry's magical education. N, what started with an N? N, Newt. He let out his breath in a rush, darting his eyes straight ahead when Snape raised his head to watch him. A, Snape wouldn't know if he skipped one. Breathe in. P, pig, breathe out. That will do, Snape said, and Harry looked up hopefully. Are you still disoriented? No, Harry shook his head. Why does it keep hitting me anyway? I thought the dizziness was supposed to wear off, not keep coming back. Snape stood and closed his book. He crooked a finger at Harry to join him at the potions counter and studied him closely as he walked, probably making sure Harry was steadier than he'd been earlier. Mental acuity potions can affect users differently depending on a variety of factors. At Harry's questioning look, he listed age, body mass, emotional development, not to mention the body's sensitivity to stimuli. This potion is harmless for a boy your age, but you may be more sensitive to the side effects due to a combination of those factors, not to mention your stunted physical development. Oi, Harry jerked his head. I'm not stunted. You have always been shorter and thinner than your father at the same age, Snape said unapologetically, eyeing him like an insect under a microscope. Harry was too offended to squirm. I never gave it much thought before, but it is obviously due to a lack of sufficient nutrition during your formative childhood years. Harry scowled. What Snape said might very well be true, but he didn't need to spell it out like that. Some things just shouldn't be said. Snape gave him an unsympathetic and knowing look as he shoved the book away. If you don't want the truth, Mr. Potter, do not ask the questions. Harry harumphed. You know, there's this skill some people have of being honest without being an arse about it. I think they call it tact. He defiantly crossed his arms over his chest. He'd rather be annoyed and rude than show embarrassment. Though at least Snape had said lack of sufficient nutrition instead, after-deprived and starved. It sounded marginally better. Maybe even a little bit tactful, he grudgingly admitted, if only to himself. Language, Potter, Snape said, but didn't sound upset. He was already moving to sit on the floor. Shall we? Harry hesitated only a moment before obediently trailing behind to sit across from the professor. They had run through the mind-melding exercise several more times, and each time Harry was a little bit better at channeling and releasing the emotion. He was nowhere near as good as Snape at controlling his mind, but he was happy with his progress. Exhausted, too. Pulling up such deep emotion, as well as reliving the memory with Ripper and the dark cupboard over and over, had taken its toll. By the last time through, he'd have been tempted to curl up and take a nap right there on the laboratory floor if not for Snape's presence. He wondered if that's why Snape had called an end to the lesson. He'd been in Harry's mind when he'd had the thought about taking a nap, after all. Harry couldn't seem to hide anything from the man while he was in his head like that. Of course, Snape had looked pretty exhausted by then too. Even though he wasn't the one pulling up the fear or going through mental hoops trying to manipulate physical responses to emotions, Harry knew from the experience of being in Snape's mind that the connection deeply affected the viewer. He felt kind of bad now, come to think of it. He'd at least already lived through the dog bite and the long days of being hurt and hungry and scared in the locked cupboard. It was a distant memory, one he'd come to terms with a long time ago. Snape had had to experience it for the first time, and then over and over because Harry had chosen the memory and made him relive it alongside him. The professor didn't say anything about it, not once, not even though he'd looked like he was trying to rein in his temper again after their third time through. Harry let it pass without comment, without asking why Snape was upset this time, because he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. He didn't think he was angry at Harry, because if he was, he wouldn't hesitate to tell Harry what he was doing wrong. If he was angry at having to go through the mind meld over and over, he merely had to stop the lesson. The possibility occurred to Harry, after Snape had left his mind, thankfully, that the professor's anger was directed at the Dursleys, but he wasn't sure how he felt about Snape being angry on his behalf. The thought was too strange, and it had implications he didn't want to consider. So he didn't ask, and they mind melded again and relived the memory again and washed themselves in Harry's fear again until finally their minds, or at least Harry's mind, was in dire need of a break. A positive side to all the exhaustion was that Harry couldn't spare much energy for embarrassment. He reminded himself that Snape already knew about the Dursleys and his cupboard, and he was proud of himself for mostly pushing any more thought of it out of his mind. If he wanted to learn occlumency, really wanted to learn it this time, he was going to have to get used to revealing a few humiliating memories and thoughts. He had enough to go around, after all. At least, he could console himself by knowing that Snape was never going to know everything. He was getting a lot closer than Harry had ever wanted him to, though. Same thing, then, Harry asked after they were both settled on the floor. Or do you want me to pull up a different emotion this time? Snape studied him for a long moment before saying, a change in direction, I think. You've gone through that exercise enough with my guidance to be able to practice it on your own from now on. Harry nodded, relieved. Just the thought of pulling up that fear over and over all morning was exhausting. Do you recall our exercise in locating your dominant sense? Yes. Harry cocked his head to the side, wondering where Snape was going with this. You seem to successfully clear your mind by focusing on your sense of touch. Harry nodded. Do you remember how you did it? Yeah, sure, he shrugged. You told me to focus on my breathing and your hand, and I did, and I fell asleep, and that was that. Are you certain? Certain it worked, Harry furrowed his brow. Yeah, I think so. I mean, even my vision self said I managed to clear my mind. Snape gave him a look that told him what he still thought about his visions, but he didn't comment on that part. I meant, are you certain that it was touch that you focused your mind on before you fell asleep? Yes. Harry dropped his eyes to the floor and scratched behind his ear as he thought. I remember breathing in and out, calming my mind, and focusing on the touch, like you said. I don't remember thinking anything else, but it's possible. It was falling asleep, things get hazy. And when you managed to pull away from the Dark Lord's mind, do you remember how you accomplished that? Aye, Harry wrinkled his nose as he thought about that terrible day, the day Ron had been hurt. It was difficult to remember the details, though. He'd been plunged into Voldemort's mind without warning, seen his friend's house about to be attacked, and even after he'd managed to pull his mind away, he'd been in shock about what he'd seen. The aftermath was a rush of frantic hustle, worried waiting, and way too much stress and grief. How was he supposed to remember something so small in that one tiny, action-packed moment in a grief-packed day? He shook his head apologetically. I don't remember. Does it really matter? I mean, well, of course it matters if you're asking. Just, what are you thinking? Snape tapped his chin with a long finger. Touch may indeed be an effective trigger in aiding you to control your mind. Your sense of touch is somewhat heightened. He frowned as he thought aloud. But as evidenced by the side effects of this potion, smell's quite obviously your dominant sense. So strong is it that I would wager that you tapped into your sense of smell during one or more of those incidences, even if you were not consciously aware of it. That sense is perhaps so deeply ingrained in your day-to-day functioning that you rather take it for granted. Well, that would be true of most senses, wouldn't it? Harry pointed out. We don't notice them until we need them, a lot of the time. It is a matter of degree, said Snape. The more highly developed a skill or sense, the less we tend to take conscious note of it. Harry bit his lip. He could see why Snape would reach the conclusion about his sense of smell, with how sharp it had been since he'd consumed the mind-melding potion. Just thinking about it made him wrinkle up his nose again at the strong mixture of various aromas in the room, and he wondered if he had the potion to thank for not having a headache from it all. He wasn't all that certain why it mattered, though. It was just smell. In fact, I believe that you may be altogether more sensory than I'd imagined, Snape was saying. It may be the key to focusing your mind, having something tangible to tether it to. I thought we were already trying the, tangible approach. We tried the tangible approach as exercise, Potter, Snape said, as if he should clearly know the difference between an exercise and a game plan. Harry barely managed not to roll his eyes. Snape was such a professor sometimes. It was meant to give you something to focus on at the time, a way to practice disciplining your mind. However, I believe that you may benefit from a more comprehensive immersion into harnessing the senses. Harry wasn't sure what that meant exactly, only that it sounded like a lot of work. So what do you mean by me being more sensory than you thought? He asked, deciding to focus on one question at a time. Most people have one or two dominant senses, as do you. However, proving that you are once again the exception to the rule, Snape said dryly. almost all of your senses are heightened to some degree. For the average wizard, locating their dominant sense would open a pathway for the mind. For a wizard with above-average sensory perception, a more careful approach is needed. Your senses are more likely to act in tandem without intention or notice, helpful in many situations, but obstructing or even overloading the mind when applied to the practice of occlumency. He looked assessingly at Harry. I might go so far as to theorize that to be one of the reasons you have not been successful at harnessing your mind to the study of occlumency, despite your natural aptitude for the art. It could be one contributor to your lack of focus. Of course, you are a teenager, he said, as if referring to a particularly irksome species of insect, and so I would hardly go so far as to blame sensory input for all of your shortcomings. But it could be exacerbating your attempts to clear your mind, and your lack of discipline, not to mention your— Okay, Harry muttered, and decided he didn't need that question expounded on anymore. What makes you think I'm so different anyway? Sensory-wise, I mean. I have been inside your mind for the past 2 hours, Potter, Snape said, as if he were talking to a child, a fact which Harry decided not to resent because he really wanted his questions answered. All but one of your senses are heightened to some degree under the influence of this potion, one to an absurd level, which suggests that when in their natural state, they are collecting a more than average amount of information. Not so much as to constitute a sensory disorder, mind, he added, as if it were an afterthought. You are still within an acceptable, functional range, but it is enough to bombard your body and mind with an abundance of data, combined with emotional trauma resultant from childhood abuse, and it is little wonder that your mind is so disorganized and lacking in focus. Harry just barely held in a flinch at the word abuse. He still hated that word, at least when applied to him. He tried not to let it show, but he was positive that the professor already knew it. Snape added, your inability to control your emotions at times is another factor, as well as— All right, I get the picture, snapped Harry, rather tired of being dissected and a bit overwhelmed at how much appeared to be wrong with him. Just how much thought had Snape put into how Harry ticked since finding out about the Dursleys anyway? An awful lot, apparently, and the thought made him distinctly uncomfortable. The good news, of course, continued Snape, as if Harry hadn't interrupted, is that once understood, heightened senses can provide a natural tether to the world around you. Once you utilize your senses, rather than allowing them control over you, the finer skills involved in occlumency should naturally follow. Harry sat quietly for a few seconds, thinking about that. But he stopped and cleared his throat, not sure he should give voice to his insecurities. But he needed answers more than he needed to save face, so he charged ahead. But if my senses are running amok, if my mind's all, disorderly, what makes you think it can even be done? If I'm so messed up, what makes you so sure I have the makings to be an occlumens? Maybe we're going through all this for nothing, he added, frustrated and defeated. He smoothed his fringe over his scar, not wanting to look Snape in the eyes after his rant, but needing to see his answer. His question was met with silence as Snape watched him for several long seconds. When the professor finally spoke, it was to murmur in a stunned voice, "You really aren't arrogant, are you?" Harry didn't answer, though come to think of it, the question was probably rhetorical. He huffed a loud sigh. They were still there. He'd thought Snape had already come to that conclusion, but apparently first impressions die hard. Snape cleared his throat and shook himself out of whatever state he was in. His eyes didn't quite meet Harry's when he said softly, "Those are impediments, Potter, not defects. They are mere roadblocks to overcome in training your mind. They may even, as I said, be assets to you in time, the key to becoming a powerful occlumens in your own right." Harry wanted to ask how emotional trauma resultant from childhood, well, how that could be an asset, but he couldn't think how to ask the question without asking the question, and he wasn't about to ask the question. Thankfully, or unfortunately, Harry still wasn't sure which. Snape proved his observational skills yet again by saying unprompted, "Those who have never lived through trying circumstances will faint at the first sign of trouble. The untried mind is a weak mind." Adversity, on the other hand, breeds strength, and strength is vital to the development of skill. In my haste to assume you untried, I mistook your moments of bravery for arrogance and foolhardiness. He shook his head. You learned at an early age to stand up to danger, well knowing the consequences. While you still must learn to discern between courage and recklessness, your strength will also serve you well in developing the skill of defending yourself from mental attacks. Harry felt like he was looking with new eyes at Snape, so unexpected was that little speech. It sounded mostly complimentary, so, not Snape. And Snape had said the words with such conviction that Harry was startled to realize that Snape had meant what he'd said. Maybe, just maybe, the professor really didn't hate him anymore. Harry'd already started to think that, but this was a different sort of revelation. As in, maybe Snape had admitted to himself that he didn't hate Harry anymore. Mind blown. Before Harry could dwell too much on it, Snape gestured for him to lay his hands palm up on his knees. He placed his own wrists over Harry's, clasped his lower arms, and instructed him to close his eyes. Harry automatically did as he was told, forcing their conversation to the back of his mind for later contemplation. He began readying his mind for the sensation of merging with another presence. Before I enter your mind, Snape instructed, pull up a recent memory, something sensory, a memory in which you distinctly remember using your sense of smell. The more vivid you can remember it, the better. What am I going to do with it? Harry asked with his eyes closed. To begin, you are simply going to focus your mind. A variation on the exercise we completed last week. Choose a memory, Snape repeated. Harry chewed on his lip. He was thankful that Snape was giving him a chance this time to sift through memories before he entered his mind. But finding an innocuous memory was still hard. Recent, He thought of the past 2 weeks they'd been at Grimmauld Place, but nothing stood out that could be described as vivid. Naturally, he had no trouble pulling up the beginning of summer. The musty pile of clothes on the hard floor where he'd slept at the Dursleys, the dirt and sweat while his hands were rubbed raw from weeding. The smell of burnt bacon just before his head had been grazed by the edge of a swinging frying pan. But from the resentment already starting to bubble up inside him, he thought he'd have a rather difficult time focusing his mind if he brought up any of those memories. Do you have one? Snape's voice interrupted his thoughts. Harry huffed in frustration and opened his eyes. Does it have to be happy? Not necessarily, Snape answered slowly, watching him through narrowed eyes. But it will be easier for you to complete the next exercise if you select a memory moderately associated with a state of calm. Calm, Harry frowned. When was the last time he'd felt calm? Not a forced calm, like when practicing occlumency or chopping up potions' ingredients, but really calm. He couldn't even remember. Snape removed his hands from Harry's and rubbed the bridge of his nose. In the chaos of the past week, I'd nearly forgotten how problematic it is to use your memories as a focus for your mental practice. You forget something, Harry joked with a grin, which he dropped at Snape's sharp look. An awkward silence lingered between them, and Harry was oddly fascinated that he'd forgotten himself enough to dace Professor Snape. And that's what he'd done. He hadn't griped or fought or barbed or grumbled. He'd teased Professor Snape. He should probably be afraid for his life, but instead he felt the strangest urge to laugh. Especially as Snape was eyeing him like a strange sort of bug, probably trying to decide if Harry had intended disrespect. Harry wondered if the man even knew the difference between a tease and a barb. Did he have any friendships at all in his life like Harry had with Ron and Hermione? And because Snape already was looking at him like he'd sprouted another head, he figured no more harm could be done in asking. Do you professors all hang out in your free time, like friends and such? Or do you just spend your free time in your offices and personal quarters? Now Snape was looking at him like he'd sprouted a third head. Are you disoriented again? He reached out a hand to Harry's head, pausing after Harry flinched away and then feeling his forehead anyway. No, Harry batted the hand away. Just curious. Are you friends with McGahn? I mean Professor McGonagall, or maybe Professor Flitwick. He seems like he'd make a good professor-type friend. I have never met anyone so easily distracted as you. Snape gave his head a slight shake, his baffled expression morphing into exasperation. Harry wanted to point out that obviously had met plenty of more distracted kids. He was a professor of 11-year-olds, after all, and been witness to countless exploding cauldrons over the years. But instead he wheedled, "It's not like it'll kill you to answer. You've got to at least spend holidays with somebody. You're not a total Scrooge, I think, no matter how much you want people to think so. You've got to have a friend or two. Maybe if you just tell me, my mind can let it go and get back on track." He gave his best innocent expression. Alternatively, we can skip the information that is none of your business and get back on track now, the professor said imperiously, but Harry wasn't fooled. Snape wasn't angry or even all that annoyed, really. He could milk it a bit longer. So you're saying that you are a Scrooge? He slyly asked. You know, if that's the case, secrets have a way of coming out, haunting you, that sort of thing, so you might as well just tell me now. Snape crossed his arms and gave him a glare. Even Ebenezer Scrooge did not willingly divulge his secrets. Ha! Harry's eyes lit up and he pointed a finger at Snape. I was right, Yowdoury Dickens. He was even more proud of himself when Snape didn't have a ready comeback. He didn't protest that he'd seen a movie version of A Christmas Caroler, that he was familiar with pop culture. His silence was proof that he'd read it. Harry'd out-Slytherined the Slytherin. Again. Sure, he didn't get his main question answered, but he'd managed to trick him into giving away the answer to at least enough his personal questions of the last few days. Snape was a reader, and now Harry knew it. A small win, but a win just the same. Snape couldn't hide a twitch of his lips. Harry thought for certain that he had been fighting a smile, which he counted as another win, even though the man's lips smoothly straightened out into a stern line. Allow me to reiterate, Potter, that my personal life is of no concern to you. I suggest we get back on track now. This potion will not last indefinitely. Harry wanted to argue. Snape's personal life was of sudden interest to him, definitely of more interest than thinking about how his own most vivid recent memories consisted of pain and loss. But seeing as how he'd obtained a partial victory, and Snape was right that it wasn't really his business, he clamped his lips shut and slouched back to lean on his hands. Well, not his business for right now anyway. He determined not to give up. One way or another, even if he had to spy on the professor during the school year, he was going to find out whether the man had any real live friends. And maybe, just maybe, he'd even catch him in the act of smiling, if the man even knew how to smile, which was doubtful. But it seemed more possible the more he got to know him. Okay, he focused his mind back on the topic at hand. Okay, so if memories are problematic, what am I supposed to do? Try it anyway. Hope I can come up with something that works. Or can I just do it without a memory? There are many ways to focus your mind and your senses without memories. Memories, however, tend to be most effective for beginners. We will at least attempt it before moving on to other methods. Think again, but this time simply envision a moment in which you felt calm or relaxed. We can recreate the sensory experience from there. Harry wrinkled his nose, finding this just as hard as before. But a memory nudged its way into his thoughts, one that hadn't occurred to him before, probably because it wasn't real. He looked up at Snape through his fringe, considering. Snape looked back at him, eyebrows raised, waiting for Harry to voice his question. He took a deep breath and raised his chin. Do memories of dreams count? Dreams. Snape said the word like it was foreign on his tongue, then said, dreams are not tangible. To link them to sensory experience is unduly troublesome, particularly for a beginner in the art of occlumency. But what if the dream is tangible? That is not the nature of dreams. refuted Snape. Maybe not usual dreams, Harry argued, but my vision dreams were tangible. They felt like I was really there, as real as when I'm awake. Snape's face showed his dawning comprehension, and just as quickly his skepticism. That you believe your visions to be real does not make them so. They are still by nature dreams, and dreams lack the necessary experiential component to be effective in such an exercise. Still, it felt real, it really did, Harry insisted. Couldn't I at least try? Snape studied him for a long moment, then asked, "What is so unique about this particular memory that you are so inclined toward it?" "I felt calm," Harry said simply. "Relaxed. It's the only recent memory that fits, and it was real. Tangible, I mean, sensory. I could feel, smell, hear, all those things, Professor. And anyway," he shrugged, "if it doesn't work, I choose a different memory and move on, right? What's the harm in trying?" Snape studied him through narrowed eyes before motioning him to sit up. "Once. We will try it once. When you fail, we shall move on." "Gee, thanks for the pep talk," Harry muttered, but held out his wrists for Snape to clasp. Snape ignored the comment, and almost immediately Harry felt his familiar presence merging with his own mind. After doing this over and over throughout the morning, he wasn't quite so overwhelmed anymore by the sensation. It still felt different and somewhat invasive, but it was starting to feel more natural at the same time. "Pull up the memory," instructed Snape. "The moment in your dream when you felt most calm. Immerse yourself in the moment, remembering any sights, sounds, tastes, smells, and other sensations. Attempt to lose yourself in them, thinking of nothing else." Harry ignored the way Snape's voice betrayed his skepticism that this would work. Well, actually, Harry thought about ignoring Snape's skepticism, which he supposed didn't constitute ignoring, since he'd had to actually think about it in order to think about ignoring it. Ah! He was doing it again, thinking too much into every thought because he knew that Snape could hear his every thought. Or could he hear it, really? More like feel it, read it. Snape cleared his throat. Right, getting back on track, then. Harry thought back to the last vision he'd had from his other self. Seer self. Inner self. Anyway, other Harry, whatever he was. He imagined the green grass, the bordering lake, and the clear blue summer sky. He imagined himself sitting on the grass, breathing in the smells of not only the grass, but other scents in the air. Popsicles, a light whiff of perfume in the breeze, and the natural floral aroma of the nearby flowers. He didn't bother to imagine other Harry there with him. It was the setting that calmed him, not his mirror image telling him that he'd soon be captured by Voldemort. And capture was really not the thing to think about when he was trying to reach a state of calm. Just to feel more like he was there, he focused his mind on the touch of grass between his fingers. It was difficult to imagine, as he could clearly feel Snape's skin, not blades of grass. But he tried. He thought of the muffled voices, the chatter of the group of people nearby, the laughter of the children. He tried to imagine them together, sunshine on his face, smell of grass in his nostrils, laughter in his ears. Sunshine, smell, laughter. Breathe in, out, sunshine, in, flowers, out. Laughter, in. They sat for several minutes while Harry repeated it like a mantra in his head. He could tell it wasn't fully working. He couldn't clear his head of thought altogether and just. But it had to have been working at least a little bit, for he felt much calmer than he had before starting. Simply imagining that clear, beautiful day and the happiness that it brought to the dream people made him let go of some of the stress that had been gathering in his neck and between his shoulder blades. He took in another breath and consciously relaxed his body, letting some of the stress of the last few days flow through his body and out of his nostrils with each breath. Snape lightly squeezed his wrists in warning that he was about to speak, and Harry was grateful. During one of their earlier exercises, Harry had been so immersed in his memory of Ripper that he'd nearly jumped out of his skin when Snape had said something out loud. The warning squeeze was a small sign that they were learning how to work together, and Harry might have grinned at that thought, if he hadn't been trying so hard not to break his concentration. You were correct in that this dream is more tangible than the typical dream. Snape obviously didn't want to admit that, and Harry tried so hard to not think he told you that he thought it anyway. Snape didn't comment. I am going to use a spell to amplify some of the sensations you recall. Focus your memory and your mind on them. Do not be startled to feel or sense some of them in the air around you. Harry nodded, and he felt Snape remove one of his hands from his. He tried to focus on the imagined feel of the grass, not on the suddenly cold skin of his wrist, as Snape muttered some words, and Harry heard the slight swish of a wand near his head. He spared one thought for how horrified Ron would be to hear that Harry hadn't even flinched as Snape pointed a wand at his head, while his eyes were closed. But he immediately redirected his mind, imagining the sensations, and was rewarded when a moment later he felt as if he really were on that grassy field next to a shimmering lake with the sunshine on his face. He reflexively raised his chin to meet the heat of the sun, but the artificial heat that the spell created didn't come from a source above him like a sun. It surrounded him. He tried not to dwell on the evidence that what he felt wasn't real, instead inhaling deeply of the sense of grass and flower and fresh air. The spell will recreate what you imagine, said Snape as he replaced the hand on Harry's wrist. It will follow your mind where it goes. For now, focus on only one sensation, smell, so as not to overwhelm your mind. Remember, immerse yourself in it until your mind is clear of all else. Clear my mind, Harry said to himself like a mantra. Clear my mind. Until your mind is clear of all else, including the thought to clear your mind, added Snape dryly. Right. He took a deep breath, focusing in on the scents in the air around him, trying to not to even think of what they were, just trying to let go of conscious thought and experience them. It was even more difficult to not think about his breathing, but after a while, he let go the thoughts of his chest rising and falling. He smelled the grass and flowers and let his body simply exist. He had no idea how long they sat in silence before he again felt the slight squeeze of his wrists, followed by Snape's quiet voice. Draw yourself slowly away from the memory. Allow yourself to focus on the sensations and sense of the room around you rather than those of your dream. Try your best to experience the change without concrete thought or words. Harry did as he was told, though it was difficult to limit his thinking, as Snape's instructions had already somewhat drawn him away from his memory. He allowed himself a few minutes to re-immerse himself in the dream world before reaching out for his more immediate surroundings. He first latched onto the muted scent of potions mingled with clay and spice. He felt himself drawn away from the dream into the waking world, but first into the memory of a pair of arms surrounding him, cradling him against a chest. Rough cloth, beating heart, a faint whiff of lilac in the air. Safe. The world flowed unbidden through his mind, and he relaxed into the memory, breathing in the welcome scent of dirt and flower and clove, and feeling protected like he hadn't felt in so long, held, like he'd longed to be held as a child. But the Dursleys never did, always pushing him away when he was too young to know better than to try to hug them like Dudley did. But now he felt calm, safe. A squeeze of his wrists, not as gentle as before, drew him from the memory, focused his mind on other sensations. Hands clasping his, solid ground beneath him, scents combining in the air. Before too long, he was completely aware of the room around him, present in his mind, though he still felt a tad bit hazy. The potion again, probably. He hesitantly opened his eyes and squinted against the light of the room. That was trippy, he said, blinking slowly to adjust his eyes. But kind of cool. Did I do it right? Snape withdrew his arms and his mind from Harry's, but didn't answer immediately. He looked at Harry with a blank expression, which quickly turned pensive. What did I do wrong? Harry asked automatically, not liking the way he was being studied, like Snape didn't know what to do with him. He looked away, thinking through the exercise. He'd cleared his mind, he knew he had. The dream memory had worked. He opened his mouth to say a more diplomatic version, "Ophi told you so," But before he could, the tail end of the exercise played through his mind. Oh. He opened his eyes wide, sneaking a glance at Snape, who was pushing himself to his feet and walking over to his potions cupboard. Harry wanted to sink through the floor. He'd relived the memory of Snape holding him, waking him up from that vision dream a week ago, and he'd wanted Tarstather. He'd thought about how safe he'd felt, how protected. And Snape had seen, felt, all of it alongside him. No wonder Snape wasn't saying anything. No wonder he was getting as far away from Harry as possible. The last thing Snape would want was a needy, clingy teenager who was becoming somehow attached to him. Some unhealthy product of his childhood, he figured Snape would say, that would cause him to cling to the first adult who gave him a hug. Not that it was a hug, not at all a hug, but still. He hadn't even thought about how safe he felt around Snape these days, not consciously, not until now. And to his utter embarrassment, he realized that he'd feel safe. He didn't used to. Over the past 5 years, he'd become so used to being worried about being cut up for potions ingredients or cursed into oblivion during Snape's bouts of temper that he still thought the thoughts out of habit, even though he wasn't literally worried about it happening anymore. He hadn't even realized until this moment that little by little, his fear had been replaced by security. He'd been wrestling so much with the question of trust lately that he'd glossed over the fact that he already did trust Snape, at least to some extent, maybe even to a large extent. Mind blown again. Snape was back in front of him, waving a potions vial in front of his face. "Drink," he instructed, voice inscrutable. He moved to the counter as soon as Harry accepted the vial. He downed the liquid in the vial, not bothering to so much as look at it, grateful at least that it gave him something to do instead of looking at the professor. As much as he now had plenty of food for thought, his epiphany didn't do a thing to erase his mortification. What must Snape think of him? He groaned as quietly as he could. The fact that the room had become awkwardly silent made it worse, because it was painfully obvious that Snape had seen and felt the entire memory, and that Harry had realized that he had. Snape was certainly, at the very least, unsettled by it. Or maybe he was trying to figure out how to extricate himself from Harry-sitting duties, formulating a plan to get Dumbledore back here, to get away from Grimmauld Place after all. The mental acuity potion's effects must be allowed to wear off naturally. Snape's even voice broke the silence, and Harry tried not to flinch. The potion you just consumed will help with any lingering disorientation until then. If your senses waver in intensity as it wears off, lying down to rest will help. Harry nodded automatically. When Snape said nothing else, he darted his eyes to where the professor stood at the counter, eyes on the same book as earlier. Harry cleared his throat. That's it then. The lesson's over. He wasn't an idiot. He knew Snape had planned on doing more with the sensory exercise, but had been spooked into cutting it short. "You have learned quite enough to fuel your practice," Snape said neutrally, still not looking at him. "I expect you will now be better able to understand the concepts within your occlumency book." The dream worked then. "Yes," Snape confirmed, and didn't even sound upset at being proven wrong. "It seems the nature of your dreams is as unusual as you asserted." Harry nodded again, though Snape wasn't looking his way, and he pushed himself to his feet. The professor didn't say more, and Harry knew a dismissal when he heard one. Still, he shifted from foot to foot in the middle of the room, reluctant to leave things like this. No matter the progress they'd made recently, it would be completely like Snape to go back to avoiding him just because he was uncomfortable with getting too close. Well, screw that, he thought with a sudden spark of conviction. He may be mortified, and Snape may think him a wilting flower, but that didn't mean he had to act like it. He'd made more progress in this one lesson with a master occlumens than he'd made over the past week on his own. And they were finally learning to trust each other, like other Harry had told him they needed to do. So he was going to swallow his fear and humiliation, damn it, and Snape was going to get over his aversion to teenagers, and Harry, and being close to anything more human than a toad. and they were going to together. "Sir," he squared his shoulders. Snape barely twitched, still reading. "Will you teach me again tomorrow?" Snape's head jerked up. He clearly hadn't been expecting to be asked that after the mutually uncomfortable conclusion to their first lesson. His brows drew together, and Harry could have sworn he saw a flicker of fear. Harry didn't dwell on it, just moved closer to head off any arguments. He could tell, with or without his Snape mood-reading abilities, that Snape was about to come up with a very good excuse to refuse him. "I need to learn," Harry insisted, gripping the edge of the counter across from Snape, "and you're a good teacher when you want to be. Please." He inserted authority into the word, not pleading, and he met Snape's gaze steadily. He knew instinctively that Snape needed to know that Harry could stand on his own 2 feet emotionally, that he was grounded enough to not put too much weight on Snape's willingness to teach him. Snape couldn't do this unless he was allowed to keep some distance. Well, if he taught Harry what he needed to know, then Harry was perfectly willing to let him have it. He knew the moment he'd won. Snape's eyes lost their determined edge and he exhaled, long and slow. "Very well, Potter," he said without emotion. "Tomorrow, then." Harry knew better than to smile. He gave a single nod and made for the door before Snape could change his mind. "And don't be late again," Snape called after him as he opened the door. "You may enjoy spending your days in endless teenaged monotony, but I do have valuable things to do with my time." Harry kept his back to Snape as he answered, "Yes, sir," and closed the door behind him. He didn't think it wise to show Snape the grin that was spreading across his face at the man's expense. He'd been right about Snape needing to have distance, and he knew the parting words were the professor's way of keeping that distance firmly in place. He'd worry about how to navigate that later. He'd also have plenty of time to dwell on the embarrassment of the shared memory. For now, he'd push both obstacles out of his mind. He needed to practice directing his mind, anyway, and celebrate his victory. He was well on his way to learning occlumency, and he was learning from the greatest occlumens of his acquaintance. Soon he'd be in control of his mental connection to Voldemort, and maybe the discipline of his mind would even help him to sharpen whatever skills or advantage he could possibly have over the dark wizard. And then Voldemort had better be the one watching out for Harry. Chapter 29. The Problem with Grown-Ups. Harry hadn't thought the gloomy atmosphere around Grimmauld Place could get any worse, but with everything that had happened so far this summer, he was getting used to being proven wrong. He first noticed that something was off during lunch the day before. He had just finished up his 4th day of occlumency lessons with Professor Snape, and was so exhausted that he thought about going straight to his room for a nap. Surely Darby could be talked into bringing him a bite to eat later. But then Fred had been in his bedroom, looking suspicious and shifty. The older teen had been relieved when he saw that it was only Harry, and had confided in him that he and George were days away from the most magnificent invention we've ever dreamed up. Harry might have been more excited for them had they not said that about the 5 previous inventions. Or had plumes of green smoke not been drifting toward the ceiling from above Harry's own bed. Deciding that the kitchen was probably safer than his bedroom for the time being, he joined the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione for lunch after all. Snape almost never ate in the kitchen now that the house was full, but the random Order member would occasionally pop in. This time he'd greeted Tonks and Moody before sitting down to chat with Hermione and Ginny. The girls were the same as usual, at times giggling over shared jokes, at times subdued when the thought of Ron lay heavy over the table, and always curious about how Harry's lessons had gone that day. Harry was flattered that they cared so much to ask and listen to what he was learning, but he supposed that they both, though Hermione especially, felt personally invested in his progress after having helped him before. So he told them all about it. Well, all about theoclumency. He didn't tell them just how invasive the mind-melding experience was, how even though Snape had said they couldn't use the potion 2 days in a row, Harry was starting to forget what privacy felt like. He also didn't tell them that he thought Snape was actually a good teacher when he wanted to be, which made it glaringly obvious how often he didn't care to be. Now that he was seeing this somewhat more patient, helpful side of Snape, Harry was tempted to try to figure out how to coax this side of his professor into coming out during the school year. It certainly would improve the mood in Gryffindor Tower on potions class days, if people were more interested in learning than afraid of being bodily thrown by Snape into their own boiling potions. He definitely didn't tell them about the awkward moments he and Snape still had during the lessons, or about how the professor was so obviously trying to keep him at arm's length. He didn't tell them about how it wasn't completely working, about how close he was starting to feel to Snape after having shared thoughts and emotions so many times, or that he wondered if it was the same for Snape, even if the man would rather die a horrible death involving hot coals and hungry, attacking acromantulas before admitting to it. What he did tell them was how he was getting better at grabbing hold of emotion and using it as a shield. He explained how Snape was teaching him to create and fortify a mental wall around his other emotions so that they couldn't be detected, and how he could use the same tactic to hide memories that he didn't want seen by a Legilimens. He also told them that Snape hadn't attacked Harry's mind like the year before. He'd given Harry fair warning that such lessons were inevitable, though the way he'd said it made it clear that he expected Dumbledore to take over by that point. Harry would need use of a wand for that, after all, so it would wait for the school year when the decree on underage magic no longer applied. He'd been halfway through telling them about his latest lesson when he first noticed that something seemed off with the adults. Tonks kept sneaking glances at him, and if he didn't know better, he'd think there was pity or sorrow in her eyes. He had grown used to seeing those emotions in the eyes of visitors ever since Ron had been attacked, but he thought it odd that it was directed solely at him. Still, he shrugged it off and returned his attention to his tale of occlumency successes and failures. A few minutes later, he had caught Mr. Weasley and Moody looking at each other as if silently communicating something of great importance. Harry's words had faltered at that, and he was at once certain that the adults were keeping something from the kids, something new. Was it about Ron? That thought effectively broke his concentration, and he stopped talking mid-sentence. Thankfully, the girls caught on pretty quickly at that point that something was amiss. They all three sat in silence, listening carefully to the conversations of the adults around the table. But whatever the secret was, the adults were keeping it to themselves. They heard Moody and Mr. Weasley having a stilted conversation about the weather, improved security at Gringotts, and even the Chudley Cannons' latest victory, even though it was obvious that Moody wasn't even certain which sport they played. They heard Tonks awkwardly compliment Mrs. Weasley's cooking 3 times. They heard Mrs. Weasley's distracted thank you, dears, and saw her worried glances towards them when she realized that they were listening far too intently. Ginny must have had enough after seeing that her own mother was hiding something from her. She interrupted everyone at the table with a loud, "All right, what's going on then?" The table fell silent. That is, it fell silent except for the sound of breaking glass when Tonks accidentally knocked her drinking glass from the table. "Sorry, so sorry," she muttered as she waved her wand at the mess, and it vanished with a whispered spell. Then it fell silent. The adults didn't even try to hide the fact that they were hiding something, which Harry interpreted as a sign that whatever it was that they were hiding was too big or too awful to stay hidden from them for long. His stomach started to clench up, and he wished he hadn't eaten so much. But apparently, not hiding that they were hiding something didn't mean that they were going to share what it was. First, Mrs. Weasley tut-tutted about how they were too young to know everything going on in the Order and to go on upstairs, and if they needed to know anything, she would tell them. When that was met with 3 protesting teenagers, Mr. Weasley cut in to order them to listen to your mother. Well, to Ginny's mother. But his heart wasn't in the reprimand, so they felt free to ignore him. Harry thought they were finally going to get some answers when Moody cut in with his opinion that Potter's got a right to know, until Mrs. Weasley silenced him with a particularly furious glare. It was a very impressive glare, Harry had to admit. It hadn't even been directed at Harry, and he'd cringed. It worked as intended, for Moody clammed right up. Harry could see he still thought Harry ought to know whatever was going on, but that Mrs. Weasley had won. They'd get no information from Moody. Harry was feeling downright irritated at Mrs. Weasley for trying to keep him in the dark. There was no use arguing with her, though, once her mind was set. He directed his gaze at Tonks then. She was younger and probably didn't hold much sway with the others, but he thought he might be able to get her on their side through her sense of sympathy. Maybe he could even get her alone later, and she might give them a hint. Her sad smile and small shake of her head told him that that wasn't going to happen. "This is so not fair," Ginny ranted. "We're practically in the Order, Harry especially. We're at headquarters, and my brother might never wake up, and an evil wizard is after all of us, and we deserve to know what's going on." By the time she was finished, she was standing, leaning over the table, and aiming a rather impressive glare of her own at her mother. Harry left off whatever arguments he was about to come up with, deciding that she was doing just fine on her own. Of course, it still didn't work. Mrs. Weasley had passed that glaring ability down to her daughter, so it didn't faze her in the slightest. She shooed all three of them out of the kitchen with a lecture about respecting one's elders, or some such nonsense, and then the three teenagers were fuming together in the drawing room. They each tried throughout the rest of the day to find out what was going on, but they were ignored or put off. Moody and Tonks left shortly after lunch, but other Order members came and went throughout the day. None of them would say a word. He wished Remus was there to ask, but his former professor hadn't been by since the previous morning. Not that he was likely to tell Harry anything remotely tied to Order business anyway. He was like Mrs. Weasley in that regard, but at least Harry could try to guilt the man into it. It was worth a try. He knew he stood a better chance with Snape. He might tell him something. Maybe not everything, but the professor wasn't a member of the Harry Must Be Coddled Club. So if there was anything that Harry could know without it putting anyone's life in danger, Snape wasn't as likely to keep it from him as the other adults in his life. Only Harry was trying to give Snape space. It wasn't merely that the man needed some emotional distance from Harry. It was also that Snape had been tired even before they started occlumency lessons, and he was looking more and more tired each lesson. It was tiring Harry out too, but he figured that the burden of constantly weaving in and out of someone else's mind, experiencing another person's emotions and memories over and over, not to mention having to be in control of the entire experience, must be taking a toll on the professor. He'd thought that very morning about suggesting that they take a day off, but he was too afraid that if they stopped the lessons, they wouldn't start up again. He'd never even outright asked the professor for more lessons after the second day. He'd simply shown up at the lab at the same time each morning, and Snape had acted as if he'd been expected, and they'd had a lesson. Neither of them mentioned anything about starting up regular lessons again, even though they'd fallen into doing just that. So he spent the rest of that day in a gloomy, annoyed haze alongside the girls, especially after Fred and George attended an impromptu Order meeting, and then promptly told them with somber faces that we'd tell you if we could, but Mum would have our heads. The rest of that day and breakfast the next morning passed with excruciating slowness, and Harry had never before waited with such anticipation for the chance to talk to Snape. "You're early." Snape blocked the doorway, so Harry shifted from one foot to another in the hallway and tried to look as if he hadn't been awake half the night planning out how he'd get the professor to agree to answer a barrage of questions. "Yeah," he shrugged, trying to look casual. "I ate breakfast quickly. Hungry, I guess." "Ah, I suppose your sudden increase in appetite has nothing to do with desiring that I divulge all of the Order's secrets to you." Snape gave him his best knowing look. Harry opened his mouth and promptly closed it. How did Snape do that? They'd barely started to get along, and already he knew Harry all too well. He pursed his lips. "So, will you?" There was no point denying it. Snape heaved an exasperated sigh and opened the door wider. Harry had no idea if that was a yes, but it certainly wasn't a no. He quickly entered, perched himself on a stool, and watched Snape expectantly. The professor leaned his back on the counter across from Harry and crossed his arms. He leveled a stern glare across the space. "Mr. Potter," he clipped, "I am not a source of information for you to pick at any time your curiosity gets the better of you. If other members of the Order refuse to tell you information, they no doubt have a very good reason to do so." "Not always," Harry argued stubbornly. He dived right in, determined to make his case. "And anyway, it's not the Order refusing to say anything. It's Mrs. Weasley. She treats me like a kid because she wants me tossed a kid. Moody wanted to tell me. And you've told me things before too. So I know you think I've got a right to know when something's going on that affects me. And why would you imagine that recent Order business affects you? Doesn't it?" Harry tilted his head and raised his eyebrows deliberately. He thought it went without saying that most things going on with the war and Voldemort and the Order these days, the last several weeks especially, affected him. Snape tightened his lips, which Harry took as a yes. He pushed his advantage. "Look, Mrs. Weasley's feeling a bit protective right now, and I get that, with what happened to Ron. But Dumbledore put you in charge of me, not her, right? And you can't tell me secret plans or anything that could compromise the Order. I know I can't know everything. But I'm old enough and definitely involved enough that I shouldn't be totally left in the dark." "And if you should dislike what you hear?" Snape asked, as if he already knew the answer. "If someone you loved were in danger, for example, would you partake in your typical Gryffindor tendencies to rush headlong into danger? Give yourself up to the Dark Lord, perhaps?" "Is somebody I love in danger?" Harry asked, mouth suddenly dry. Snape ignored the question to say imperiously, "The reason you are not told all there is to tell, Mr. Potter, is that you have shown yourself unable to control your impulses when you think that you know better than those who are older and wiser." "That's not true," Harry shook his head vigorously. "I always go to adults or professors when I can, just sometimes they're not around." "Oh," Snape asked in mock surprise. "So that is why you took it upon yourself to head to the Department of Mysterious after having already alerted an Order member to your concerns?" Harry glared, trying to decide if it was wise to argue that he hadn't been certain of Snape's allegiances at the time. "And I suppose you did everything you could to find an adult when the Sorcerer's Stone was endangered?" "I did," Harry insisted, again wondering if it was wise to say that he'd thought Snape had been the one after the stone. "McGonagall didn't do anything when we talked to her before, and in the end, there wasn't anybody around to help us, or who would have believed us. We had no choice but to." "You were 11. You went rushing headlong into danger, confronted a fully grown dark wizard, confronted the Dark Lord himself. There are absolutely no circumstances that would justify 11-year-olds doing such a thing in a castle full of professors. And don't get me started on the basilisk. That was different. And anyway, Ron and Idid have a professor with us that time, remember?" Harry hotly pointed out. "Oh, yes, Gilderoy Lockhart," Snape sneered. "I know that you are not daft enough to have considered him more useful than a joke wand. Come to think of it, a muggle stick would have been of more use to you than that buffoon." Harry smirked despite himself, knowing that whatever else he and Snape disagreed about, they shared the same opinion of Professor Lockhart. But he stayed on track, pointing out, "Well, there's no chamber or basilisk this time, right? And it's not like I'm going to just up and leave, so I don't know what the big deal is." "The big deal, Potter," Snape spat, "is that you are headstrong and obstinate, and I've no doubt you would find a way to do just that if properly provoked." Harry bristled. "What's got you in a twist, anyway? I just want to know what's going on. Why are you acting as if I'm planning some wild escape from Grimmauld Place?" "You are the problem," said Snape with more heat than Harry thought the conversation warranted. You never ask for help. I asked for your help with occlumency, Harry refuted. You never ask for help when in true peril, Snape clarified without missing a beat. When your life or your loved one's lives are at stake, you rush into action without thinking. You've nearly been killed how many times? And you never think to find an older, skilled wizard, someone in the know, an actual adult. Yeah, well, since when have adults ever done anything for me? Harry yelled and immediately wished he hadn't. Snape wore a pinched expression and was already opening his mouth to no doubt refute that. He quickly added in a not quite yelling voice, all I mean is, well, it's true, isn't it? You really think Vernon and Petunia would have ever done a thing to save my neck when they'd have been happier if I'd died? Did you know I tried to tell a teacher once about how things were there? I did, and it was the best day of my life when Mrs. Thornton believed me. I thought for sure I was going to get to live somewhere else, or at least there'd be somebody making sure the Dursleys were nicer to me. And then Petunia convinced her I was a liar, that I was making it up for attention. I got punished just for telling the truth, and all the teachers treated me like a juvenile delinquent after that. So, it's ridiculous to give me a hard time about not asking adults for help when I grew up knowing they never would. He thought Snape looked uncomfortable at the admission, as the man was stoically looking at the wall, not at Harry. He wasn't sorry he'd said it, though. He still got angry when he thought about that day in second grade, and in his mind, he was completely justified in asserting that most adults didn't believe him, so why should he believe in them? And to be honest, he added for good measure, I haven't seen a lot to change my mind since coming to Hogwarts. Snape let go of his discomfort at that, his eyes snapping to Harry's. He was absolutely icething. Oh, I suppose I've been twiddling my thumbs, not risking my own neck to save your miserable self every single year. Well, I didn't know that, did I? Harry threw up his hands. I didn't know what your ploy was, but I thought you were pulling the wool over Dumbledore's eyes. I was about 99% sure you were working for you-know-who. I think you like me thinking that too, don't deny it. You liked knowing I was afraid of you. The gleam in Snape's eyes was answer enough. And it's not like I was going to cower in the corner, but I was afraid of you, he said accusingly. Like I really would have asked for your help last year if you hadn't been the only one around. Seriously, using yourself as an example of how I should have learned to trust adults. It's laughable. Snape's nostrils flared, but Harry figured he probably couldn't deny the truth of that, for he switched course. The headmaster has helped you on many occasions. Yeah, and he's also avoided me when I needed him most, ignored me when it suited him, treated me like a little kid instead of just telling me the truth about me own life, about things I had a right to know. Not to mention, he's the one who made me live with the Dursleys in the first place. Harry felt a rush of shame for bringing that up. He'd forgiven Dumbledore for that, or tried at least, and he knew the headmaster hadn't known how bad it was. But it was still the truth. Just because it was forgiven didn't mean it didn't still sting. Did help me, Harry admitted, but he couldn't do much, could he, forced to stay here like a criminal? And Azkaban messed with him. He wanted his life back before everything happened. He wanted my dad back, I think, but he got me instead, and he was even upset that I wasn't more like James. He cleared his throat, resisting the emotion that wanted to choke him at thoughts of Sirius. Ironic, right, he said with a sad smile, partly to distract himself. You were angry with me for being like my dad, and Sirius was angry with me for not being like him. I should have locked you two in a room and let you figure out who was right. He frowned. Wandless, of course. Otherwise it'd get messy. It would have been messy regardless, Snape said dryly. He looked away, and Harry couldn't tell what the man was thinking, just that he seemed to have lost some of his steam. He finally sighed and surprised Harry by saying, You are in some ways, just not in the ways I always thought. Harry frowned, confused. Come again. Like your father, Snape clarified, still not looking at him, and Harry held his breath. It wasn't very often that he got to hear people talk about his parents, and Snape didn't look as if he was about to villainize James like he usually did. He looked as if maybe he was going to tell him something about him. Something real. But to his disappointment, Snape shook his head, and his contemplative look slipped back into a sneer. And I suppose you show the same level of ingratitude toward Lupin, after all he has done for you. Remus, Harry faltered, really wishing that Snape had said whatever he'd been thinking about saying about Harry's dad. But old habits die hard, he supposed. Snape had lived his whole life only saying negative things about James Potter. He wasn't likely to change his tune just because Harry wished it. Remus, tries, I think, but his heart isn't in it. I mean, it is, but it isn't. He shrugged, giving up on explaining it in a way that made sense. He helped when I begged him to, then he disappeared from my life. Now he's back, and I know he cares, and I love him, I do, but that doesn't mean I'm going to go to him for every little thing. He's got better things to do. Every little thing, Snape hissed. We are not talking about who you go to when you skin a knee, not that you do that either, he added darkly. We are talking about what you do in life or death situations. Well, I don't go to Remus, all right. You don't go Tonion, that is Thepent. What does it matter? Harry jumped to his feet to stare at Snape face to face, even though he had to look up to do it. What aren't you telling me? What's so awful about whatever the Order's keeping from me that you're suddenly harping on me about life and death situations and asking for help and trusting adults? What is going on? Snape ignored his questions to ask, What is your word worth, Mr. Potter? What is your word worth? He repeated. I don't understand. What value do you place on your word? It is a simple question. If I ask you to make me a promise, how likely are you to keep it? Harry was taken aback by the random question. He was also alarmed. What in the world was going on that Snape needed him to promise to something? I require an answer, Snape prodded. Harry thought about it, would keep his word. Honesty was important to him, but what if he promised something that he regretted or that was impossible to follow through on? Why do you want to know? He asked, his muscles tensing up. Would you keep a promise, yes or no? I don't know, Harry answered honestly, and Head didn't know. He wanted to say that he would keep a promise, but he knew that if something happened and he thought he needed to break a promise for a really good reason, he probably would. Snape sighed long and slow and ran a hand through his hair. I thought not. It was kind of weird, this feeling that he was letting Snape down. He'd never cared about that before, and he hadn't thought it would make his chest feel sore. He rubbed a spot above his heart. You're not going to tell me what's going on, are you? He asked miserably, resigned to being kept in the dark. Snape looked at him in silence for a few moments, and Harry held his breath. He finally said, I know you, Potter. I need assurances that if I tell you what is troubling the Order, you will not run headlong into danger like you always do. Harry felt a touch of nausea at the thought of what could be so serious that Snape would be worried about him losing all sense over it. I can promise, he offered. I can promise that I won't do anything rash, or that I'll at least find help before I do. I just don't want to lie. What if something unexpected happens, or there's nobody around, and I have no choice? Are you going to hold me to it then? Snape looked him in the eyes, and slowly nodded his head. I will accept that, Potter, so long as you understand that if you embrace any foolish or reckless action whatsoever without it being the last resort, by my standards, not yours, and assuming you survive the experience, I will not hesitate to assign you detentions every single evening for the rest of your Hogwarts career, especially during Quidditch matches. Harry's eyes widened. Out of any other professor's mouth, he would have thought they were exaggerating or even halfway joking. Judging by Snape's stone face, he was deadly serious, at least about the Quidditch part. He jerkily nodded his head, knowing the professor had found a really good threat to keep him in line. Sit, Snape instructed, and Harry immediately sat. He nervously fiddled with the hem of his shirt while Snape brought a stool and sat facing him. An Order member is missing, the professor began, watching him intently. It came to our attention when he missed an important communication yesterday. His home appears to have been ransacked, and there is no trace of him. Who? Harry whispered, knowing that Snape wouldn't have been worried about his reaction over just anybody. He guessed the answer a split second before Snape said, Lupin. Harry felt the blood drain from his face and the ache in his chest worsened. He took a shaky breath. Remus. Of course it was Remus, because who in his life would actually be left alone? Was it Val, you know who? He hated that his voice shook. That is the most likely conclusion, Snape quietly confirmed. But we do not know for certain. Harry shook his head. No, 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 he denied automatically. He's an Order member, he's a really good dueler, he's Orwolf. He wouldn't be taken easily. He probably fought back and is just hiding out or maybe injured. He raised frantic eyes to Snape. What if he's injured somewhere? We need to. Snape stopped him with a sharp swipe of his hand in the air. Remember your promise, Potter, he said sharply. We do not need to do anything. Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. It didn't work. It's because of me, isn't it? Possibly. Snape didn't pretend to misunderstand his meaning. The Dark Lord may have learned of Lupin's connection to you through any number of avenues and decided to capture him for information. Or could have been after an Order member in general. Or he could have simply wanted a werewolf for some reason. We also do not yet know that the Dark Lord is the one who has him. It is best not to jump to conclusions. How could Hennet jump to conclusions? They were in the middle of a war, and Voldemort was actively trying to find him, and it wasn't likely that the people he was close to were becoming targets through coincidence. Studying Snape's face, he knew that despite his words of caution, the professor also believed it to be Voldemort's doing. It's not fair. He jumped up from his chair. He felt like punching something, but there was nothing around to punch, not unless he wanted Snape to go ahead and enact that lifetime ban on Quidditch. So he paced the room with quick, angry strides. First Mrs. Figg, then Ron, now Remus. Why won't he just leave them all alone? He wants you, and he will go to any lengths to get what he wants, Snape answered unhelpfully. Harry stopped his pacing. Maybe if we listen to my vision's warnings, think about that plan. The fierce blaze of anger in Snape's eyes was enough to cut off his words this time. The professor stood and grasped his shoulders with both hands so that Harry had no choice but to look at him with wide eyes. Were you listening to me? No rash plans. No actions that will only serve to get you killed. He could be killing Remus right now. If that is the case, then getting yourself killed will not help him. Harry was mortified when he felt tears leak out of the corners of his eyes. He broke away from Snape's grasp and hastily wiped them away. Maybe I could try to reach into you-know-whose mind, find out if he's got Remus, where he's keeping him. And have you ever done such a thing before? Snape asked in a deceptively reasonable tone. Harry knew that tone. It was the humor Potter until he sees how foolish he's being tone. No, he admitted anyway. And no, I don't know how to do it, but you're a Legilimens, and I've got the connection to his mind. Together we could come up with something to at least try. He looked at the professor hopefully. You have no idea how dangerous such a thing would be, said Snape, twisting his lips in scorn. Legilimency is not an easy skill, not one to take lightly. Even if your connection with the Dark Lord were normal, which it decidedly is not, you could not possibly learn such a skill in so quick a time. Not without doing potential damage to your own mind. Even if you were by some miracle successful, you would not be able to reach into his mind without his feeling your presence. I've done it before, lots of times, he argued. Not with intent, Snape hissed, accidentally slipping into his mind while his defenses are lowered by his emotional state. Seeing snatches of whatever is at the forefront of the Dark Lord's mind at that particular moment is completely different than what you suggest. You would need to not only learn how to operate the connection, a daunting feat in itself, but then slip into his mind while it isn't vulnerable and purposely search through his mental fortifications for information or relevant memories. It would require a level of skill that I am not certain even if possessed to direct your mind over such a distance and hold the connection open while he, an incredibly skilled Occlumens and Legilimens, will be simultaneously forcing you out and attempting to do untold harm to your mind. You could be a vegetable by the time it was over. Harry stared open-mouthed for a second before he lamely said, "Oh, put that way, it didn't sound like such a great plan after all." "Yes. Oh," Snape mocked. "This mental connection you possess with the Dark Lord might serve a more useful purpose in the future, but until you learn to control and strengthen your own mind through your self-study and practice, you are forbidden from attempting anything so foolish." "Okay," Snape repeated with narrowed eyes, as if dissecting the word for hidden meaning. "Just okay." Harry sighed and ran a still shaky hand through his hair. "You're the mental expert. I believe you when you say I can't do that yet." Snape studied him suspiciously, clearly surprised at Harry's easy agreement and not quite trusting it. Harry huffed a short laugh through his frazzled nerves. "I'm not planning some secret revolt, Professor. I won't try to do anything with my mental connection to Voldemort." He cringed when Snape gave a barely perceptible flinch and quickly said, "Sorry." "It slipped out. I didn't mean." Snape impatiently waved off his apology, but Harry felt bad. Now that he knew what to look for, he could see the hint of pain in the tight lines in his professor's face. He let out a long breath, continuing more carefully. "I believe you, that's all I meant. If you say I can't do that, I trust you to know what you're talking about." When Snape still stared at him like he was waiting to be told the truth, Harry smirked and said, "Times change, Professor. We're not mortal enemies anymore, and I might actually listen to you sometimes. Get used to it." "Indeed," Snape said and cleared his throat. "Well then, what other schemes must I talk you out of? I'd prefer to press this advantage for as long as it lasts." Harry plopped himself back onto the stool, defeated. "Do you have any idea how frustrating it is to be told to just wait and do nothing?" "Yes, I do," Snape answered matter-of-factly, which gave Harry food for thought. Of course Snape, the spy who could no longer spy, knew the frustration of having to unwillingly sit on the sidelines. He probably felt it even more acutely than Harry did, having had so pivotal a role before being benched, so to speak. He didn't know why this empathetic insight about Snape was calming him, only that it didn't feel quite so irksome being bossed around by an adult who could actually understand his frustration. He wondered if Snape could understand it completely, though. Did the moody, cynical professor even have anybody in his life whom he loved or even cared about? The man understood wanting to help and being unable to, sure. But did he understand how much worse it made things when the life of a friend or loved one was on the line? How much it made the skin crawl to know that someone could be dying? How much it made the heart pound and every nerve twitch with the impulse to utter something about it? Not that he would ever ask such a thing. There were personal questions, and then there were personnel questions, and Harry didn't think that them being not mortal enemies anymore was quite close enough for him to get away with asking the latter kind of question. "Just tell me if there's anything that I can do," he finally said. "You can be prepared, as the Dark Lord will continue his search for you. You can be on guard should he come closer than he has. For Remus, I meant if there's anything I can do for Remus. You can trust that he is a skilled and intelligent man who can take care of himself. If he can do anything to escape his current situation, he will." Harry squinted at the professor. "You really think he's skilled and intelligent? I mean, he is, but I thought you hated him." "I dislike him immensely." Snape wrinkled his nose, as if to get rid of a bad smell. "That does not mean that I do not see qualities in him that would serve him well when faced with such a situation as this." Harry nodded distractedly, eyes back on his hands. He willed them to stop shaking. "Be honest. What are his chances? He felt the tears welling up again and held them back through sheer willpower. Snape hesitated, then said, "It depends. If the Dark Lord is behind this, and if what he wants is information, then Lupin is undoubtedly still alive." "You were sure he'd kill Mrs. Figg the first day," Harry whispered, afraid that if he spoke louder, his voice would crack. Snape shook his head. "If the Dark Lord went to the trouble to capture Lupin due to his connection to you, he will have beforehand discovered not only that he is closer to you than she was, but that he is more intricately involved with the Order, and therefore has more information of value. He also will view Lupin as more difficult to break due to his werewolf qualities. The Dark Lord will keep him alive long enough to satisfy himself either that he has given up all that he knows, or that his mind is too strong ever to do so." "Will he legitimize him?" Harry asked, alarmed, when the thought occurred to him. "Possibly, but not likely. He uses legilimency only occasionally and somewhat unpredictably. He holds to ridiculously arbitrary standards, refusing to defile himself by legilimizing a muggle or a squib, and yet has done so nonetheless when it suits him. It is likely he will view a werewolf's mind with similar disdain. However, as one cannot share a location protected by the Secret Keeper spell, even through the mental arts, he will be unable to find you through that method. What if he finds out Remus can't tell him where I am? That he's of no use to him?" Harry swallowed the urge to panic. Snape shook his head again. "The Dark Lord is not a fool. He certainly already knows that something akin to the Secret Keeper spell is in effect. There are plenty of other details he can glean from Lupin that he believes will help him. So he's going to torture him to find me." The horror was only now hitting him. He'd felt terror and worry before, but now he was horrified. He felt for a moment as if he would be sick. "Stop," Snape commanded in such a stern tone that Harry tried to obey. "You can do nothing for him by blaming yourself. Now that you know what is going on, I expect you to stay here, stay safe, and trust that the Order is doing everything in its power to find him." Harry nodded automatically. He was losing the battle with his tears, he could tell. Any second the dam was going to break again. "Why did you decide to tell me?" he asked. "Because you are incorrigible," Snape snorted and recrossed his arms. "You dig until you find answers. It is best that you hear the answers from someone who will provide complete, accurate information and prevent you from instantly running headlong into trouble." He paused. "Besides that, while you may still be a child, you will not be for much longer. You must learn sooner rather than later how to respond appropriately to such situations." They sat in silence for a full minute, Harry trying to rein in his emotions and Snape letting him. "Thank you," Harry said finally. "It's hard to know, but I'm glad you told me." Snape gave a sharp nod and carried his stool back to the counter. He apparently deemed Harry's thanks as the conclusion of their conversation, for he said, "No occlumency today, I think." "No," agreed Harry. "That would be a disaster, with the state his mind was in right now. I will inform Mrs. Weasley of our chat. You can be reassured Thatty will be the object of her ire," he said dryly. He didn't sound as if he minded Mrs. Weasley's ire in the slightest. Harry smiled even as he silently allowed a few tears to fall. Of course, Snape would be one of the few men in the world who wasn't intimidated by Mrs. Weasley's masterful glare. Snape was setting up his potions counter, no doubt preparing to do some brewing, and Harry was thankful that he was letting him leave in his own time. He didn't really want to, not yet. If he left this room, he would run into too many faces. Most knew about Remus and hadn't told him, and two didn't know and would want to be told. Couldn't he hide out for a little while longer? He peeked at Snape. The professor was paying him no mind, which suited him just fine, as he kept having to wipe those pesky tear tracks away. "Can I stay?" he asked on a whim. Maybe I can help you chop up some potions ingredients or something." Snape studied him without expression for a few seconds before gesturing to the Harry's usual table. "I need 12 sliced caterpillars and 3 chopped sprigs of lavender to start." Harry swiped at his cheeks one more time and gratefully grabbed the ingredients and knives to set up his station. If he was going to keep his promise to not make a doomed rescue attempt, he would need something to keep his mind occupied. Chopping potions, ingredients with enough precision to please Snape's exacting standards, would do nicely. He chopped, and Snape clinked and stirred, neither breaking the otherwise somber silence for the rest of the morning. He found himself wishing that his mind could be as silent, for despite his promise to Snape, it was sifting through idea after idea for how he might possibly be able to help the Order locate Remus. The upside of thinking about ways to get around his promise to Snape was that he could put off acknowledging that feeling in the pit of his stomach that kept insisting that this was all his fault. Mrs. Fig ran Remus, who would be the next to be sacrificed in Voldemort's quest to find Harry. No one, he resolved. He would keep his promise about Remus, he decided. But once they got Remus back and Theogit him back, he was going to get Snape to listen to him about other Harry's warning. And maybe by then Dumbledore would be back, and they were going to come up with a plan, and if the professors wouldn't help him, then he'd do something about it on his own. He didn't know what yet, but he'd figure something out. He always did. Or maybe he'd be pleasantly surprised, and the adults would come through for him. He doubted it, but stranger things could happen. After all, with everything that had happened so far this summer, he was getting used to being proven wrong. Chapter 30. Breaking Down Walls. Concentrate. I'm trying. Try harder. Gee, thanks. I didn't think of doing that. Harry probably should have skipped the sarcasm, but he was too frustrated to care. Snape had melded with his mind over and over, and each time Harry had been unable to fully focus on fortifying his mental wall, and now he was tired and hungry and downright irritated, both with himself and with Snape. The professor was just soak-sucked and impatient. I am in your head, Potter, Snape snapped. You may wish to wait until a more appropriate moment to disrespect me with your thoughts. And rude and picky and a total slave driver, he thought as clearly as possible. Snape abruptly let go of his wrists and withdrew his mind from Harry's. The resulting disorientation was unwelcome, but Harry had become accustomed enough to the potion's effects that it didn't overwhelm him for more than a few seconds. This is not difficult, Snape glowered at him. You did better in your first attempt days ago than you are doing right now. Your mental wall is no stronger than a pile of twigs. Harry crossed his arms. I'm not messing it up on purpose, you know, hard. As all worthy skills are at first. But if you do not want your most vulnerable thoughts or memories read like a book, you will focus on fortifying your mental wall. I know, I'm trying, Harry repeated, irritated. You're distracted. Harry gave him a look that he hoped adequately conveyed the worder. It had been 3 days since Remus had gone missing, after all. In the 2 days since Harry had found out about it, he hadn't been able to concentrate on much else. Snape had cut short yesterday's occlumency lesson due to Harry's distraction, but he wasn't being nearly as understanding today. If you cannot learn to focus while under stress or duress, then you will never properly learn the skills needed to occlude. No, he said crossly, but knowing it doesn't make it any easier. Snape let out a breath and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Again, this time when I exert pressure on your mental wall, do not allow it to cave like a stack of children's blocks. Harry wanted to grumble about where he could put Hiskaldron's blocks, but the professor was already grasping his wrists, more forcefully than Harry thought necessary, and was preparing to re-enter his mind. Harry took a deep breath, trying to clear it of all traces of irritation. Tring being the operative word. The last time they'd melded minds, Snape had taken their connection beyond mere observation. Now he was actively engaging with Harry's mind, attempting to grasp at thoughts and memories outside of his immediate, conscious thought. He'd taken it slow, letting Harry figure out how to block his attempts. This time, Harry was supposed to prevent him from being able to access his subconscious by building up a wall made up of innocuous thoughts and emotions. He'd learn how to make the metaphorical wall invisible later, Snape had explained. For now, he just needed to build the wall and keep it standing. Easier said than done, he'd quickly found out, especially when he was distracted by thoughts of whether one Remus Lupin was alive or dead. Snape gave him less than a minute to prepare this time before he began to attack the wall. Harry audibly grunted at the forceful push against his defenses. He knew Snape was still taking it easy on him, but he hadn't even been ready that time. "Then get ready," flowed Snape's words through his mind. Knowing he'd get no mercy this time, he concentrated on packing the wall full of memories. The first time he rode a broom, breakfast in the great hall with his friends, practicing spells in charms and emotions, elation, happiness, determination. He focused his mind on those thoughts, and those thoughts alone, imagining them weaving together like he'd seen Snape do in his own mind, until they seemed to form a barrier between his conscious and subconscious thoughts. As soon as it was in place, Snape attacked again. He immediately found a weak spot, and Harry found himself awash in memories. He was walking through the park near Privet Drive. He was skipping a rock into the great lake. He and Ron were furiously cramming for their history of magic exam. He tried to reel them back in, prevent Snape from gaining access to any more memories, but more trickled past. He was watching Dudley ride his new birthday bicycle. Fang licked him full in the face. He was practicing for a Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. Snape pulled back and the memories stopped. "That was pathetic," he said aloud. Harry sucked in a deep breath, keeping his eyes closed. "I wastrian," he said yet again, even more frustrated than before. "Trying," Snape sneered. "You practically invited me to access your memories. I didn't even delve deeply into your mind, merely skimmed a few innocuous memories off the surface of your subconscious. I'd wager you would give it a halfway decent attempt if I had attempted to access your more closely guarded secrets." Harry's blood ran cold, and he forced himself not to think of any of the memories or thoughts that he specifically did not want Snape to see. "Yeah, let's not do that," he said quickly. "Then block me. Put in an adequate amount of effort this time, and I will not be forced to dig deeper into your subconscious." Harry focused on his wall to keep himself from sighing or grumbling or thinking of any thoughts that would annoy Snape any more than he already was. He ran through a few memories and emotions again in his mind, imagining the threads binding, the cracks fusing together, until the wall seemed strong and secure. Snape attacked just as firmly, and Harry managed to hold him off this time. He raised a mental fist in celebration, and then another spot was attacked, and Harry's wall seemed to fold in on itself. All at once, he was laid up in the hospital wing with a broken arm. Then he was running through Hogwarts, trying to get to divination on time. The memory cut off abruptly as Snape let go of the mental cord. "I did not even exert a fraction of the strength of which I am capable of exerting, Potter. Do something to stop me." Harry didn't bother insisting that he was trying that time. He just clenched his lips together and started again. "Oh, but he would fume about this later." "As will I, if you don't begin to actually block me," Snape snapped. He held him off through 3 attacks this time, but Harry wasn't sure if he should celebrate, for Snape seemed to have gone for the strongest spots first. He found a crack in Harry's defenses before long, and the memories began to flow. "Stop me. That's what I'm trying to do." Then he felt a more forceful push on his mind, and a new set of memories came forth. He was opening a Christmas present from his relatives, a toothpick. He was hearing his name called after it came out of the goblet of fire. Stunned and confused, Vernon was lecturing him about getting his chores done, threatening him with an or else. Petunia lifted a frying pan. "Stop it," he yelled. "Get out of my mind." "Yow, stop it," answered Snape. "Stop me, as you're supposed to be doing." The frying pan grazed the side of his head as he dodged, and made it out the back door to the sound of Petunia's shrieks. He was furiously pulling weeds, trying to ignore the blisters on his hands. Harry attempted to shove Snape's mind away from the cracks in his wall, tried to patch them up with memories of school and Quidditch and his friends, but Snape was gaining ground. He felt another push against his mind, and he felt frozen in horror at his inability to do anything about it. Ron's lifeless body came through the flue of Grimmauld Place. "Kill the spare," he heard, and Cedric lay dead at his feet. He lay on the ground next to a broken ladder and stared up at the Dursleys' roof, the wind knocked out of him. Snape's mind faltered, and Harry tried to use it to his advantage, pushing against the invading mind, but he barely gained ground before it rebounded and delved deeper. Professor Umbridge was staring at him with a smarmy smile, and he felt a shiver of fear mixed with revulsion wash down his spine. He snagged a piece of candy from the pantry. Hiding it before Petunia could see, he watched through the crack from his cupboard as Dudley opened present after present, wishing he could at least sit by the Christmas tree this time. He was hot, and the teacher asked why he was wearing a sweater. He lied and said he was cold. "Get out," he yelled, pushing against Snape's mind, but the presents barely budged. And with a push, Harry felt his feet fly out from under him, the stairs wavering in his vision. Harry tried to wrench his hands free of Snape's, but the man held his wrists with a vice grip. "St. Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys," Vernon was saying, and the neighbor lady looked at Harry as if he were plotting to kill her cat. Petunia screeched as he tried to swipe a slice of Dudley's birthday cake. Dudley laughed with his friends. "Leave him. Maybe he'll freeze to death," and Harry started crying, his bare feet numb in the snow. "Get out," Harry screamed and pushed with all his might, a wall of emotion rising like a whirlwind, up and out with a burst of force, and it worked. Too well. He felt a great push, and an array of images that were not his own rushed through his mind. A pale, dark-haired boy was watching from behind a bush as a pair of children played. The boy was hiding, crying, as a man stumbled around calling for him. The man was screaming at him, telling him he'd never amount to anything. Harry's arms were abruptly released, and he fell backwards from the shock of their minds separating so suddenly. He caught himself with an elbow and groaned. He was going to have a bruise there later. He looked wide-eyed at Snape. The man was breathing heavily, holding his own head in one hand. He almost asked if he had hurt him, rebounding into his mind like that, but he stopped himself with a rush of anger. So what if he had? It was Snape's fault it had happened in the first place, and the Finch had seen. Harry might have been embarrassed if he hadn't been Songry. He abruptly scrambled away from Snape, which was difficult when a wave of dizziness fell over him. As soon as he could, he got to his feet and ran to the door. He tried to wrench it open, but it wouldn't budge. "Let me out," he yelled. It wasn't locked. Snape must have spelled it shut. He whirled around. "You had no right. Those error-memories, and you had no right to go poring over them like your own personal film show." "If you didn't want me to view them," Snape bit out, "then you should have stopped me from doing so." "You knew I couldn't." "You could have. You chose not to try hard enough." Harry gaped. "Chose? Icosito let you invade my privacy like that." "You chose to block me when it mattered enough to you to do so, didn't you?" the professor yelled right back, getting to his feet. "Oh, so I'm supposed to think we now. As I am certain that is too much to ask, how about we get to the part where you lied to the headmaster?" Snape's expression had turned thunderous, and that made Harry all the more incensed. Harry was the one with the right to be angry in this situation, not Snape. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Harry said, indignant. "Lied to him about what?" "You told him that you had nothing more to confide about your childhood, strongly implied to him that he knew all there was to know." Harry huffed. "What did you expect me to tell him about every last memory? That would take a lifetime. He already knows the gist of it. There wasn't anything more to tell." "They tried, Tarkeliu." Harry stared open-mouthed. "What?" he finally asked, so incredulous that he momentarily forgot to be angry. "Of course they didn't." "Well, I mean, they weren't too careful sometimes with making sure I was okay, and they could have fed me more and, well, to be honest, they probably wouldn't have minded if I died, but..." Your uncle pushed you down a flight of stairs. It took Harry a moment to pull up the memory. Oh, that. Yes, that. Harry frowned, trying to remember just what Snape had seen. Well, you didn't see the full memory. I mean, I did kind of fall down the stairs, but I wasn't hurt all that badly, just a few bruises, maybe a sprain. I think my accidental magic kicked in, made it sort of AER, soft bounce. Snape stared at him, incredulously. I was fine, he insisted. I don't think he meant to do it anyway. He was just being a bully like usual, and he didn't notice how close we were to the stairs. You were a child. He pushed you down the stairs, Snape repeated, as if trying to get a simple concept through to a thick head. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. He'd been 7 at the time, and he'd been scared out of his wits, but he didn't feel the need to confide that part to Snape. Although, truthfully, Snape probably already knew. He thought Snape might have been able to feel his emotional states, so intense were shared memories with the mind meld. He'd felt Snape's memories so vividly, after all. The longing as he'd watched the children play, the fear when he'd hid from the man, and the loathing when the man was yelling. Now, thinking of it, he desperately wanted to ask if that was Snape's father, wanted to know if Snape too knew what it was like to have been raised by a bully. He'd probably hold on to that question until that vein in Snape's forehead stopped twitching. Snape wasn't done anyway. A fall like that could have killed you probably would have, had you not been a wizard. He didn't let Harry answer before he yelled, and who forces a 5-year-old to work on a roof with no supervision and a faulty ladder? I was 8, he pointed out, but from Snape's look, he didn't think that fact had helped matters. So you were forced to perform chores on the roof of your house with no supervision and a faulty ladder. At 8. Well, yeah, Harry admitted, though he didn't see how that was as awful as the stairs. After all, I'd cleaned the gutters before. I've got pretty good balance. Until the day you fell, Snape sneered. You could have killed yourself in a fall like that. Or I could have killed myself falling out of a tree house, like a normal kid, he pointed out. I don't get why you're so upset about me not telling Dumbledore about every little. And how old were you when they intentionally left you outside, barefoot and clothed in rags, on a cold and snowy evening? 6, he admitted. But that was Dudley and his friends. I think Vernon and Petunia thought I was still locked in my cupboard. Snape's face tightened, and again he had the feeling he hadn't said the right thing. I was fine, though, he pointed out. I must have done accidental magic that time, too, because I woke up nice and toasty warm in the shed next morning. Snape scowled and shook his head, then said accusingly, You stated that your uncle rarely hit you. You implied that the physical abuse was limited to that and a bit of rough handling. Yeah. Harry had no idea why he was being interrogated about this, and no idea what the right answer was. What else do you think happened? He asked nervously. You dodged that frying pan a little too well for it to have been the first time it was aimed at your head. Snape enunciated slowly, as if he were slow on the uptake. Harry bristled. She's never caught me with it, never more than a graze anyway. Snape threw up his hands. They've made a habit of aiming metal objects at your head, put you in dangerous and unsupervised situations at an incredibly young age, locked you out all night in freezing temperatures, and oh yes, thrown you down a flight of stairs. And all you can think to volunteer to the headmaster is that you slept in cramped quarters and missed a few meals. Harry wasn't sure what to say, so he didn't say anything. Merlin knows what else they've done, how many other memories you've locked away in there that I've yet to view. Harry instinctively took a step back. Snape gave him a long-suffering look. Oh, don't worry, I've seen quite enough. He shook his head and stalked toward the door. Where are you going? He placed his hand on the knob. To fire called Dumbledore. Wait, what? Why? Because abuse is one thing. Attempted murder is quite another, he hissed. You're making it sound worse than it was, Harry accused. I'm the first to say the Dursleys are awful people, but you're blowing those memories way out of proportion. Why are you protecting them? Snape rounded on him. They have done nothing for you. Nothing, and here you are trying to defend their reprehensible actions. I wasn't defending them, Harry recoiled. I just told you they're awful people, yes, I know. Hence the repeated attempts in your life, Snape said impatiently. So then why sugarcoat what they did to you? Harry pursed his lips. He wasn't trying to defend them, to be honest. He felt the need to defend himself. He wasn't some poor little kid who could be tossed out in the snow or thrown down a flight of stairs. He wasn't weak, not like that made him sound, and the last thing he wanted was for Snape to see him that way. But he couldn't say that, so, "They're family," he said lamely, not meeting Snape's eyes. Being family, Snape spat the word as if it were vile, does not give them license to egregiously abuse a child under their care. You may not care for the headmaster to know all of the particulars, but as the adult most responsible for seeing to your well-being over the next several years, he should know the particulars. I don't see why, he shot back. It's my business, my memories. I should get to decide who knows about them. Snape didn't reply to that, just turned the knob. So I suppose you told Dumbledore all about your family, then, Harry yelled, his self-preservation going on holiday. Still, he knew as soon as he'd spoken the words that he'd crossed a line. What? Snape whispered in his second most dangerous tone. Yes, Harry had begun to categorize Snape's tones. The professor's face was pinched, his lips a white line, and Harry wondered if he should back away slowly or try to get around him to escape into the hallway. It definitely was not a good idea to dig in his heels and keep going. So, of course, that's what he did. You know what it's like to be raised by a bully, don't you? Harry plowed on, trying to temper his tone. He wasn't going to get away with this no matter what, but he might still be alive at the end of the day if he sounded marginally reasonable rather than accusing. Your childhood wasn't a bed of roses either, was it? And I bet you didn't go whining about it to Dumbledore. Snape was trying to decide whether to murder him. Okay, so Harry wasn't a Legilimens, but he was pretty sure that's what he would see if he could look inside Snape's head. That vein in his forehead was way beyond twitching and now looked ready to pop. And those white lips were too tightly clenched for him to say anything just yet. Harry couldn't help but wonder just how talented the professor was at non-verbal spells. He brushed his hand against the wand he held up his sleeve, comforted by its presence. Snape wouldn't trickle him, he knew by now, but the man still had a nasty temper. He wasn't above a hex or two. What? Snape finally hissed, making no move to move away from the door. Could possibly make you think that you have the right to question me about such matters? I could ask you the same. What happened to me has nothing to do with you. I am an adult and your Professor Potter, he spat. I have every right, as your teacher and as someone tasked with your safety by the leader of the Order of the Phoenix himself, to concern myself with such things. I have a duty, in fact, to alert the headmaster to anything that could compromise your physical or mental safety. You have no such duty to me. And so, he said slowly and deliberately, you will keep your impertinent questions and observations to yourself. You will respect my privacy. You will not comment on anything you see inside my mind during these exercises. You will not share it with anyone outside this room, and you will not question me over things that are of no concern to you. And if you fail to heed me in any one of these points, he hissed, his eyes narrowed into black slits, then we are done. Do you understand? Harry nodded automatically, eyes wide as the full weight of the man's threatening stance finally got through to him. That, and his scar was starting to twinge. He probably ought to mention that. Snape didn't say another word before sweeping from the room and shutting the door firmly behind him. Harry let out a weary breath and sank to the floor. He was quite suddenly overwhelmingly tired. He'd been trying all week to learn occlumency while doing his best to ignore that his friends were all in mortal peril, and he couldn't do anything about it. He'd only managed to not have nightmares when he took dreamless sleep potion, which he was still trying not to take every single night. And now, after fending off mental attacks all morning, he'd had to give up even more of his awful memories for perusal by Snape, who was going to share them with Dumbledore. And the only way he'd been able to think of forestalling it was to alienate Snape yet again by sticking his nose where it didn't belong. He was too tired even to worry about the fact that Snape had shut him in here in a clear directive that he was to stay put, that they weren't finished with today's lesson. Or maybe Snape just wanted him to stay so that he could yell at him some more when he returned. He ran a frustrated hand through his hair, no doubt mussing it more than it usually was, and closed his eyes. He sat there for far longer than he thought it would take for Snape to make a simple fire call, and still the man didn't return. Finally, he began to practice building a mental wall in an attempt to block out his mixed-up emotions. All he had to do was to pull up a memory here, recall an emotion there, and use each piece to block out everything he most wanted to think about in this particular moment. No thinking about how sick he felt having had his memories forcefully ripped from his mind. No thinking about how Dumbledore was going to think he was a nutcase waiting to crack. No thinking about Snape's memories, about how he and his professor might have far more in common than he'd thought. He was mostly successful at occluding. He couldn't quite do away with the churning in his stomach, but he was able to hide his thoughts away from his conscious mind, clear it of anything more taxing than leaves rustling through a soft breeze. Breath in, breath out, breath in, and he started to feel calm. His scar erupted in pain. He yelped and clamped his hands over his head, panting through his teeth. Ow, 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 he chanted as the pain intensified in waves. He felt a wave of panic. His scar never hurt this much unless Voldemort was nearby. Voldemort couldn't be nearby, could he? No, no, of course not. They were at headquarters, protected by a secret keeper. He couldn't possibly. Not even Remus could tell. Ooh, he keened and crumpled to the ground. He lay on his side and drew up his knees to his chest, but nothing eased the pain. Something was wrong. Darby, he called as loudly as he could, and a few seconds later he heard the unmistakable sound of house-elf apparition. Harry Potter is wanting Darby, sir, squeaked a happy voice, and even through his pain, Harry felt a little bad that he had been mostly ignoring Darby since the Weasleys had arrived. He'd have to sit down and have a chat with him sometime. Ow, 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 oh, Harry Potter is sick, the house-elf wailed upon seeing Harry's state. Yeah, he grunted. Darb get Snape. Tell, he let out a moan and said through gritted teeth, it's an ow emergency. Darby will get Professor Snape right away, Harry Potter. He squeaked urgently and disappeared with a pop. Harry concentrated on his breathing. In, out, but nothing could ease the pain of the scar. His vision was wavering and his ears were starting to ring. Harry Potter, he thought he heard a voice calling to him, but that was impossible. He was alone. Harry Potter, it said more clearly, and Voldemort's red eyes flitted through the darkness of his vision. Come and get what belongs to you. And though his eyes were closed, an image flitted through his mind, as if he were looking at it, of a clearing and a man, Remus, and... He heard a door open and close abruptly, and hurried footsteps reached his side. Potter, Snape's alarmed voice called from above him. Nuwa, he managed through clenched teeth and scrunched up his face, hoping that Snape would get the picture and have some way to help him. Come and get what belongs to you, Harry Potter. You have until midnight. Show yourself, or more will die. He felt hands prying his fingers away from his scar, but he strained against them. He couldn't let go of his scar, couldn't let go, or the pain would overwhelm him. Snape was the stronger of the two, though, and despite his struggles, Harry felt his fingers pulled away from his forehead. His hands felt wet and sticky, and he realized that his scar must be bleeding. Snape sucked in a breath and let out an expletive that Harry was pretty sure teachers weren't supposed to say in front of their students. Potter, can you hear me? Ye wow, he moaned as another wave of pain engulfed him. Tonight, Harry Potter, or more will die. He felt his head being lifted, placed on something soft, and a hand brushed his fringe from his face. He didn't care that it was Snape, didn't care that Snape knew he was conscious. He grasped the hand with his own, needing some small amount of comfort. To his relief, Snape didn't pull away. Push him from your mind. He wanted to snap at the man, tell him that of course that's what he wanted to do, but this wasn't usual, was it? But the next instant the pain ebbed, and finally Harry could breathe without reminding himself to do so. He took a long gulp of air and shuddered. The sharp, all-consuming pain was gone, and along with it Voldemort's presence, but his entire body and his head throbbed in time with his pounding heart. "Harry!" Snape's voice held an edge of panic, and Harry realized that in his relief and exhaustion, his entire body had gone limp. He croaked, and tried to clear his throat, but that set off a coughing fit. Snape conjured a glass of water and helped him to sit up far enough to drink it. "Thanks," he breathed, and lay his head back down on what he realized was a bundled-up cloak. Snape's cloak, the one he kept on the wall by the door. "I'm okay. He's gone." Snape shook his head in amazement, clearly shaken. "How often does that happen?" "It doesn't," Harry croaked, careful to keep as still as possible so Snape wouldn't realize that Harry was clinging to his hand again. "It really doesn't," he repeated at Snape's skeptical look. "It was awful when he tried to possess me last year, but usually it's only really bad when he's close by. It can hurt a lot when he's feeling strong emotions, but never like this. This was new." He hated that his voice trembled, but he felt like a scared little kid all of a sudden. Voldemort had reached into his mind. Intentionally reached into his mind. He'd never done that before. Well, okay, he had, but he'd never done it to send him a message, and Harry was starting to freak out. Snape pulled away, and it was all Harry could do to stop himself from grasping at his hand again to keep him by his side. But the man was only gone for a few seconds, and when he returned, it was with a damp cloth. He used it to gently wipe the blood from Harry's face. Harry closed his eyes, taking deep breaths. The coolness of the cloth felt good against his pounding head, helped to calm his rising pulse. "Hurts," he mumbled. "I can imagine," Snape murmured. "Can you tell me what happened?" "He was sending me a message. Remus, he's alive. You know who wants me to turn myself in? A tea trade, I think." Snape paused his ministrations. It was not a vision. Harry shook his head and hissed when that produced a horrible pain in his temple. He reached a hand to his head, but Snape caught it, wiping the blood off his fingers with the cloth. "He did it on purpose," he explained. He's never done that before, not like this. Why does it hurt so much?" "Were you occluding?" "Yes, I thought I was doing a pretty good job of it too," he said miserably. "He probably had a difficult time accessing your mind." Snape surrendered one clean hand and reached for the other. "He likely forced himself past your defenses, resulting in the physical trauma." "What's the point then?" Harry cried, and immediately grunted at a stab of pain in his scar. "If occluding won't stop him, will only make it hurt more, then what's the point?" "The point is that the more proficient you get at occlumency, the more difficulty he will have in accessing your mind, and sooner or later, preferably sooner, he will not be able to at all." "So why now?" Harry complained. "He hasn't set out to get inside my head in months, and even then it was to trick me, not to send me a message. He's never done this before." Snape laid his other hand, now clean, on top of the first, and set aside the blood-streaked cloth. "I told you that he has gained power since his rise. It is possible that he is flexing his powers, testing their limits." Harry sighed. The light hurt his eyes. He blinked a few times and then kept his eyes closed. It was probably best not to look at Snape when he said what he had to say next anyway. "He showed me where Remus is. Said if I don't go to him tonight by midnight, more people will die." He tamped down his rising panic. Snape would know what to do. He always knew what to do. "That is not going to happen," Snape said darkly. "What if?" "Where is Lupin? What did you see?" Snape interrupted. his sharp tone clearly communicating that he wasn't going to listen to any arguments Harry might make about doing as Voldemort said. Harry squinted up at him, but it was hard to concentrate with the brightness of the room. It was a clearing next to a hill and two big rocks. One was taller than the other, kind of pointy. Remus was tied to a tree next to the shorter rock, and the Death Eaters were there with him. I know where that is. With a wave of his wand, Snape dimmed the lights in the room. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes a little wider. Snape went on. The Dark Lord has used that clearing before for ritual and sacrifice. Harry shivered at the images invoked by both of those words. Remus, he whispered fearfully. You say he is still alive. That is good, he said, but Harry heard what he didn't say. Voldemort was done with whatever he'd kept Remus alive for, and now all he was good for was bait. If they didn't get him back today, he'd probably be dead by morning. What do we do? At Snape's chiding look, Harry rolled his eyes, though even that small movement hurt his head, and corrected himself. Fine, not we. What are you going to do? The Dark Lord will be expecting the order to show. He knows that we would not allow you to take the bait. Why send me the message, then? To set a trap, Snape clipped. However, he also knows that it is worth a try. He knows you at least well enough to know that you would take the bait if no one were around to stop you. Snape actually growled at that. If he has no more use for Lupin, then he has nothing to lose by giving him up in an attempt to capture you. I'd wager that not only will he actually be there, the Death Eaters guarding him will only stay long enough to ascertain that you are not there. If they can take out any members of the Order while there, all the better. Are you going to go with them? Harry hoped the room was dim enough that Snape couldn't see how much that thought worried him. Snape shook his head. My orders are to lie low for now. And you always follow orders? Harry asked with a yawn, genuinely curious to hear Snape's answer. It quite depends on who it is giving the orders, the professor said dryly as he pulled out his wand. He muttered a spell so softly that Harry couldn't make it out, and a small mattress popped into being right next to him, complete with a soft-looking blanket and pillow. You should rest. In here so that I can keep an eye on you for any after-effects. I'd give you dreamless sleep, but the mind-melding potion is still in your system. But how can I sleep? Remus, he protested and tried to sit up, but that only resulted in a stabbing pain in his scar, which reverberated through his head and down his spine. He groaned as Snape guided him back down to the floor. I will convey the message to the Order. We will do everything in our power to retrieve him. Promise. His eyes were drooping against his will, but he searched Snape's face, needing reassurance. He didn't know what he would do if he found out that Remus had died. It would be like living through Sirius's death all over again. I promise, Snape murmured, then half helped, half lifted him onto the mattress. Harry didn't even mind the indignity of being lifted like a child. He was so consumed with gritting his teeth against the ache that flowed through his very bones. He said more would die if I don't show up. What if? The Dark Lord will wreak havoc and destruction no matter what happens today, Snape cut him off. In fact, he would likely cause more harm were he to capture you and successfully use your blood to increase his own powers. Harry mulled that over for a minute, then asked, Do you think he'll try it again? Break into my mind like that? He didn't know if he could deal with such pain twice in one day. Not now, Snape assured. He relayed his message, but without knowing his plans, and without knowing how his forcing himself into your mind will have affected you, it's best to be on guard just the same. Professor, he asked, blinking to stay awake. There were too many things that needed to be said before he could sleep, and not all of them were about Voldemort. Snape hummed, pulling the blanket over him. Harry found that he quite liked the feeling of being tucked in. You don't really think my relatives tried to kill me, do you? That vein in Snape's temple twitched, but his features were impassive. Do you really think they didn't? Yeah, he answered honestly, voice thick with drowsiness. They're probably lucky I didn't die a few times, but they're not murderers. Sounded Snape noncommittally. Did you tell Dumbledore? Snape sat next to Harry and studied him for a minute. No, I gave it further consideration. He took a breath as if to say more, then simply repeated, no. The way he said it, Harry knew he'd decided not to tell Dumbledore at all. He felt both grateful and confused by that. Why not? Snape hesitated, then said, you were correct. You are old enough to choose in whom you wish to confide. I thought you thought Dumbledore needed to know. Yes, well, I reacted, that is, after considering the matter. Snape glanced away. I believe that the headmaster knows enough already to make informed decisions concerning you. Anything more, he looked back at him assessingly. Anything more will come from you, not me. Thank you, Harry murmured, and Snape inclined his head in acknowledgement. The professor looked calmer now, like he wouldn't go off on him, so he added, half yawning, I'm sorry for prying into your personal life again. His apology was met with silence. It's okay if you don't want to tell me anything, he mumbled. Just so you know, though, it's not like I'd pity you or anything. I know we can't choose our family. Snape sighed. Go to sleep, Potter. You should sleep too, he murmured, struggling to keep his eyes open. Look tired. I will, later. Now sleep, Harry. Sleep enveloped him quickly, but not before a cool hand brushed his fringe away from his face and then settled gently on his hair. It stayed until long after he had fallen asleep.